Hello, everyone, and welcome to Super Duper Saturday on this rainy yet beautiful Saturday afternoon. We're 24 hours or thereabouts away for some rugby league. So we thought we'd sit here, talk some footy, try and raise some money, have some laughs. But before we get into the serious stuff, I just want to bring in my co-host for the first 3 hours, my good friend Stegs. Mate, how you been?
Doing pretty well, Dan. Welcome. Thanks very much for having me on. I was hoping to actually chat with the better co-host, but currently Terry's not here, so I have to slum it with you instead. So,
look, anyone tuning in to see the big man Terry, he a bit of a backstory. We planned this weeks and weeks ahead. We thought, it's probably a good time before the football starts. We sent emails. I drafted them. I contacted all the guests, locked in all the times. Terry messages me and Adam and goes, I'm in Bali that weekend. So, of course, it wouldn't be a Rugby League Outlaw stream with a bit of scramble. But, of course, there is a serious aspect here today. Anyone who can spare even a few dollars, our great mates at Autism Spectrum Australia, in it for autism. We're raising some money for them. I believe we're almost at $400, which is almost half of our $1,000 goal, which I've got to be honest is downright incredible. Thanks so much. We'll read the donations out later. If you can spare a few dollars, thanks so much. If not, just liking the video, share it, tell your friends. I mean, what better way to impress the girl in your life, the man in your life, than sending this stream? But, mate, we got Andy Raymond joining us in about 13 minutes' time, so we got some time to fill. How was your off-season?
Well, look, the Dragons' off-season started a little bit earlier than other teams. I think ours started at about round 15 last year. But being a bit of a multi-sports aficionado, as people might remember from the off-season Outlaws of a few years ago, it's been cricket, it's been a bit of A-League, we've had the NFL running. So in some ways, it hasn't really been an off-season at all, but it is time to get back into the swing of things for a bit of league. I'm feeling relatively confident with the Dragons. Not necessarily that they're going to be, top of the table or anything, but I can definitely sense that they're going to be better than they were last year. If they run kind of, 9th to 12th, just kind of that edge of the finals, I'll be pretty happy with that. So I think Flanagan's a good pickup, even now that he's going to be playing 6 rather than having that bench role that we probably expected when he was first signed. I think, the combo there of Hunt, Flanagan and Little's probably going to be a good mix there. Some other pickups along the way. Luch Leilua, take it or leave it sort of thing. But I'm feeling all right. Like a lot of teams, I'm feeling positive now, but come talk to me in 10 weeks and it might be different.
Exactly right. Going back to the off-season, though, we are Thunder fans, unfortunately. It is my greatest curse. I usually look to the Thunder to get me through that sort of December, early January time, but I was very happy to see the back end of the BBL this year. The only saving grace is that the Sydney Sixers didn't win the competition, although, our season was over after probably 2 or 3 games, to be totally fair. But I'm keen for rugby league. As you can probably tell, I've had a live countdown for many, many months. The worst time of every year is about 10 minutes after the grand final, 2016 excluded, of course. That was one of the best nights of my life. But, look, going back to the Dragons, I'm going to sink the boot because it's what I have to do, and I expect the same with the Sharks. I think you guys will be better than most people are predicting. But I think that's hard because the predictions are dire, mate.
Yeah, look, I think a lot of people are just kind of expecting a repeat of last year. And, rightly or wrongly, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the best way of looking at things. I think last year very easily could have been quite different had a couple of games gone differently. But, look, I don't want to kind of steal our thunder too much, but to do some forward promotion, Matt Elliott coming up a little bit later, great chat with him and very encouraging hearing him talk about what he's seeing at the Dragons, not only with the new coach and the structure there, but also what he's seeing down the pipeline sort of thing. So am I expecting things to kind of just turn around in a year? No, I wouldn't be realistic to do that. But if we could see some positive points this year, some green shoots that can be built on in the next couple of years, then I'll be pretty happy with that. So that's kind of where my thinking is. But Dan, Sharks, last year. Some people would say they performed a little bit better than expected. Some say probably about where it was kind of predicted before the start of the season. Where are you thinking this year with a few different changes, some player movement, and yeah?
It's weird. Even looking back after last year and having three and a half months to dissect, I still don't know whether I'm happy with the way. Whenever you finish finals, it's always a positive. But I mean, we finished second the year before last, bombed out in the finals. Should have beaten the Cowboys at home. I will die on that hill. By the time we ran into South, we were broken, and they flicked us in the first round. I think not beating the Roosters at home when they were broken down to 12 men for a lot of the time broke me and made me think of it as a negative. I think if we'd beaten the Roosters, gone down to Melbourne and cop 40, whatever, it's a successful season. It's tough to keep playing finals football and not win a finals, but I mean, you got to make finals football to make finals. So I'm probably a pass mark. We go into the season this year with pretty much the same team. I mean, Connor Tracy's left and Matt Moylan has left, which I think is a net positive because Moylan was holding back Braden Trindle, and I still believe Cade Dykes is the long-term number 6. So either of those players, they take the pressure off Nicho Hynes. I think it's going to be a good thing. I've seen a lot of discourse in the media saying, oh, Moylan takes the pressure off, blah, blah, blah. No, he doesn't. He killed that left side. He hung T. Wilton out to dry. I think we'll see much better Wilton outside of young Trindle in the early rounds this year. I would be shocked if we missed the finals. But if you were to say to me, hey, how do they make the top 4? We're going to need 3 or 4 teams to be exceptionally bad. They're going to have to be worse than us. I've got us in that 6th, 7th role. If we finish the same as we did last year, get some minutes under some younger players, build some combos, sign Adam Fanua-Blake. Obviously, he comes in next year. Even if we lose a finals game, it is what it is, probably pass. Next year, though, if we don't win a finals game then I dead set give up because we've got all the tools. What are your opinions of the Sharks this year, mate?
Oh, look, I think you got to use Cameron McInnes a bit more. He's an 80-minute player and he's, jumping off the bench sort of thing. But, no, I'm not still bitter and twisted about him leaving a couple of years ago. Look, I think you've kind of nailed a lot of things there. I think we've seen over the last couple of years that kind of section between even like 3rd or 4th and 10th is really compact. It's not much between them, and it comes down to particular moments in games and, avoiding some upset losses and all that sort of thing. So, when it comes to what I'm expecting from the Sharks, probably that, 5th to 8th would be what I would be thinking. Betting in a new halves combo. I know Trindle had some time there last year when Moylan was injured, but coming in full time, it's a different situation. And that takes some time, and particularly because Nico's been great for you for the Sharks, but he's not necessarily the long-term veteran that's well placed to kind of help someone through in that sort of sense. Before, attacking people on a roof, I was really looking forward to Hunt and Amon as an extended combo this year, because Hunt has been around for ages and he's the perfect sort of player for someone like Amon to have kept learning from and developing with. But, that's not going to happen. And Jaden Sullivan off to the Tigers. I think it's going to be really good for Flanagan, nevertheless, because given the way that his career has panned out over the last couple of years, I think he was the fall guy for the Roosters a few years ago when things went wrong there and didn't deserve what he copped. I don't think the Dogs kind of played him terribly well until he managed to fall into that bench hooker role sort of thing. So the opportunity to have a lot of preseason at 6, get that combo with Hunt and play through the majority of the year there, that's going to be really good for him. And Ben Hunt's going to be a really good foil and partner for Kyle to be playing with this year. So there's probably some similarities and some differences there, but I can definitely see Trindle and Hynes working together well. But, we've seen Nico in the big games sometimes struggle with that weight of expectation. So, I think that's something that, you're really going to want to see some improvement on if you're going to see the Sharks, not only make the semis again, but actually, really be competitive and hopefully win some finals for you.
He's completely fair. He's come out and admitted as much. Said we're all locked in. I think having Trindle there will help long term. I think he's a better player than the Matt Moylan we had last year. Obviously, Moylan's had a distinguished career, and congrats to him. I'm a big fan of his personally, but his time had come, especially defensively. We improve on both sides of the ball there. Going back to Kyle Flanagan, though, I think his career highlight to date was that try he scored last year against the Sharks at the Bulldogs when they were about 30 points behind, and he scored and got up and yelled, "This is my house." And everyone went. So he's got a bit of fire to him, and I like that. He did play his best football at Cronulla under his father. I think he will be better for it. Look, if you guys were to finish above us on the ladder this year, I would be embarrassed, to be totally honest. I don't mean that as a shot, just where both teams are. But I don't hold any great expectations of lifting a second trophy this year. If that were to happen, it'd have to be on the back of one of the kids coming through, or Jesse Ramian becoming prime Gaznia or something crazy happen, which I just can't see. But, I mean, in the world of rugby league, anything can happen, and it's going to be a fun season. Now, we got Andy Raymond coming up in about 4 minutes' time, mate. But we got 4 minutes. The Penrith Panthers, can they do it for a fourth time?
If there's ever going to be a side that can do it in the modern era, it's this side. The way that they can kind of conveyor belt players through, Stephen Crichton goes out, Taylor May comes in, Luai leaves at the end of the season. The young bloke who debuted in the World Club Challenge, he looks like he'll be ready to go next year, sort of thing. So they're just, they're developing them up there quite well. They've got some good signings. I think Luke Garner, didn't necessarily have a whole lot of game time last year. Some injury, didn't make the 17 at different times. I think he's going to be a big player for them this year. I think he's down to start. I think he started on the bench in the World Club, but I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a starting second rower for them. But yeah, it's too early to say, will it happen sort of thing, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised at all if we find Penrith there on the October long weekend looking to make it 4 in a row.
I agree. I want to bag him, and I make sort of a Twitter persona about trying to bag him, but it's getting difficult. His team is freaky good. We signed, I think it was young Liam Eason, who was former schoolboy halfback for Australia, and all the talk in the world was that he was going to be, this freak. We signed him and went to Penrith, and they're like, yeah, we got 2 more of them behind. It's not a big deal. He's probably a bit old now, and you're thinking, the kid's like 18. And they got 2 sitting, and Terry said he was talking to some mates. He's lived out there for a few years, and they lost Spencer Linu, and that's a big loss. And they're like, yeah, but there's 3 of them playing for St Mary's that can come in. They're bigger, faster, and younger. And I mean, I want to bag them, but I just can't. They are way, way, way too good. And I think they start deserving favourites. Brisbane and the Roosters are the only teams I can see really matching them, and hopefully the Warriors. You always get one team that comes out of the woodwork, and shocks everyone. I'm hoping that's Cronulla this year, but with the greatest respects, I think maybe the Warriors are the one outside the top 3 I can have. But Andy Raymond's joining us in less than a minute, mate. Anything else you want to throw to, or we go straight to the great man himself?
Well, I was going to say dark horse for that top 4, mainly with DCE and Brooks in the halves. It'll be interesting to see how they go, given the Las Vegas kind of preparation changed their trials, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're hunting right there and thereabouts. I think it'd be great for Brooks, and let's see what happens.
It's a very, very good shout. Now, we're off to Andy Raymond. So this is a pre-recorded interview, breaking the fourth wall a little bit here, but it was tough to get things happening. So anyone who does have comments, please throw them up. I can put them on the screen. I just can't respond, obviously, because we recorded this a couple nights ago. This will be one of Terry's very, very few appearances on this show today, so please make light of it. But we're off to Andy Raymond, and we'll see you very soon. We're now here with someone you would have seen, and if you haven't seen, you would have heard, because he is literally everywhere. The great Andy Raymond. Mate, thanks so much for making time for us.
Pleasure, legends. How are you?
Good, man. As I said before, it's just unreal to have you on the show, Andy.
My pleasure to be on. I'm more than happy to talk footy. Hasn't it been a bloody long off season? I love my cricket, but still I've spent far too much time with the missus, far too much time talking, having conversations, quality time. I'm just ready for footy.
All rubbish. And as a Thunder fan, the end of the cricket could not come quick enough, mate.
Oh, yeah, what a punish that was. Cricket's still going. I mean, we're in the middle of an Australian-New Zealand test at the moment. It's changed. Cricket, when I was growing up in the late 70s, early 80s, it was exclusively December, January, maybe a little bit of February, and then it was footy time. But the cricket sort of 12 months of the year now, and that probably shows a little in the lack of interest in the crowds. Crowds continue to drop in all formats of the game. There is just so much cricket on.
There is. See, I would argue that rugby league should go for 12 months throughout the year. I know player welfare, blah, blah, blah. But what about my off-season? That's
exactly right. For the fans, by the fans. 24 teams play each other twice, quick fire, final series, and start again.
Yeah. Test matches anywhere in between, midweek, whatever.
Yeah, midweekers.
Well, there you go, gents. We've solved all the problems. I'll be off.
We're done. That was easy.
Yeah. Mate, coming into footy season now, what is your favourite ground to watch a game at? And what is your favourite ground to call a game at? And they can be different.
Favourite ground to watch? Gee, I really love Suncorp. I'm based in southeast Queensland now, so I've spent plenty of time there. Really unique atmosphere. It's probably also the fact that Caxton Street and the pubs are so close that it's a great atmosphere. I'm normally a couple deep by the time I get into the stadium. Love it. To call a game, mate, I really used to love the old 1300 Smile Stadium in North Queensland because it was old, it was terrible, it was creaky stairs, it was tiny commentary box, but you were basically above the sideline looking down at the players. Shark Park is another absolute beauty because you feel like you're right there. Leichhardt Oval, three of the older grounds, but, in terms of being able to spot the players really easily, being able to absorb the atmosphere from the crowd, I loved it.
The romance of it. Now, mate, you were involved in two of the great Shark moments of all time. Of course, the Nathan Gardner try to end all tries, and that kid stacking it at Shark Park. Which of those two moments sticks out more to you?
The kid stacking it at Shark Park. If you haven't seen it, I was doing a pre-recorded team lists for Monday Night Football prior to the game, and little dude thought that he would get on television by climbing the chairs behind me. And he jumped, tripped, got up, jumped, tripped, got up, sat down, and everyone around him was laughing and pointing at him. And I could do nothing but sort of have a chuckle. It was I didn't know they'd recorded it at the time. I only saw it a couple of weeks later and pissed myself. I thought it was hilarious. And actually, his old man has been in touch since I put it up on social media, a while back for a giggle. And his old man got in touch and said, "That's my boy."
Well, at least he didn't say take it down, because that'd be ordinary if he said that.
Yeah.
Mate, you would have called like hundreds upon hundreds of matches. Is there any random match that just sticks out for a particular reason that you always, geez, I was glad I was at that game, or like just anything like?
Yeah, there is one, and I'm going to put my fan hat on. And if you're listening to this, put your fan hat on and imagine being able to call your own team in a semi-final. So I'm going to take you back 2009. Jarryd Hayne at the peak of his powers. I called week one of the finals. It was the Eels versus the Dragons. and got to call one of the great Jared Hayne tries, an Eric Grove length of the field try. But to be able to call your side in a semi-final, I mean, the only thing better would be calling your side in a grand final. I loved it. I really did. There's other games that do stand out, but the rugby league lover in me just thought that game was, just brilliant. Being able to do it, I loved it.
I'm just going to leapfrog you with the second part to that question, because that was another question that I had. I actually didn't know who you supported.
Yeah.
So now that I know you support Parramatta, who was your favourite player growing up?
It's, if you ask anyone that was growing up in my era, it's impossible to name just one because of the strength of the team. So I'll just give you the names: Sterling, Kenny, Cronin, Price, and Growth. And that's then still neglecting the Steve Ellers, the Peter Wins, the Jeff Bugdens, the Terry Lee beaters, but a magical team that I think a lot of us would still back that Parramatta side of the mid-'80s against any side the game has seen. So many superstars.
Yeah, team full of stars, that.
Mate, I was sure you were going to mention the Battle of Brookvale. I went back and watched the highlights earlier before this to hear the call. And what do you remember of that night? Was it as crazy being there as it looked on TV?
I wasn't at the Battle of Brookie. Wasn't me. I'm quite sure. No, because I would have been up on my feet and I would have
shadow boxing.
Yeah, 100%. I would have had half a chubby over that and being so close. No, that wasn't me. But and we can't say it. Oh, mate's come in. The puppy's been farting all day. And
oh God.
He's not even ours. We do work for Labrador Rescue, and this poor little bugger, along with our other two, has been sleeping on the lounge. But he was found on the streets, and they took him to the pound, and through his microchip, they tracked his parents' phone number. They rang him and said, "Hey, we got your dog." The response was, "We've moved house. We don't want him anymore." So we've fostered him. We've cared for him for about the last 5 weeks, and he goes in the next couple of days. We've found the perfect forever home for him. So he's going to have a big brother called Tank, who looks like a tank, another Labrador, and we'll go back to just a family of 4, mum, dad, and the 2 black labs. Now, I've completely forgotten where we were up to and
before we get back to the Battle of Brookvale, mate, the family that didn't want him, I hope they get a flat tire tomorrow. That's just awful.
Yeah, isn't that an average going? Look, he's 10 years of age, and we're assuming that they've had him for 10 years. I'm suggesting probably a horrible 10 years, because if you're not in love with a dog after 10 years and you can do that to them, I'm hoping they get a flat tire, then go down the embankment.
Yeah. So we're back to the Battle of Brookvale.
Yeah. We're not allowed to say how good it was anymore, because you're seen as a thug and condoning violence. Well,
absolutely.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was as good and theatrical and entertaining and brutal as any game. It was terrific. It had all the elements. You go back and have a look at the great State of Origins, where they'd square up and go one-on-one. Theatre, entertainment, brutality, loved it. It's missing from the game today. That's not the players' fault at all. It's missing from the game today. I don't think the game is better because they've outlawed, the fighting. I think it's worked in their favour. So mum will let, the kids play because it's not seen as a thug sport. I get why they've done it, but that was the footy I grew up on.
Yeah, I think the origin should be a different set of rules. The reason I bring it up is because someone's put the players are coming from everywhere over that thing. And I'm like, I don't remember that happening, but it was there, so I did it. Mate,
You know who that could have been? He wouldn't be bright enough to do anything on a computer. But every time, and we're great mates and we see each other every 2 or 3 months, the great Mark O'Neill, Buckets O'Neill, the former Balmain and West Tiger, every time I see him and we meet up, he will scream out at the top of his lungs from a distance, "They are coming from everywhere." There's Buckets. Yeah.
Mate, in your time that you've been in the media and calling games and stuff, is there any particular club and player that's just been like super easy to deal with, like always goes out of their way to say hello, give you a good interview, just be like real cool about everything?
Yeah, I've been really lucky. I always treated the players or the former players or the coaches or the staff with complete respect. I was never starstruck by them, so I think they enjoyed that, and the fact that we could talk about other things apart from footy. A lot of the time I would build a trust with the player talking about the fights, because I've commentated the fights for 25 odd years, and we'd talk about fights, then we'd get onto football, and by the end of it you're sort of mates. I've been super lucky that the majority of guys, and a high majority of guys, went out of their way to make my life and my job easier. And that doesn't happen a lot. Even my sideline stuff. You might get Alan Langer running the water, and one of the Brisbane players had just limped off, and Alfie had just, run past me and say, "We think he's done his ACL." So I didn't have to get up off my seat. I didn't have to wonder, was it an ACL? Is it an MCL? Has he done his calf? What the issue is? I built trust over a number of years, and because they knew I wasn't going to dick them.
Yeah.
I wasn't, not going to, didn't want to hurt anyone. I'm not a negative guy. I don't talk about negatives. I don't spin things like a lot of people do in the media to create a headline or to create a negative. If you got a sore knee, you got a sore knee to me, and that's, basically the end of it.
But speaking of which, just playing off that, going back and watching some highlights of yours and just growing up watching you, especially in the boxing and stuff, didn't seem to take yourself too seriously. And I don't mean that as a crack. I mean, you would joke about, your hair and your makeup, and, you'd always be laughing and see the positive side of things. I get the feeling a few commentators and people on TV take themselves a bit too seriously. Do you share that opinion, or am I just...
100% I do. 100% I do. They take themselves very seriously and they think very highly of themselves. Not all of them, but some of them. Astonishingly. My dad was a commentator with Channel 7, the motor racing, and the voice of Bathurst for, decades. And he would tip me up on things along the way in my early years, but they weren't so much television things. They were logical things. They were things that if I saw the need, I could relate and use in work. And whenever I was on TV, whether it was boxing, whether it was rugby league or swimming or motor racing, whatever it may be, I was always under the belief that I wanted the viewers' time to be relaxing and enjoyable. I wanted to put a smile on their face if I could, and a little giggle, because the fact is not everyone has a great day every day. And if you are choosing to watch sport as your release, well, the least that I could do is try and make that a little bit more enjoyable for the viewer. And I had that in my mind every single broadcast for 25 years, just to try and put a smile on someone's face so they could forget about the fight with the wife or the in-laws, or they could forget about the bills and they'd have a giggle at me taking the piss out of my hair or putting too much makeup on. When it got serious and I need to be serious, so be it. But if I could give them a little smile, that's a wonderful gift to be able to give.
Yeah. But I know Dan's going to hit you with some boxing questions. We've already heard about the cricket as well. What other sports do you follow, and what other teams are you passionate about?
Not really passionate about any other teams. I've got to say I'm not a soccer/football guy. I enjoy my American sports when I'm in the States, and we normally do 4 to 6 weeks in the States every second year. I can't get into the NFL watching it in my lounge room over here, but if I'm over there, we will watch it 7 nights of the week. We'll watch college football. I guess it's just a different mindset. You're on holidays. Super passionate about anything Australia does, and I said I'm not a football fan, but if the girls or the boys' football sides are playing, I don't pretend to be an expert, but very patriotic and love that. I still enjoy my motor racing, anything from speedway to supercars to NASCAR. I love my motorbike racing and grew up in an era where, I believe we saw the best racing ever in the late 80s, early 90s, the World Superbike Championship. I'm going to say there was 18 guys in every race that could legitimately win it, and there'd be 10 of them within a second the whole way. It was just astonishing. And there's actually some YouTube clips from, I think it's 1988 World Superbike Series on YouTube, and to watch it is absolutely next level, even if you're not like a motor racing or a motorbike fan. I love my MMA. One of my best mates was the referee for the initial UFCs, and he's now a commentator with Bellator. Big John McCarthy. So we still chat about MMA every week or every 2 weeks, and mate, whatever's going on, if the cricket's on, I'm watching.
Love Big John.
Punter, terrible punter. Horses hate.
We've got to get some tips. And I do have a boxing question. Tim Tszyu, how does he look compared to some of the greats you've seen? Because you've seen them all.
I think he's terrific. And what separates Tim isn't necessarily his physical talent. It's his mental attributes. He's got everything his dad had and more. An amazing discipline, an amazingly disciplined team around him, a focus and a maturity that is absolutely next level. It is frightening. Keeping in mind, and people don't realise this about boxers, and a lot of boxers get a bad rap, but athletes in individual sports have got to be selfish bastards, because if you are not, you're putting something else before your sporting pursuit, you're not going to make it. And Tim has got that about him. He's got that ability to be able to block everything out and put himself first. And that sounds easy. It's not. I'm looking forward to Tim's journey, and I think the journey's only just begun. A lot of pressure on him as the face of Australian boxing. Hasn't been beaten, so there's even more pressure. But I think the next 5 or 6 years, we're going to see an improved Tim Tszyu, and there is no ceiling at the moment. There really isn't.
Yeah, right. I don't mind a Timmy Tszyu fight. Dan and I have been to a couple of them before some Sharks games. So yeah, it's pretty entertaining. It's usually over very quickly as well. So I don't mind that part in the boxing. My last question to you, Andy, it's a question I should be throwing out to a lot of people, but I haven't. But where were you on October 2nd, 2016?
Where was I on October 2, 2016? I was here cheering the Sharks and riding every moment of it. And and cheering them wildly. A lot of good mates at Cronulla and have had for a number of years, none the least the coach of the night, Shane Flanagan. And I was cheering Flano and the boys on. I thought it was terrific. And, mate, that is one legit. That is going to go down in the final of all-time grand finals, in particular the way it finished. Just we're going to be talking about it in 50 years, a beauty.
So, Dan and I share a different opinion of that. We were like, if that's a round 7 game, that's just getting bagged for being terrible.
Yeah.
Because of the theatre of the grand final, it was actually it turned out to be a pretty good game.
I had this conversation last week with one of my upcoming guests who played in the 1980s, and in the 84, 85 and 86 grand final, I think it was 6-4, 7-6 and 4-2, the 3 score lines.
Yeah, one game, no tries.
Yeah, a lot of people would say, oh, boring, shitty rugby league. It was as entertaining as anything I've ever seen. There was still plenty of great attack. The defence, though, was even better. And in terms of theatre and entertainment, just, fabulous. In that 86 grand final, on the siren, there were 7 Parramatta Eels involved in one tackle that far out from the try line to win the premiership. That's as good as sport gets for me.
Mate, it's a great shout. I still maintain the 4-0 Roosters Manly is the best final I've ever seen live. And I mean,
my stepdad will argue with anyone who wants to hear it. He's a passionate New South Wales supporter that in 1995, when Queensland won 2-0, it was one of the best games he'd seen.
Yeah. I enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed the defensive side of rugby league and the physical side. I want to see 2 blokes bash the snot out of each other, and that puts a smile on my face. I love the tries. I love the entertainment value, but put me in the defensive line.
Mate, I've just got 2 more questions. First, you still watch the wrestling?
Not so much WWE, but it is free now, and I have watched a bit. I love my Japanese wrestling. I watch New Japan Pro Wrestling. I watch DDT, and I watch Pro Wrestling Noah. Very, very different. I wouldn't suggest many WWE or AEW fans would enjoy it, but I've been a wrestling fan since late 70s, and probably looking for something a little bit different, but I still enjoy it. I still haven't grown up.
I remember the old days when you used to call the stuff, mate. It was good fun.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask if Cody's going to finish the story, because Terry and I are actually taking the day off to watch the second day of WrestleMania, and if he loses, this grown man may cry.
Yeah, that's I saw somewhere online over the last day or two that there is some belief that not all the matches have been locked in. Some have been announced, some have been suggested. They're going into a really new era at the moment, the non-VK McMahon era, where he has no say, no sway, that they have nothing basically to do with him. Exciting times, because I think the son-in-law, apart from being one of the great in-ring workers, is a really smart dude. And I actually reckon wrestling is probably about there on that cycle of popularity. I think there's a good couple of years ahead. I hope so anyway.
Absolutely agreed, Matt. I'm a huge fan. Most importantly, Unfiltered, mate. You got some super guests. Can you tell us where to find it? Who's coming up, maybe an exclusive? I don't know. And who's your favourite guests? Yeah, a couple of favourites.
Okay. One of my favourite interviews, and this is all-time favourite interview, was with a gentleman well before your years by the name of Neil Pringle. And Neil played for the Newtown Jets and Balmain Tigers. Every kid in Sydney who knew who Neil Pringle was. He's quite the character. He lives on the Gold Coast. Neil played at the Jets at a time where a few of the Jets boys got into some strife off the field. And one of them, Paul Hayward, ended up in a Bangkok jail, and then he contracted AIDS and would eventually die. And he ended up there because of heroin trafficking. And so we go through that story. Then Neil, in his own family, has had some significant ups and downs. It's not even a rugby league story; it's a human interest story. So if you are listening to this and you like your human interest stories, the Neil Pringle one, you will laugh because he's a character. You will cry with both of us at some of the things he's been through and the stories he shares. So it's probably proof you don't necessarily have to be a big name or a huge name to have a huge story, because that's probably as good an interview as I've done. Over the next month, we have got a literal who's who. We've got Benny Barber. We've got Mark Bugden, Matt Bowen, Dean Young, Trent Waterhouse, Jaden Sewer, Steve Renoff. I mean, there is a huge list to start the year. And once again, with the Legend Series interviews that we do, it is it's a footy interview, but it's more about the person. And some of the stories have just, they've been brilliant. And these upcoming ones are as raw and brutal as I think it gets. So looking forward to the year, as I'm quite sure you guys are.
Mate, just a final question from me. Are Penrith going 4 in a row, or is someone else knocking them off their perch?
They get every right to be favourite, don't they? They really do. They let Australia down again in the World Club Challenge. The one game of the year that we bloody cheer on Penrith.
No.
No way.
On the Waz.
I'm a Wigan fan, but yeah, even still.
And I'm a bomb, so.
No, well, then there you go. No, you two are absolved. Look, they deserve to be favourites, don't they? They really do. Brisbane have lost, I think, a little more than we've thought in Flegler, especially. Farnworth, obviously, but Tommy Flegler took a lot of the collisions for a lot of his teammates. He did the really, really tough, ugly stuff. So are they going to be better? The Roosters couldn't be as bad again. I think we're in for a cracking year. And I think injuries will probably have a pretty fair say in who, what, and when come the first weekend in October.
Absolutely agree, mate. And the one we end all our interviews were, you got a crazy prediction for 2024?
Para Eels top 4.
There you go. You heard it first. I don't know if that's that crazy. I've got them 8th. That's pretty good. So
yeah. Maybe it's wishful thinking. Who knows?
Hey, mate, I would take it because it means one of the teams we don't like doesn't finish the top 4, which is always
there
good.
You go.
Mate, thank you so much for joining us. Anyone who is watching, make sure you jump on Unfiltered. I look forward to it. It gets me to my horrible commute. People that know me know I don't like the trains. I have to find something positive, so I'll be keeping an ear out for those, mate. Good luck to Parramatta, except when you play us, of course, this season.
Yeah.
And once again, mate, thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure, guys. Have a wonderful season. Always here for a chat if you want one.
Thank you.
Right. Well, that was fantastic, mate. What'd you take out of that?
That you thought he was at Brookvale when he wasn't.
The one error I make ever on here is no, fair call.
Yeah. Look, it's always interesting listening to people who do commentary because you're pretty sure they've got a team that they support, but they've really got to work hard to not show that during the broadcast and all of that. So to hear, him talk about 2009, and I was at that game. I was up on the hill and watching Jared Haynes split through about 27 defenders to get over the line to score the try that kind of really, sealed it up. Oh, I thought I'd repressed that memory, but it's all come back up. But to hear him have the opportunity to say, that's my team, I got to call it, that's a great opportunity sort of thing. So that's always interesting to kind of hear about that sort of thing. I didn't pick him for a wrestling fan, so that was pretty cool. I really do hope Cody finishes the story, but that's another thing going. But yeah, look at the other thing. I hadn't put the dots together between him and Mike Raymond. The be there guy. So it was pretty cool. Look, great opportunity to have someone like Andy on, and really appreciate him giving his time up for you and Tez.
No, absolutely. Thank you, mate. It's on YouTube and podcast. If you go to Andy Raymond on his Facebook, I'll put everything in the comments later on tonight. We've got a few hours in us left. But honestly, he's one of the few podcasts I listen to. Full disclosure, by the time it gets to Wednesday, and I've done 2 shows, Fins Up, Outlaws, Knock On, and I've written all my articles. I'm a bit over rugby league Thursday morning. Though I'm keen and ready to go, so I chucked it on. But, mate, we got Sam Stone Street jumping in about 14 minutes' time. I know Sharks fans are looking forward to this. This is a real good one. I'll talk more about that in a moment. But before that, we have a treat. We got a man in Vegas.
We got a man in Vegas.
I didn't want to announce this early on because I was so excited. But we pulled together. We got some money, and we sent Big Benny to Vegas, and we're going to go to him right now.
Yeah, hey guys, here I'm in lovely sunny Vegas, doing a bit of a tour before the opening round for the league this season.
That's...
Yeah, here, where's Vegas?
Las Vegas, Benny. Las Vegas.
This is in Las Vegas. My bad, on me boys. I'll cover the cost, don't worry, don't need to pay a cent.
How did he think he was getting to Las Vegas on Brisbane money?
I have no idea. What did he do with the rest of the money we sent him? Dead set. Thank you always to Benny. Now, a very, very serious thank you to Benny, who's currently, he donated $106 last night to the cause. Couldn't join us today because obviously he's in Brisbane, Vegas, as you can tell by the very real live video. But huge thank you to Benny, mate. But
Benny.
We got a quick segment. We've got 13 minutes to fill before we are joined by the very handsome and very well-spoken Sam Stone Street. I've got to say, when you do listen to this interview, it's worth remembering that this is a young kid who hasn't really had a whole lot of media training, hasn't done a lot of media. And Terry and I are pretty intimidating. I mean, we don't have big names, but big personalities. And we did ask him a few hard questions, and it was fun to watch him squirm. But, mate, we're here to fix rugby league. We got 12 minutes, and we're going to fix it. You actually suggested this, and I loved it. We're going to talk about, the game's close to perfect, but it's not there yet. We're going to talk about 5 things you would bring back to improve rugby league and 5 things we want to get rid of. Now, I reckon we start with the negative because it always rates better. I'm going to throw to you. What's number 5 on your get rid of list?
All right. Get rid of 2-point field goals.
Ooh, don't like it.
Okay. Now, I'll put it this way. Look, last year, Nathan Cleary, the 2-pointer to take the golden point, beautiful moment, all that sort of thing. But what else in rugby league do we score differently depending on where you do it or how far out you are when you start?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Now, look, I don't necessarily have a problem with the idea as a general concept, but until we try and do it for other things, I think the 2-point field goal, bin it.
Yeah, look, completely fair. I never thought of it, to be honest. I don't have it on my list, but that's what we're here for, mate. Number 5 for me is this ridiculous give a try and then wait 2 minutes to see if it goes to the video or whether it's given. There's been so many times we've been at the games and you see a try and you go, yay, and then you see the overruled, yay. Or if you're live at the ground, you wait till the referee moves behind the kicker and the ball is placed. That's when you know. I hate it. It just takes away from the moment. If you don't think it's a try, put it up. I know it's not perfect, but you can't give tries and then 5 minutes later go, actually, it's worse than the VAR in soccer, mate, which is saying something.
Oh, see, I'm going to push back on that. I think actually the current system of giving and then, the video ref has got I think it's 85 seconds from the time that the try is given to be in the ref's ear to say we want to take an extra look at it. I think that's a reasonable window because usually kickers are taking about a minute or so to get lined up and all of that. So I think it works pretty well. I think the fact that we don't have referees doing the whole, I think it's try or not, and then sending it up, and then the video ref's got to work with the original decision as a starting point. I personally, for me, I think it works well, but that's my own personal thing. I wouldn't necessarily say it was a bad thing if it got changed, but I'm quite happy with how it is.
Fair enough, mate. You got number 4. I'm just trying to source something special. Perhaps we'll see in a minute.
All good. Number 4, get rid of clubs having multiple affiliates or feeder teams. So,
Okay.
So a lot of sides, they run their own, especially in New South Wales Cup, a lot of sides had their own reserve grade sides. So Tigers, Dragons, Souths, Para, Penrith, all got their own reserve grade side. Other teams have affiliates. So for quite a long time, Cronulla's had that partnership with Newtown. And you've got other situations that happen along the way sort of thing. But there are sides like Melbourne and Brisbane that have 3 different teams that they can split their blokes out to.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't have a problem with being able to send players elsewhere sort of thing. I think that sort of affiliate system works really well. We can talk to Ben Cross a little bit later tonight and hear what his experience of it is as a coach up there in Queensland. But if you are able to kind of spread not only your players across 3 teams, but also to kind of spread your intel and development across that, and then also have the opportunity to draw on 3 teams back up into your system, not necessarily straight away, but through development pathways, just gives an unfair advantage in my mind.
No, mate, I don't disagree with that. It's a good stand. A good pushback for. We're not here to agree with everything. That's good to hear. My number 2 to get rid of is the Friday 6 p.m. game. I hate the time slot as a fan. I hate going to games. And most people, not most people, but a lot of people leave work at 5 o'clock, 5:30, and have to watch first half on the train. And we all know the Wi-Fi is not good most of the way down. So as a fan, I hate when the Sharks play at 6 p.m. I'm in a bit of a lucky spot where I can watch games on the way home, but I know a lot of people can't. And I have to go back and watch first half if I can't. It's just get rid of it. Put a Sunday afternoon, evening game on every week, or, an early game on Sunday, make it a triple header. Just get rid of the 6 p.m.
Yep. No arguments here. And I've got an answer for that in our Bring It Back.
Glorious. What about number 3, mate?
Alrighty, let's get rid of Magic Round.
Oh, no!
Yep. Tell me that you've got interest in watching in the stadium 7 games that your team's not playing in.
I watched the games when I was up there, but I only stayed for 2 days. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. No one is going to watch all 8 games. No one is going because they're just a general league fan and they just love it, unless they're one of those random Souths guys who wants to be at the ground in their jersey when Souths aren't playing. I'm going to love the season that Souths don't make it to Magic Round and there's all the random Souths guys up there. But seriously, Magic Round, bin it. Don't want it.
Fair enough. I hate that, but fair enough. All right, I'm going to go a controversial one. Sponsorships on special jerseys. I get it. I know they pay a lot of money to get on jerseys. But surely the Anzac jerseys can be held up in a different regard, or the Indigenous round jerseys can be held in a different regard. And for a week, those huge sponsorships can either become very little, move to, the chest or somewhere, or just flicked away for 1 week. That's all I ask. I don't think that's a huge ask.
I don't have a massive problem with it. I'd love to see fewer sponsors and smaller spaces being taken up. It's one of the things I find really frustrating with the Super League because, man, they are just walking billboards with the amount that they've got on there. And then you compare them to, to our typical, football, soccer jerseys. It's just not as much. And also they seem to be integrated a whole lot better. There's lots of league teams that end up with these just kind of giant boxes that don't kind of match in sort of thing. So, yeah.
Very cool, mate. 2 more to go before we go to Sam Stone Street. What are we getting rid of?
All right. Get rid of November 1 contract negotiations.
Ooh, okay.
Along all the way, but it's way too far out. You know, we had Stephen Crichton last year who played the whole season at Penrith, and we knew he was going to be at the Dogs this year.
Yeah.
You know, as fans, we don't need to have that sorted out so early, sort of thing. So, you know, soccer as a comparison, they've got a 6-month window. So the last 6 months of a contract you can negotiate. I think that's too far too. I don't think there's any issues in being able to say, right, you've only got the last 3 months of your contract to work that sort of thing out. And, you know, there's still plenty of time for these guys to be able to get themselves organised into all the different things that they need to move, especially if they move a fair distance between clubs sort of thing. So let's bring contract negotiations to a far closer window.
Fair cool. Just got a special guest that we'll bring in a little bit later than planned, but it's happening. Got the text. I just want to bring this comment back up from Old Cynic because my number 4 is 7 tackle sets. Get rid of the field goal attempts, 7 tackles. If you're trying to win the game and you miss, you shouldn't be having to pretty much concede, giving up a field goal at the other end. I hate it. I'm okay with why it was brought in. People were kicking the ball to friggin', you know, wherever to try and take your Billy Slaters and stuff out of the game. I get it. But not when you're trying to win the game. It's ridiculous. It goes against everything, you know, attacking football.
Yeah, I'd be happy with if it's a field goal attempt or if it's a kick within the 20-metre line, that it's just a regular 6. The only thing that you can run into difficulties with that is teams kind of taking random pot shots at a field goal from outside the 20, not because they're actually trying to score a field goal, but because they don't want to give away the extra tackle sort of thing. So, yeah, that runs a bit of a difficulty sort of thing. Anytime you bring in a rule, there's always someone looking for a way to get around it. But, yeah, I would not be against rehashing or rejigging the 20-metre restarts.
Beautiful, mate. And number 1, get rid of?
Get rid of trying to bring the Bears back.
Oh, making friends.
Now, I get it. There's a romance. We know they got shafted with the Northern Eagles and Manly and all that sort of stuff. We understand, okay? Bears fans, you've got your team still. They're still there in the New South Wales Cup. They don't need to get moved to Perth. We don't need another team in Sydney. The Bears can just be the thing they are, and they can stay the romantic thing that they are. If they come back up to NRL level, it's only going to be more pain for you. If they stay there, you're going to enjoy it more. Stop trying to bring the Bears back up as the 18th team.
I don't hate that in that if the Bears are going to come back, I don't want to see Perth Bears. I don't want to see New Guinea Bears. I don't want to see a Bears that plays one game here, one game here, one game here. It can only be North Sydney, and with the greatest respects, I don't think we need a North Sydney team. Yeah. We need... We'll go to Stone Street in a minute, and we'll talk about the bring-ins. I have a solution to this, but Stone Street's a minute and 10 seconds away, mate. My number 1 get rid of is the St George Illawarra Dragons. We don't need them. We don't need them.
You guys don't exist as a club without us. You are so defined by us. You can't live without us.
We improved on what you got. We're big brother now. We're big sister now too because we beat you in the NRLW as well. Now, look, I love the rivalry with the Dragons. I want to get rid of the Dragons being terrible. I want to beat them every year for the next 25, but I want it to come on the back of, we're playing the Dragons. We're playing the Dragons. As fun as it is, I prefer the rivalry when it's a little bit more, a little bit closer. But Sam Stone Street's a couple of seconds away, mate. This will be fun. I guarantee there'll be some quotes that come out of this that are going to upset some fans, some that are going to get fans very excited, and some that are going to have a few fans in the Facebook groups that had some things to say, just a little bit of ammo for me to go back and say, I told you so. Here we go, Sam Stone Street.
Thanks, Sam.
Boys and girls, Rugby League Outlaws here to bring you a huge interview with a hopefully boom rookie in the Cronulla Sharks this year with Sam Stone Street. And thanks, Dan, for lining this up for us.
Well, mate, thank you to Sam, who was one of, 3 people who checked their Instagram messages. Gaz, that's an inside joke. Mate, thank you so much for coming on. Very much appreciated.
Anytime. All good.
Now, I got a hard-hitted question, mate. These are questions that I want answers to. I didn't even ask people because I don't care. It's all about me today. Pre-season training. It looks tough. We've seen the photos. Is it as bad as it looks, or are you boys bunging it on?
Nah. It is bad. It's been very, very tough pre-season. This pre-season, it's been one of my hardest ones for sure. It's my 4th one now, so yeah, it is hard, but I'm loving it for sure.
What's the mood with Fitz and the coaching staff like in the preseason? Like, are they taking the disappointment of last year, or is that completely in the bank and they're looking forward? Like, how have they approached it? And yeah,
well, obviously, it's a new year this year for the boys, and I think we're taking parts of that. Obviously, semi-final loss. We're taking parts of that and working on it throughout the preseason. But yeah, we pretty much banked that, and we're looking forward to 2024.
Like yourself last year, you went between Flegg and New South Wales Cup. 13 tries in 16 games, so it looked pretty easy. Is it difficult going between, especially with Newtown putting you on the left and on the right and on the wing and in the centres?
I played all the cup. I only played 2 games of Flegg in the finals. Got the call up just to play the finals, and I think I played the worst 2 games of my life. But honestly, I can play any position. It doesn't faze me at all, and I'm just want to do my job for the team. That's just my personality, and yeah.
Dan and I watched a lot of Newtown last year, and what you see in the team list coming out is completely different on the day. Like, we went down to Canberra and you were named on the right wing, but on the day you played left centre. Do you have a preference? Like, what is, if you were to say Sam, because I've been telling everyone one day you're going to captain Australia from the wing, and if you tell me that centres is your best spot, I'm probably going to have to delete a lot of posts.
Honestly, I'm just trying to nail being a winger, that's for sure. But I can play any side. Obviously, in the preseason, I've been playing both sides just in case either Ronnie or Sandy goes down, or that's just my goal. But I did enjoy playing centres. I only played 2 games of centre last year, but I just enjoyed it because more ball and don't have to catch those high bombs.
That was one of the hottest days I've ever felt in Canberra. How was it out there? Because in the stands, it was stinking.
Yeah, Canberra, it's different. It's very, very hot. But I think once the game went on, the sun went down a bit. So, it was good. At the back end, by that first half, that was pretty tough, yeah.
It was pretty horrible, but, good fun, of course. Going back to what you said before, I'm going to jump a few questions in front. Aspirations to play first grade. You keen to play this year? You happy to sit back and learn? You'll play when called upon? What's the thinking?
No, I'm just taking it every day as it comes. I'm working hard every day, and with that, obviously, that's my childhood dream to play NRL for the Sharks. But just taking every day as it comes, and if I get that opportunity, I'll take it with both hands. That's for sure.
Mate, we've been saying it for so long that surely you're next cab off the rank for a wing spot, but now now you're saying the centers as well. Are you ready to go? Like, if someone goes down before round 1, they say, Sam, you got to play. It's there. Yeah,
for sure. On the wing, I'm ready to go, but I'm still learning a bit in the centers. But yeah, wing's my specialty. So, but yeah, if either Sione or Ronnie go down, I'm ready to go. Yeah, that's for sure.
So Kyle Iro, we've all heard the talk. We've seen the games. We've seen the tries. He wins all the awards in New South Wales Cup. Sifa Talakai even said, he's the best prospect he's seen in the club. Is he that good?
Oh, for sure, yeah. He is that good.
How close is Kale to knocking Talakai, swapping? Go on, you can say it. You can say
close. Yeah, pretty close. Yeah.
It's tough to break down.
Yeah, we love that. Look, he had the chance on the wing in 2022 against the Dogs, had a ripping game. If you get the call up over him on the wing, are you going to go one better? Like, are you going to run for 190 meters and score a try this time, or because?
Oh yeah, Yeah, obviously. For sure. I hope so, for sure. Kale, yeah, he's an awesome player and he'll be the star of the future. But yeah, I'm a pretty competitive person for sure.
I like that. I love to hear that. Now, speaking of competitive, we had a mate, Christian Dixon. Now, I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something along the lines of, "You are a freak and you're killing everyone in training." Is he just crawling, or is that true?
Oh, nah, I'll back myself. But yeah, no, I'm a pretty hard worker. I love training, and yeah, that's where you get better. That's for sure. Yeah.
Are you the quickest at the club? Like if they put a contract at the end, 3 people in a race, winner gets the biggest contract at the club, would you win it?
Yeah, I'll back myself. Yeah.
Who would be your biggest competition? Like who would you have to nudge out of the way down the straight?
Ronnie.
Okay,
For sure.
Alright.
Yeah. Over 100 meters, but
Frighteningly quick.
yeah.
He is.
Yeah. Unless Tom Flegler's chasing him, then he's about to get caught.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or be Tom Hazelton, who knows?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll
no.
go back to Christian and say that in a minute. De La Salle boy, mate, you mentioned earlier your dream is to play for the Sharks. That, how good does it feel playing for Cronulla? And I mean, Tara and I both said numerous times, and we're trying not to crawl here, we see you as a, first grader right now, maybe midway through the season. How big would that step be? How proud are you as hopefully a Sharks fan growing up?
Oh yeah, for sure. I remember being about 4 years old on that family hill, watching the Sharks come dead last every year, but I stuck to them. And yeah, I've obviously grown up playing across the road for Dealer. And yeah, just to play for the Sharks would just be awesome and just a dream come true. Yeah, it's the only club that I want to play for, to be honest.
Oh, perfect. The new faces around the club, we've seen, Billy Burns come into the club. There's been Dylan Couts come over from Manly as well. He's pretty highly touted back row. How are they all settling in? And are there any any new players that turn up? Do they have to? Are there any rituals? Do you throw pies at them? What's going on there? Give us the inside.
Nah, well, our group we're very, very tight this year. I feel like, and those boys, Billy and Dylan, have come in good attitude, and yeah, they're part of the boys now. So yeah, no rituals or anything like that. We're pretty good.
There's another one who's turned up, Michael Gabriel from the Bulldogs. He's a centre, pretty quick. He's another one chomping at the bit for your spot. So does that bring the competitiveness further out in you, like to make sure that you keep him at arm's length and you're the next person to get the spot on the wing?
Oh, for sure. But yeah, I like to teach him a few things as well because he's a young boy. Because I remember being young and I had Ronnie and Sione teaching me how to do things. So I like to give back as well. But yeah, obviously, if he wants to take my spot, he's going to come get it.
Just before Dean goes on to that, if Ronnie and Sione are teaching you all this stuff and then you knock one of them out for the first grade spot and they don't get it back, would they be kicking themselves or would they be happy for you, in all honesty?
Both of them are awesome blokes. And I think, yeah, they'd just be happy. But yeah, there'd obviously be a bit of kick in the guts, but that's just rugby league, I think. So, yeah.
Have we lost Dan again? No.
Nature of the beast. No, all good. I want to ask the big question, mate. The elephant in the room, one I've avoided from the start, but it has to be asked. Oregon Kaufusi's hair. Is it the most amazing thing you've ever seen?
Oh, it's amazing. I don't know what he's done to it. He's blow drying it or something, but it's looking pretty good at the moment. Yeah, I love it.
Now, speaking of hair, is Toby's coming back or is he going to keep it short?
No, he's keeping it short. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He looks better.
I'm telling that.
Very dynamic, more tries in it. Who's going to be top try scorer this year if it's not yourself, mate?
I'm backing Ronnie again for sure.
Yeah. It's the smart bet, isn't it? He just finds a try, old Ronaldo. We're saying about the centers and the wings, and are there any other spots that are hotting up for competition? Like the front rowers now. Obviously, we've got Fanua Blake coming next year. So, is there a competitiveness between them as to who's going to partner him, who's taking the back row spot vacated by Wade? What's the most competitive spot up for grabs at the moment?
I'd say I don't even know. The backs are pretty sorted, I reckon, but the forwards, back row. The back row is the big one, obviously with Wado going. So you got Jesse Colquhoun there. He's been trained at the back row. Billy Burns. You got Britt, obviously, in Tegi, but yeah, those boys are obviously putting their hand up this preseason, yeah, for sure.
When you're at training and like everyone's just putting in the absolute hard yards and it's absolutely blowing, when you look across, who's the biggest bludger?
Bludger? Nah, honestly, this preseason everyone's been bloody turning up, so it's awesome. And yeah, but we all get around each other doing those preseason blocks, and yeah, we'll be better. We'll honestly be better for it this year.
That's code for Toby Rudolph. Absolutely, thank you.
Toby's been in rehab the whole preseason. Getting that toe right.
Oh, that's so good, mate. I'm not sure if you guys listen, obviously, but there's a couple of Shaft podcasts out there, and there's one hosted by two really handsome gentlemen that both have big raps on yourself. I believe one even said you'll play for Australia one day. Do you feel that kind of pressure, or you just straight up just whatever?
I'm just embracing it at the moment. I haven't done anything, obviously, but I'm still young, still learning. So I'm just working hard, and that's my motto. Just work hard and everything will fall into place. Sure. Yeah.
Who's a junior in like Harold Matt's SG Ball or even Flegg that, you know, we've got to keep an eye out on? Who's like the next Sam Stone Street coming through?
There's a young fella called Ollie Lester, if you haven't heard of him.
Is that Noah's little brother?
Brothers. Yeah, Noah's little brother. He's a halfback and fullback. Yeah, I reckon he's one to watch for sure.
Okay, take that to the bank. We'll claim that early. Thank you.
That's written on. Yeah, we've claimed yourself, Iro, Colquhoun, and Dykes. So we'll add Ollie Lester and make it the Fab Five.
Yeah.
Mate, Kay Dykes got injured last year. It was a real bummer. Looked like he did nothing but eat steaks and lift weights. He comes back. Yeah. He's big as he looks now.
Oh, he's huge now, and he carries on a bit for sure. Flexes his muscles in the gym, which is funny. But yeah, he's put on a bit of size, yeah, which is good.
Yeah, I saw him out for dinner with his old man, and all the food went on the table, and I thought that's a share platter for sure. He nailed it. So he literally has done nothing but eat. So. That's absolutely brilliant there. Look, we'll just throw a couple of quick random questions at you. We won't hold you for too long, but this is a question that we ask every guest that comes on our podcast, and it comes from our good friend Ramis Habib. If you could go to the zoo and steal one animal, what would it be?
Lion, for sure.
Oh, Jesus. Fair enough.
That's a very funny answers, mate. The trials. Obviously, you guys are in mode to get going. We'll be in Newcastle, or I'll be in Newcastle for the first one. You were sneaky to play at least some spot. I probably know they'll probably play 20 players or so, but will you be there?
Yep, I'll be playing the first trial for sure. Yeah, probably on the.
And is the first trial against Newcastle, is that the one where sort of the top 17 will be rested, or they'll only play like a couple of minutes sparingly?
Yeah, so most of the main boys won't play. But if some boys need some fitness, they'll come down and play. Like Toby and Braids played last year, which was good.
Yeah. And
Wado. But yeah, most of the big boys will be rested up and give us young bucks a chance at it.
What have we got? I always enjoy the first trial just for that reason, you know, see who's coming, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Last question from me, mate. Nicho Hynes. Could you just give us an insight into the bloke? Because we look at him and, I mean, he's a Cronulla legend, and he's played, 2 seasons for us? What do you see at training that makes him different?
Oh, Nico's been huge for me personally, and all the young boys. Even though he's a big dog around the club, he's always got time for the young boys, and he's got time for us and helps us with our game and takes us out for dinner and whatnot to get to know us a little bit better. So he's one of those blokes, genuinely nice person. He does cob a bit in the media, but it's all garbage. And yeah, he's one of the best blokes to be in the Sharks at the moment, I reckon.
So you're looking forward to taking some of them cross-field kicks from him and planting the ball down?
I hope so. That's the
Yeah.
goal for sure.
So do we. Just the final question, and obviously it's the one that everyone asks and hears, and all the fans from going there. But the squad, like Dan and I last year said that Cronulla have one of the deepest squads. Unfortunately, it just fell apart. We got some big injuries going. Do you guys believe that the squad there is capable enough of going all the way and challenging the likes of the Broncos and the Panthers this year because the squad's been together for so long? Do we see that push this year starting to charge up the ladder?
Yeah, for sure. We've had a good preseason so far. We're all connected as a group. I think better this year, and training harder, and we're just getting our defense good.
Yeah,
that's all we've been doing this preseason, obviously. And I think we can obviously push for top 4 and to win that grand final for sure.
Brilliant.
So what I'm hearing is undefeated premiers. Yeah, I'm just going to write that down.
Yeah, undefeated premiers.
Sam said
sure.
it.
Mate,
that's it from me, mate.
Thank you. Mate, I've got nothing else. Is there anything you want to add, anything you want to plug, anyone you want to take a cheap shot at? We're here for all of it.
Nah, all good, boys, all good. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
mate,
Sam.
Thank you so much for coming on.
No worries, boys. Enjoy.
Sam Stone Street, young kid, plenty of confidence. He's very humble, but I dare say that in 6 or 7 weeks, he'll have 6 or 7 tries for the Jets, and a lot of Sharks fans are going to be screaming for his inclusion.
Yeah, someone might watch that and say, "Oh, gee, he's got tickets on himself," and all that sort of stuff. But you've got to have that certain amount of confidence and self-belief to really have a crack at it, sort of thing. So, as much as we like to see humility and all of that, there's some there, but he's also saying, I reckon I can do it if I get the shot, sort of thing. So, and there's no kind of, I deserve this. Everyone's got to get out of my way, sort of thing. So he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders there for a young bloke.
He does. Terry and I pushed hard on, are you playing? When's your playing? We've seen some stuff that he did in Flag and New South Wales Cup that gets us very excited. He's always been bigger, faster, and more skillful than a lot of the blokes in the juniors. And obviously that will catch up. And he is a youngster, so you can't throw him in and expect him to be, the next great winger straight off the bat. But, yeah, you can tell he's the fittest bloke in the world. He's quicker than anyone Cronulla got at the club. Pretty considerably, with the greatest respects to Ronaldo. We don't have a lot of speed, so that's going to help. Once he clicks and he realises his potential, we're going to have a very, very special player in our hands. But I urge everyone to calm it. And we may not see him in first grade this year, but I guarantee you he's going to be something special.
Yeah. He also looks like a bit of a big boy winger too, which is something you don't necessarily have there at the Sharks. So
he's a monster big boy winger. He didn't play particularly well in the Central Coast when it's 45 degrees. He was stuck outside a young half, Puru, who probably didn't have the best games either. And Newcastle flogged us with pretty much their full strength side. So I wouldn't look too much into that. Give him 3 to 5 weeks in the Jets before anyone jumps on. But, yeah, I'm willing to say he's the next star. But we got Matt Elliott in one of the best interviews we've ever done coming up in 10 minutes' time. But before then, we're going to bring back 5 things from Rugby League past that are going to improve the game. And as always, I'm going to throw to you for number 5.
Well, let's start with bring back City Country.
I should have known as soon as you put the jersey on.
Now, I don't want the light version of City Country that used to be on that weekend with the Anzac test. And so you'd get Jake Marchetto lining up for City, I believe, having at that stage, I don't think he'd played many, if any, first grade games, but they needed a hooker and he was available. I want proper full-on selection trial. Everyone's in the mix, City Country origin of like the 90s and all of that. I want to see it proper jersey. So Country had that weird white one with the maroon and gold for a bit. Look at something a bit different. It was okay, but I want to see the proper maroon jersey, the big gold V. I want to see City. I don't really mind if they go the yellow with the blue or if they flick it around to the blue with the yellow, which I remember kind of from the 90s. But either way, I want to see the proper jerseys. I want to see it in the country areas most of the time. Maybe every 5 years or so, come back and bring it to Sydney. but really utilise it as a game to get some opportunity to get those players out into the country areas. Queensland have done something similar in the past, sort of thing. You could have a rep weekend. You could do that with like the Pacific tests or whatever, but bring back City Country, please.
Love that shout. We got Ben Cross on tonight at 8:30 who echoes a lot of those statements. So very good shout. Didn't make my list. Didn't think of it, to be honest. It's been going long enough, but I wish I had put it on. Number 5 for me is bring back the 5-minute sin bin. Now, I mean adding it to our disciplinary actions, our options there, because there are things I've seen that get sent for 10. You're like, I didn't really deserve that. But it's like, yeah, he knew what he was doing and the penalty wasn't quite enough. I reckon there's an argument there for the 5-minute sin bin. I don't want to see it abused, like every tackle, Bushka, it's high, you're sitting down. But there are opportunities where you see players like run out of the line and put a hit on. It's not really a 10-minute sin bin. Sometimes you're like, that's soft, but you're like, 5 minutes is fair enough.
Yeah, no arguments for me. And I would be very happy to put any referee dissent as an automatic 5-minute sin bin as well.
Love that. Love it. Number 4, mate.
All right, let's bring back 3/4 sleeves, hopefully on cotton jerseys.
Oh, wow. Right. Okay.
So, what is one of the biggest problems in general play in rugby league at the moment?
In general play?
Yeah.
I'm trying to link it back to the jerseys. There's a lot of horrible missed tackles. I'm actually thinking with the ball handling. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, one of the big things about the 3/4 sleeve, particularly with the cotton, is that it actually gave the ball something to grip on as you held it. These days, they've got to have those fancy little, flickety things across the chest trying to get the ball to grip there sort of thing. 3/4 sleeves, cotton jerseys, that's going to eliminate about 75% of the knock-ons that we see in the game today. Apart from the fact that, I'd rather see those sorts of jerseys because, you and I don't look very good in tight polyester, Dan. I know we're pretty good specimens, but it just doesn't work for our body shapes. So, it doesn't necessarily work for our big boppers anyway. But bring back cotton jerseys, bring back 3/4 sleeves. We'll see a whole less drop ball, and it'll make the game better.
Fair enough. I like that shout. Number 2 for me, mate, or number 4, depends which way we're going. Bring back a Perth team. I said before that I don't want to see a team in North Sydney. We don't need another Sydney team. We need a Perth team. And everyone goes, yeah, but didn't work last time. A lot of difference. I was living in Perth, almost 20 years ago now, which is frightening. Might even be, no, it doesn't make sense. A lot of years ago. I'm old. And no one cared. There was a rugby league game on at like 2 a.m. because Channel 9 had both rights at the AFL and the rugby league at the time. And you get at 2 a.m., which is 5 a.m. in real time. So it's changed a lot. A lot of expats now live over there, and a lot of people have gone to the games over there and become fans. And obviously, it's a lot easier now. Just pretty much everyone that has Foxtel. So I think it'd work. In the time slot of the late night, Saturday night, you can have a 9:30 game or even a 10 o'clock game. It's a real good kickoff time over there. I think it's just money to be made.
And it didn't not work over there the first time. You look at 95, 96 in particular for the Western Reds. They had good crowds and they were playing at the Wacker. So it's not necessarily set up for league. Like they can play at Perth Oval or whatever they call where the Glory play in the A-League. Like that's set up to be, and like the Western Force play there in the Super Rugby. So that'd be the spot to go. They had good crowds first go round. 97 was a bit difficult. And then they just got cast aside in the NRL when it came back together to bring, it was Adelaide and Perth together to make Melbourne with some Hunters. Perth and Hunter. That's right, because that's how Kamali gets down there. But yeah, no, Perth did not fail. Just News Limited wanted a team in Melbourne and not Perth. That's the reality of it. So Perth, for me, has always been one of the front runners in this next franchise sort of thing. Perth or a second New Zealand team have been kind of where I've been thinking for a long time. So bring back Perth. Western Reds, I'm all here for it.
You're guilty. Number 3.
All right. What have we got left? We've got those ones. Let's bring back multiple games kicking off at the same time.
Ooh, yeah.
All right. So we were talking before, we don't want the 6 o'clock Friday night. let's have a few games that are kicking off together. Let's have 2 or 3 games kicking off at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon. Because as someone who often listens on the radio, when I'm out and about, I don't necessarily like to try and watch while I'm going. I'm quite happy to listen, especially to someone like Matt Elliott. He's a very good commentator. You should listen to him. But 3 of the best words in radio commentary is around the grounds, getting the scores as they come along. Like Dan, you and I can remember as kids, like there'd be 3 or 4 games kicking off at 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. And we had to wait until 6:30 to get the 1 hour edited version of the game after the news. Or it was, it started at 3 and then we got the game at 4 o'clock sort of thing. I understand that it's probably better for TV rights and all that sort of thing. But for the fan, the opportunity to say, okay, most of the time, our home games are going to be this time, and I can work my schedule around all of that sort of stuff. There's a whole lot of benefits there. So bring back multiple games at the same time.
Yep, donate that. I think there's some cadence there. I know that TV won't like it, but whatever. I think, Sunday afternoon games are always better in the afternoon. Sticking with times, actually, number 3 for me is 7:30 kickoffs. Genuinely, how many 7:30 kickoffs do we have now? None. They're all 7:45, 8:03. I swear Origin's getting towards 8:15, 8:20 by the time it kicks off. It's most games. I mean, Thursday night especially, you need a 7:30 kickoff because you got to be at work on Friday. I'm sick of these games going after 8 o'clock.
Yeah, well, Thursday's always been slotted as a 7:50, 8 o'clock game. And it is a bit late, realistically, not only for us who have got work and stuff, but kids aren't going to be staying up to watch that sort of thing. But some consistency. If the game's kicking off at 7:30 or 7:35, it's kicking off at 7:30 or 7:35. I am fully on board with that. Tell us what you're going to do. Don't just give us a number and then do whatever.
Exactly right, mate. 2 to go.
All right, bring back a knockout competition.
Ooh, midweek.
It could be midweek, it could be pre-season, it could be whatever, but bring back a midweek, a knockout competition. We all can see whether it's the Challenge Cup for rugby league in the UK or something like the FA Cup, there's a beauty and a romance and a magic that comes with those knockout competitions, because I don't want it just to be the NRL sides. I want to see some country rep sides. So like your combined Newcastle or a Western Division or Illawarra South Coast. I want to see maybe not necessarily a team for every New South Wales and Queensland Cup side, because that gets a bit tricky with affiliates, but maybe the premiers from each comp the year before, or even like a combined team as a rep side, like a New South Wales Cup side, whatever you like sort of thing. But let's get something going. Let's get that giant killer thing. Everyone loves a good upset and a good underdog. I'd love to see a knockout competition back, even if it is midweek.
I love that. We just got a bit of pushback from Bow Dog Sports. Doesn't like the games at the thing, but that's all we're here for.
Well, look, if you want to do, sit on the lounge and watch 8 games a weekend, that's great. Good on you. But as I'm getting older, and I'm getting older these days, my interest in games that Dragons aren't playing in is diminished ridiculously. I'll watch their game as much as I can, and I might have snippets of other games or put it on in the background sort of thing. I've got no interest in watching other teams get around. So if they can give me Kogarah or Wollongong at a fairly set time most of the time, it makes my life a whole lot easier.
As a live fan, I agree. I love rugby league. I always say that more. So I'm the opposite. But, a bit of choice. Just quickly, because Matt Elliott's joined us about 2 minutes' time, I want New South Wales Cup coverage back. I know they've got it online this year. I don't care. I want it back on Channel 9. I want it back on Fox. What's your last one, mate?
Yep. Bring back afternoon grand finals.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get many arguments for you there. What's your ideal time?
Look, October's warm, so I'd be happy with the 4 o'clock kickoff. But somewhere between 3 and 4, maybe 4:30 at the worst sort of thing. But I don't want twilight. I want them to have the best opportunity in the best conditions. I want a barbecue with mates. I want, pre-game starting at 11 o'clock. I want a 100-meter sprint at halftime in first grade. I want it all back as it was.
I agree with that. I love that shout. For me, though, we got to bring back the nines, and if not the nines, it's got to be the sevens. There's got to be some sort of preseason tournament. I love the All-Stars game, but with the greatest respects, nothing will ever beat the sevens as I was growing up. The nines will do. But, mate, we're going to throw to Matt Elliott. Dragons fans, this is one that cannot be missed. It is quite lengthy, so we'll see you in about 45 minutes' time. You don't want to miss this, though. It's a great friend of the show, Matthew Elliott. So I'm now sitting with two very good friends of the show. The first being someone very familiar to you, Stegs. He's been on earlier today. And, of course, the great Matthew Elliott. I would go through everything he's done in his career, but it'd be quicker to tell you what he hasn't done because he's done it all. Mate, thank you so much for coming on. Usually when you come on my show, it's me and another Sharks fan and I should say. No, me and another Sharks fan, doesn't matter. But today I brought a ring in, one of yours. And I'm going to let him ask the first question before I hit you with the hard-hitting stuff. All yours, Steg.
Matt, thanks again for jumping on today. I'm a Dragons fan, but I'm also a massive fan of rugby league on ABC Grandstand. So yourself and Maury and Louis, it's great listening. I really enjoyed it. And I wanted to ask something about how you guys work together because you can really get a sense of the camaraderie and the friendship when you guys are talking on the radio. And it doesn't really matter who the combo is. There's a good connection there. I was wondering, is it something that you've had to kind of work on or does it kind of just click on air? Do you have to spend a fair bit of time outside the booth to kind of get that connection?
I guess initially, like it's a decade ago, Stegsy, that Andrew and I started working together, and I obviously coached Luke Lewis at Penrith, so I've got a long existing relationship with Louis and always got on with him as a young guy. He was crazy then and he's crazy now. So, but I can tell you that the relationships are authentic. The friendships aren't something that we just do on radio. It's really authentic. Andrew Moore is the most organised, methodical. He's incredible. So that all that stuff that comes out of him, he's done all the research. So it takes so much pressure off you that I can sit there and actually give my opinion of the game rather than quoting stats or past stuff. It's more, he allows us to make observations of what's happening. And, having someone like that's pretty incredible.
And Louis is just as much of a pest as he comes across on the radio? No,
he's about 470,000 times more a pest. If I could tell you the smells, the photos that he sends of smelly things, it's relentless. The mumbles game, just he's actually not too bad to me because I think it's because I had the coach-player relationship. But it's just every cafe we go to, everyone who serves him, I just feel so sorry for them. He's just relentless. And you know how some things, like the first time you see it, it's not funny, but when you've seen it 4,000 times, it's hilarious. Well, that's Louis.
I love that. Keep pushing. Now, we're just to ruin the mirage a little bit. We are recording this after the first set of trials before the second one. I've had a few chats with some fans across us rugby league circles this week. Half are firmly saying trials don't matter. Half are saying they do. As a former coach, did they matter then and do they matter now?
Yeah, of course they do. But, you've got to put them in context of how they matter. So I'll give you the Dragons context. It's just that obviously there's some key new combinations there. And that they're not going to come out in the first trial and nail that. But I think the key combinations and some of there's new players. So my observation is as a coach, you're sitting back, you're looking at some of the key themes that you ran through pre-season to make sure that the players heard them properly, and then you're looking at just how things can evolve. So I can be accused of being very optimistic, but looking at. I didn't really see any team at the weekend who would have walked away, kicking stones too badly, to be honest.
Is it a thing with the Dragons trial and the Charity Shield that you're looking more at that first 60 minutes where it was pretty even and some missed opportunities rather than that last 15 to 20 where it kind of blew out?
I got to be honest with you. I just looked at the first 40 minutes because, obviously we've got some new combinations, particularly in our halves, and some other players that are coming into the team. I thought there was some exciting young talent coming through, but it's young.
Yeah.
Our talent coming through is young. So it's probably 12 months off before it gives us real depth. And in 2 years, we're going to have, look, the reality of it is, and I'll bore you for a tick, is that Penrith, those players have been together since they were kids, the core of their team. Brisbane, who got a wooden spoon 2 years back, those players have been together since they were kids. All right? I'll just let you know that our under-19s team, okay, we have two, don't we? We have the Dragons and we have the Illawarra Steelers. They're 3-0, both of them. They beat Penrith, they've beaten South, they've beaten Canberra. They've beaten a lot of the high-rolling teams. So we've finally got systems in place that we've put time into for over 2 years, that I'm not saying this to sell this to Dragons fans. I'm saying this from my heart, because I'm finally optimistic about, it's going to take time. But the guy in charge of the club at the moment's probably got a little bit of, history in that he can turn an organisation around. So there's been some great work done over the last few years, but it's coming to fruition now, for sure.
That was my actual second question. Shane Flanagan, I mean, I'm very, very familiar with Flanagan. Obviously, he's the only bloke who's ever got a premiership out of Cronulla, which puts him in God mode as far as I'm concerned. This is a guy who took a Cronulla outfit that was disgusting. It was embarrassing to be a Sharks fan. And I hate to say that. I'm covered, I'm surrounded by Sharks gear. But it's just the truth. I think we were worse than you guys are now, with the greatest respect. And, of course, I have to jump on a little bit here. What has he brought to the club? I see Flanagan as the perfect fit. He's a guy that can go in and you guys can start 0-5 and he's going to say, who cares? The systems are in place. Whereas other coaches would panic. I personally think he's the perfect coach for you guys.
I'll say this. We talked about Luke Lewis, right? And I did a podcast with Louis last year. I did a presentation. You know my business. We do a lot of presenting. And I got Louis along. And I thought his description of Flano was like, looking at it back retrospectively now and seeing the preseason, he said, Shane Flanagan's a really good coach, but he's an outstanding leader. And I think that's what I've seen, the way that he's really developed relationships right across the whole organisation. Everyone I had, I knew Flano back from 1988, at the Dragons. And I had a preconceived idea of him as a coach of being hard nail, come in and, do as I say, but that's not the case. He certainly has high standards. He certainly shares those high standards with no fluffing around. But I've been really impressed with his way that he's, developed relationships, not with the key playing group, but with everyone in the organisation. I think that's, even connecting to past players and things like that. I think that's something that has really, changed the environment.
Yeah. And that's really encouraging to hear as a fan, because, it's very easy to kind of look for the kind of sugar hit, quick fix sort of thing. But to know that there's good stuff that's being established that, hopefully we'll see some fruit of this year, but also to know that there's stuff coming down the conveyor in years to come, that's encouraging to hear.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Flano, I love the way that he's not a politician, right? I'd be saying stuff like, look, there's a lot of promise for this year and there's a lot. He hasn't hit it. He's said, look, it's going to take us time. We're still aiming, for a semi-final spot, but it's going to take us time. Yeah. And, nothing in elite, it wouldn't be elite sport if you could do it in a year. If you can do it in a year, you're not in an elite sport. It'll happen rarely, every now and then, where a team will go through, have no injuries, and everything will click, and they'll go from the bottom to the top. That's the exception, not the rule. And they're exciting years when the exception happens. I'd love to have one for the Dragons this year. But, the rule that this is going to take a while, but the foundations have been built. And, I think that, Flano's demonstrated that he's going to take advantage of that.
He did come out and say something, and I was really like, there's obviously the local rivalry, Cronulla St George goes way, way, way back. And we've been little brother for 90% of that, probably 95%. He came out and said that we want to be big brother again. Was there something behind that? Or it's just obviously he's come from the Sharks and all we do is say, we're finally on top here. We're finally big brother. And he said, no, we're going to get that back.
No, he's promoting the TV show, mate, because he's going to be on it. He's going to be on it in the off-season. He's going to be one of those special guests that pop out of a cupboard. No, mate.
Now I've just got a picture of Luke Lewis in the Big Brother house, and it's not going well.
Look, I think I don't know the motive behind it, and that was the first. I know I work in the media, but I don't really absorb too much of it. I'll be honest with you. I think we should be talking about rivalries and coming back and talking about being big brother. That's what we want, right? That's the fun part of having a shark and a dragon on at the same time. That's, like, we don't want to agree with you and, get used to being the little brother again, mate.
Yeah. Because, Dan, if I agreed with you, we'd both be wrong.
Well, very, very nice, yes. I'm outnumbered for once. What's going on?
I love it. Matt, I've been really interested with some of the stuff that you've been talking about over the last few years with what you've been doing in regards to player welfare and kind of off-field development stuff. You talked a little bit before about some of the young ones who are coming through the pipeline for the Dragons and Steelers as they're coming through the junior rep programs. But if you had, let's say, an 18-year-old come up to you and say, look, I'm trying to make it in the NRL, what like if you were only able to give them one thing, one piece of advice, what would it be? Wow,
that you've narrowed me down there. You knew that I had a 12-minute answer to that question. It was all backed up in my head. And then what was it? I tell you what the one thing is. I'd ask, what are you best at? Okay, and well, that's where your focus needs to be, 80% of the time. Like, you can't ignore what you're not good at, but you've got to this level because you're good at something. Mm-hmm. So focus on making your strengths better. Don't ignore your weaknesses. But what happens is that's like anything. If you invest a lot of time because you've got these weaknesses in your game, guess what happens to your strengths? They come down because you haven't invested time in them. But when you tend to invest time in your strengths, they tend to drag your weaknesses up with them. And so that would be my first bit of advice to a player is just be really clear on what you're good at, because that's why you're here. And you haven't made it into the NRL or into the junior rep system because you're hopeless. You've made it to this far or to wherever you are at the moment because you're good at something. Be aware of that and build that. Because we have a bit of a negative culture at the moment. Like, you don't turn on the news and say, and hear, and then today we saw some incredible stuff from people that, helped some people out of the school, and all the bad news. So we are conditioned to hear bad news and respond to bad news.
Very, very good shout. Speaking of bad news, Penrith have now won 3 in a row. Did you ever think that was possible in this day and age?
Yeah, I did. I think that I'm still bewildered that, Ivan Cleary, with all due respect to everyone, Andrew Webster and everyone, that Ivan Cleary's coaching, how does that go under the radar? Is anyone not picking up what he's doing? And I think that, again, they've got a really good pathways there that you can tell they coach their 18, 17, 16-year-olds to be NRL players, not to win comps at that level. Mm-hmm. And you can see when a player comes in, straight away they're ready to play NRL. And they're in an environment that obviously, creates excellence, expects excellence, and the players. It's not coaches going around yelling at them. It's all the players in the whole culture of the place is to expect everyone to be at their best. And if you're not at your best, you probably should go to another club. So I think what they've done there is set a real model. And that's something I think Brisbane have followed. Obviously, Melbourne have had to develop, the excellence that they've achieved over a long period of time in a different way because, but they still get players from a young age and they get them together from a young age. Like if you look at Slater, Smith, and Cronk, they came through. They were at Norths a million years ago as kids, so they brought them through together. It's a bit of a common theme, isn't it?
It certainly is. Like we signed a couple of the kids from Penrith and we were like, we got one over you. They're like, there's two better players behind him in the system. It's so frustrating because I guarantee you that Stephen Crichton's gone now. They've lost arguably the best centre in the game. Talamay will come in and be just as good.
Yeah. They got players that you don't know about yet. But that was, that's the thing I'm telling you, our under-19s team, our Steelers team beat Penrith. In a really and so did our Dragons. So normally the St. George, the Dragons team, that are based up in Cogra, in that area in our junior reps, they're normally the last club that they're 3-0 at the moment. That hasn't happened for a while. And I can tell you, there's some forwards coming through on that team that they are NRL quality without doubt.
It's good. Yeah. I guess kind of piggybacking on a little bit of what we've been talking about and what you're seeing from your experience in league as a player, as a coach, and off-field stuff, and an extensive career that you had. Are there things, whether on-field or off, from your playing time that you'd love to see kind of back within rugby league? The rugby league experience for players these days. So, whether it's something on field or off.
You know what? That's a really good question, Steg. I'm going to say this. You know what I'm really proud of about rugby league is that we, there has been times, and if AFL used to come to us way back in the day about how to advance the game. Now we're going to them. All right. And there's a lot of things in our game at an administrative level that we haven't got right. But I think what we have got right is the adaptation of the rules and the way the game's played. Look at rugby union. Well, like with all due respect, I played rugby at school but my God, like it's better than a sleeping tablet. Let's be honest. Mm-hmm. They haven't advanced their game. We have. So I'll probably come at you from a slightly different angle on that. And I think that the way that the game is advancing and, the staff and the personnel involved from a performance, from a recovery, from a coaching side of things is really advanced. And we're accelerating in the right direction for a game that's pretty scary, really. Because we've got to tiptoe through all the correctness. I'm not going to say political correctness, but we've got to make sure we're looking after our players as best we can. I think we've done an extraordinary job with the game. And I think, the players are starting to understand the importance of their role. And I just hope that we remain a game, when I lived in England and coached in England for 5 years, and I was really lucky. There were a couple of Aussie players that played at Leeds at the time in the EPL that were Aussies. So, and I got access to them. But whenever you went anywhere with them, you went to these places where there was no general people there. It was all either stars or players. I just hope that doesn't happen with our game. We saw a little bit of that the other day, which was a violent brawl, I heard that. And then I saw this violent brawl, and it was a couple of guys mucking around and other teammates jumping on them. And immature, yes. Dumb, yes. violent, breakdown of friendship worth actually chatting about for a couple of days. Not for me.
Mate, actually, just to push back a little bit, I watched the UFC the other day and I saw the hump in numerous fights, ended numerous fights. So that was another media block. It was just complete disgusting. Sticking with the Super League, obviously you spent a lot of time over there. We're seeing a lot of players test themselves. Like we saw a young player, Bevan French, gone over there and he's a superstar now. And Joe Field. And vice versa, we're seeing Paul Pierce. They keep taking players from my Wigan, unfortunately, but that's okay. Are you happy to see that? Do you think it's something that should have happened a little while ago, or is their game caught up a bit and they feel they can come over here and vice versa?
Yeah, it's very different to when I was there, Dan. When I was there was $3 to a pound, and we could pay players offshore. So we could, give this. The same amount of money they couldn't earn it in Australia. So there were a lot more NRL players when I was there playing Super League, a lot more. I think there's real benefit. Like I'd love to send some of our 19-year-olds over there for 2 years, that sort of stuff. But you can't do that. They need to have NRL experience. I remember coaching with a couple of players, Nathan Smith, who I had at Penrith, and also Canberra. I sent him to France for a year. I said, mate, you need to go there and you can be a full-time player. You can train. And if you do well over there, you can come back, you'll get a run here. But if you're going to still be crazy, well, that's okay. Go and enjoy it. So I think there's that side of things. Aiden Caesar's an interesting one, isn't he? I thought he went really well on the weekend, by the way. And so, some players have gone over there and matured, not been in the spotlight, had a little bit of time to, advance the game at not such a high tempo competition. There's a lot of good players there. There's just the density of talent's not as high. That's all.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Brodie Croft's another one too that's gone over there and he's a bona fide star. So I love it, mate. I'm a huge Super League fan. Obviously, I'm very much NRL's a much better game for in joke and for real. But no, I love it. I'd like to go see some more people test themselves. Over to you, mate.
Yeah, well, you talked about France there, Matt. You had a bit of time there in the 80s playing. Was it you getting your crazy out or just a bit of a different experience?
Well, crazy was normal then. I'll be really frank with you. I'll be honest and open. I got so lucky when I went to the Dragons. Brian Johnson was the captain and Craig Young was the coach. And I'm at my second training session. There was a guy cutting corners and Jono stopped the session. This is the captain, not the coach. He said, mate, you got to go. You can't train with us. So it was my second session. So do you think I ever cut corners? Do you think I did?
Cool.
Mick Beattie was there, and there was some rules. We didn't poo in our own nest. You weren't allowed to do that. If you got in a fight, you're on your own. Mm-hmm. Like if we went out, there was things that individuals, leaders in the club set standards that we went out and had fun, but we didn't wreck places. We didn't do it. So I learned so much about leadership, so much about, group dynamics from those guys, particularly Jono and Mick Beattie.
Pete?
There are some stories, but I'm not going to tell them.
Oh, no. Don't need anything out of shot.
That'll be off camera, mate. One of the moments that always comes up whenever we mention you is the tie. You had a personality as a coach. I can name 6 coaches that come across the most boring people in the world. Is that a facade? They feel like they have to say the cliches, or is that just they just don't want to be there? They just want to answer and get back to the team.
That's really look. I used to really deplore when I first started coaching, talking to press. There would have been 1,000 times I felt like saying, you come and sit beside me and ask the question so everyone can see you asking the question and I'll answer it. so they can see how stupid the question is. So, like some of the questions you get asked are just, honestly, all you've got in your head is swear words. So you've got to come up with a strategy. And at first, I had a fallout when I was at Canberra with a journo, and that's not a good idea because they're all connected, and you fall out with the wrong journo, you got newspapers hammering you left, right, and centre, whether it's the truth or not. So I went, okay, you know what? My approach to this is that I'm just not going to take it seriously. Because if I take it seriously and you get asked a dumb question, you tend to get defensive, right? So ask me a dumb question, I'll give you a dumber answer. That was my like honestly, some of the questions you got asked, about a game that was just played, it was just so you just had to go in there and go, okay, I can either get defensive, I can take the Wayne Bennett approach, but he's already got that. That's his IP. You can go, yeah, right, no, yes. Okay, can I go? Or, get angry about it like some coaches do, or just go, yeah, right, that's brilliant. Brilliant question, yeah. Go along with it that way. So it probably wasn't my real demeanour, but you can't be real in those press conferences. You either got to be political or non-engaging. If you take it seriously, you honestly, you go like, what did you leave? What year at school did you get to? Did you get to high school? Did you spend any time in high school? You write articles, do you? Okay, good. Congratulations. They must have had access to AI before we did millions of years ago.
Not, mate. We would, I worked with Zero Tackle a bit, and they're like, "Oh, you want to go to a press conference?" I'm like, "Absolutely not." Like, you ask, what can you ask? Oh, how do you feel you went tonight? How'd so and so play? Oh, I can definitely jump on with you there. That is very punishing, mate.
Yeah, but I would say this: there are some journos that do ask questions about footy. They do know about footy, so that was a good part. Where you actually had a real conversation with them. Look at Ange Postecoglou in the UK. He's the ideal example. You can see some people just start. It's like he's great. I like, mate. You seriously asking me that question? That's what I felt like doing a million times. Like, so when someone's asked a question that deserves a proper answer, you're always respectful. My choice, the other ones, was just have some fun with it, not really get bogged down in it.
Can you remember a really dumb question, and I will ask it at a press conference?
I'd need to think about that. Yeah.
Send me a text, mate. I will get it, and I will do it.
Some people, because you just saw their lips moving, and that was all. There was language coming out that it may as well have been in Swahili.
You've just triggered off the memory of Full Frontal did a spoof of Gladiators, 25 years ago, and they do the interviews after the event, and you just got broken in half by a gladiator. Was that your plan?
It's spot on. That's his press conferences.
Exactly.
Let me throw a hypothetical at you, Matt. There's going to be an 18th NRL side coming up, in the next couple of years. We can, talk till the cows come home about where it'll be, and which location the Bears will be living in. But let's say hypothetically, you get the email or the phone call, and they say, "We want you to set up our coaching structure, or we want you to be head coach," something like that. Just how big would that be as a kind of, job to work on? And I guess the other part of it is, would it be something you'd be interested in?
It'd be exciting. It'd be a real exciting thing to be involved in, let's be honest, because you're creating a club, and I think having the right staff and the right coach there and the right people setting the structures, the organisation up. Again, we talked about how to be successful in the NRL. So you've got to have all those foundations sorted out, and you can't do that and be a coach, by the way. I tried to do that in New Zealand, and there's a consequence to that. Yeah. You don't stay coaching. So because you're not putting your attention in what's most important as for a head coach, and that's your players. It is a really I'm excited for the game. Now, a lot of people will talk about the dilution of talent, but it's just supply and demand. Yeah. Give it 3 years, give it 4 years. There's enough talent. We see it. We see so much talent don't make NRL. It's not because they're not good enough. They're just at a certain age, certain situations that they don't, supply and demand. Because they don't have the demand, the supply's cut off at them. So, it's like we saw last year that the Dolphins coming in didn't highly impact the competition, but it did impact teams' depth. So when teams got a couple of injuries, they started having to debut players from all over the place. So that'll happen again, but that's good for the game because once we have that supply line happening, so just say whether it be in Perth or PNG or wherever, once you have that supply line happening and you're developing talent into it, it's not as though there's a shortage of players. I promise you there's not. It's not as though there's a shortage of talent. I promise you there's not. So, again, the short answer to your question is yes, I'd love to be involved in something like that. I'd probably love to be involved more from the setting the club up and working with the coach. But I also believe, whether it be a GM or whatever, I believe that person works for the head coach. I strongly believe in that. If you employ someone to be a head coach, you've got to make sure that the development processes, the philosophy around that is very aligned to what that person wants.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see the reports out in the newspapers tomorrow. Matt Elliott puts his hand up for
done.
It's up.
Yeah. Hey, I'll write that article and then I'll ask a dumb question. Mate, I've just got 2 more questions. Jamie Soward, do you have much to do with the NRLW team? And if so, he seems like I've never seen someone so keen in a role in my life. And obviously I'm from the outside, but he drove around and handed players contracts and filmed their responses and stuff. It's just something you don't see in the NRLW. Is he leading the charge for you guys? And do you see an improved season from the girls this time around?
Yeah, I sit next to Jamie at work, so it's funny because I recruited Jamie. Sent me a letter as a kid, and I first recruited Jamie to Canberra, and then he went to the Roosters. Not because we got rid of him, because he got a better opportunity. Jamie's footy IQ is extremely high. And his desire to become a better coach is probably just aligned to that. So there were some things in his communication with the NRLW players that he's had to improve on. He works in the media. That's the other thing. So he understands also how important that is. When you are recruiting a player now, imagine how they feel. Is that the head coach is videoing us, that immediately creates a relationship. And if there was something that's the most important thing in coaching, it's that, creating a relationship with your players. Wayne Bennett, greatest coach of all time, people can argue that point and go, yeah, nah, but evidence would kind of say that, he is. What is he best at? Relationships. He knows when your mum's birthday is. He knows what school your kids go to. He knows everything about you. So, and that creates trust, belief, and belonging. And Jamie's certainly heading down that pathway with his players.
It's good to hear. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Well, mate, that question you just asked me there, Stegsy, that sounded very familiar.
I just had to bring my level
of
gibberish
down. You'll get a job at one of those
levels.
newspapers that I'm not going to mention.
Oh, dearie me. Actually, speaking of Jamie Soward, you talked about his football IQ. This just came up in my head. Anzac Day 2012, Dragons are down by 4, I think it is. They've got the dropout. Soward's mouthing off at the ref. They blow the penalty. Dragons get the ball back at halfway for the kickoff, then go on to score again, snatch defeat, victory from the jaws of defeat. I have had a theory over the years that Jamie went out of his way to concede that penalty because he knew they'd get back upfield from the converted penalty. Do you reckon there's anything in that, or is this just a crazy fan theory?
First thing, I was at the Roosters that year, mate, so thanks for raising that. You just
Sorry, Matt.
I'll ask him the question, but I like actually ask him the question. He'll go, of course I thought it out that way. So, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me, but again, no one's telling me. I'm probably not going to get an authentic answer out of him.
Mate, behind you, the change room. Something that we've had plenty of discussions about, and I've seen firsthand the great work you do. Can you tell us a little bit about it, how you're involved, what's going on? Because I love the concept.
Yeah, I'm the business owner. There's 2 of us that own the business, and the change room, I'll make it really simple rather than going into detail, is that, I've got a background, an academic background in sports science and high performance. Obviously, I've been involved in that for a long time. And, when you're in an organisation like an NRL club, you've got to be looking for cutting-edge approach to improve recovery, to improve physical performance, mental performance, emotional stability all the time. You've got to be out there, and what I found out was that word high performance is a bit of a bullshit word, because if it works for an athlete, it'll work for you. So when one of the mentors that we have some, people of fairly high profile. Anthony Minicello is a really good example, right? He's one of the mentors, and he does diet. Minnie saved my life when I was at the Roosters. I had an autoimmune disease and not very well. And not many people remember, but he's got some really powerful images of, he was out for 3 years basically with a spinal injury, only playing a couple of games every year, and came back over 30 to captain the Roosters to a grand final. So some of the stuff I've seen in our program, the results we've got with thousands of people that, Minnie's had impact, reverse type 2 diabetes, people losing over 40 kilos, people who are emaciated putting weight on, all by the same approach. So we've got Nam Baldwin who work with, Mick Fanning and, a whole lot of world champion surfers, Jess Fox, the kayaker, Richmond when they won it, the Roosters when they won it, the Blues, he's worked with them as well. He's a breathing coach. So we have a lot of people, a lady called Dr. Ali Walker. So we take a holistic approach to give you the tools, not the information, but the tools that you can take home to improve your well-being. I guess the saying goes this way. Look, you either take time to work on your well-being now, because if you don't, you're going to have to take time to work on your illness in the future. There's no escaping it. And, if you can make those tools things that you don't need to be a rocket scientist, or you don't need to pay, ridiculous amounts of money to embrace, people can see it. And all that stuff comes out of high performance. And, a lot of the cutting edge science now, and that's my geek out area. I went and saw a guy in Sydney, 6,000 people went as well, a guy called Dr. Andrew Huberman, who's a professor from Stanford University in the States, just last night. Yeah. And was just, shows how much people want to absorb this information, the things that you can do about how you breathe, what you put in your mouth, how you think, how you feel. What are the things that you can do that are very easy to change your life? And that's really what the program has been doing for nearly a decade now. It was all a bit woo-woo when we first started, breathing and telling people to get into ice baths and eating organic, whole food. Now that's just mainstream. Yeah, so we all have our different areas, and Mark Hughes, is, another presenter for us. Jeff Hardy, talks about the timeless practices of our First Nations people, and they're not the oldest living culture for no reason. Their culture needs to remember their timeless practices, because basically all modern scientists now are validating what they did, thousands and thousands of years ago. So, it's a fun program, and really, it's one of those things that when you see people's lives turn around by just because they can grab hold of simple stuff, it's very rewarding. You could probably tell I'm a little bit passionate about it, because that answer was nearly as long as the question you asked me before, Steg, about
look, we've got to kind of keep the lengths going. But just picking up something you said about the holistic approach and coming back to footy, is that something that's probably been one of the biggest and I guess say best changes over the last, let's say, 10, 15 years, that clubs and staff are really trying to take a holistic approach to players, that it's not just about what's happening on the training paddock or on the field in game. They're actually wanting to be more aware and connected with players as a whole person.
Yeah. And look, the high performance side of things is that how much stronger or faster can we make them? So that the improvements there are small. So that you've got to look at other areas where you can make those improvements. Like when I was at Penrith in 2009, I got a meditation coach. The only reason I got it was Phil Jackson, the Bulls coach in the basketball. I looked at his stuff and then I did the science behind it, and it was all proven. But holy dooly, back then, getting a meditation coach, I can tell you the board weren't really happy with me. But now every club has a breathing, mindfulness or meditation coach. Why? Well, it improves performance. What do you mean it improves? Well, just Google it. Decreases stress, improves mental clarity, changes your hormonal balance, gives you the opportunity, to access a whole lot of things in creativity that are there. It's not, it's not like it's woo-woo, it's real. It's science. So clubs are now looking into those areas of, well, okay, physically we always need to be looking for improvement, but we're close to the top there. So what other jars can we fill up? Mindset. Look at every Olympic athlete either visualizes or does some sort of mindfulness or meditation. Over 90%. So there's a reason that we're at the top of the pile. But again, you can't argue the point that it works. So we're going to find these other areas, where we can build players' capacities. Neuroplasticity is now a thing. How you think and how that relates to your ability to handle stress. Now, there's really simple. You don't need to go somewhere and do a retreat for, 20 days. You just need to learn how to breathe properly. There's a stress response that you do when you're asleep, and you do apparently every 4 minutes, where you go, and if you do that 2 times, you've got no choice. You've sent a signal to your body that you're de-stressing because your carbon dioxide levels are really high in your body. Your dog does it. So these things are all like, it's weird, isn't it? Like, how simple is that? There's a whole lot of things now that are science, like without going too much into it, they've worked out your muscles are like an endocrine system, and they excrete the hormones of hope. The things that are like antidepressants live in your muscles. So how do you get them out? Well, you contract them. You exercise, you contract your muscles. Now, I know my hypothalamus and amygdala do similar things, but I can't contract them. I've tried. It's weird, isn't it? But this stuff is, I guess what I'm trying to say, there's a whole lot of simple stuff that we've looked past, that can impact your ability to perform at a higher level, to feel better about the way you are. And that's a lot more time, particularly the best teams are investing time in it in different ways. Penrith have vulnerability sessions. They have a thing where they allow players to expose, their emotional states to each other. So one, they offload that, but then they feel supported. They feel like they belong. They feel like they're in an environment that they feel trusted. Now, that's a good feeling, but I can also go into the science about what happens to you internally with your hormonal levels and your mental clarity related to that feeling. You know that. If you go if you work somewhere and you don't feel anyone likes you and, you don't feel comfortable, what is your concentration at its best? Do you run out? Do you run out of there punching the sky going, oh, what a day?
No, you just run out.
Yeah, exactly.
And you run out, run down. So again, it's not complicated, is it? We want to complicate it, and I want to talk about all the weird science behind it, but it's common sense that we've looked past for too long.
You can only get so big and so strong and so fast. That's a great call. I'm going to put you on the spot, mate. I need a crazy prediction for this season. Can be Dragons, can be anyone. Something crazy, something out of the box.
Well, Dragons top 4.
Okay. You heard it here first.
Sharkies lose the grand final in overtime.
I would take that because it means we made the grand final, and I can't see that happening.
I would not. I'm really good mates with Fitzy, so I wouldn't want him to see go through that. So
that's all good. Tell him Dan has some advice for him, and I'll meet him for a coffee. No, I kid. Anything more for you, Sex?
Oh, look, I guess I was just thinking the balance between working with the club, doing stuff at the change room, doing some media radio sort of stuff. Like, there's a lot there, and you could very easily find yourself working 36 hours a day, 10 days a week sort of thing. Where, like, have you got the experience and the understanding of how you can make those things fit together so that you don't burn yourself out? I guess, like we were just talking about there.
I've been firstly really blessed that the club's allowed me to go down to 2 days a week. So that's a blessing. But it's a really good question because you probably can gather by my hair colors. So when I've got a lot of divided attention, focus can be certainly compromised. So it's a really good question. That the challenging thing for me is I love them all.
Yeah.
They're not things that I like doing or I need to do. I honestly, I love like being in the environment, and I go there 2 days a week and I get a whole lot of shit put on me by like, what are you doing here? Why are you showing up? So, but being around a bunch of young people that want to get better every day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, who gets to do that?
Yeah.
Then working in a business where, you go in and you see people's lives transformed. We also do preventative stuff in, hospitals and correctional facilities with staff and, seeing their cultures turn around, playing a key part in that, and then, with the radio, I get to talk rubbish with, mates, for a day and watch footy. Like, seriously, that's a burden, so it's just one of those. But it's a really good observation you make, Stegsy, is that at some point there's got to be a decision made on, not what else they do, but what has to be chopped off because everything's finite. I get that, so that'll be a decision that I'm trying to put off as long as possible.
Well, mate, you haven't aged a day in 20 years, so whatever you're doing is working. And if you can send me a text with what's happening, because my hair is going to be pretty grey very soon. But I got to say, it is always an absolute pleasure talking with you. And literally, it's 8:15 now. I could talk to you to midnight. So there's no more questions. Stags, over to you. I'm going to let you do this because you guys are the Dragons here. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy.
Well, look, Matt, a beautiful opportunity to chat with you here. Just tell me the truth. How long is it going to be before we're the big brother again?
I think, honestly, and again, I think in the next 2 years, like the evidence, rather than the big brother, for me, it's about the Dragons being back as a club as it should be.
Yeah.
And that's not going to take a year, but it's the momentum to make that happen, started. And so I'll be honest, I don't care about the big brother. I just care about our club being as good as it can be.
Yeah.
And like then allowing our fans, or giving our fans the opportunity to enjoy the footy like they should be able to, on a far more consistent basis. One thing we do know is winning all the time's boring. If you won every game, you'd end up getting bored. So we're in a great competition, but we're not in a great place at the moment. But I really feel like we're heading there.
That's a good hopeful note to finish on from my end.
Mate, just one more from me. Stegs, if you can just block your ears for a minute, because we're in a super coach. Is there anyone I should be looking at drafting late on that perhaps we wouldn't know about? One of the captains, maybe?
What? Drafting where?
In super coach.
Oh, God. Mate, you may as well be one of those journos speaking Swahili to me. Me and super coach and, God, Sowie, I'm a massive NFL fan. He does, what is it? They have a super coach or whatever.
Yeah, fantasy football, yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. No. I got enough fantasies going on in my life. I don't need any more.
I'll send him an email.
The reason I got those books, wrong side. Where am I pointing? The reason I got those books up there's fantasy books behind them.
I listened to a podcast from the UK with Gary Lineker, Alan Shearer, and Micah Richards. And Mike is very keen on the fantasy EPL, but Shearer and Lineker, it's not their thing. And man, the crap they give Micah, and a lot of it's true because Micah's talking about how his emotions go up and down over the weekend depending on how players in his team are going and all of this. And oh man, it's a fun game, but if you try and make it too much, Dan.
Hey, who won the comp last year, Stegs? It's important that we mention this.
Who cares? Exactly. Well, who cares?
Well, again, occasionally I also have to do 3-2-1s on the weekends, So, and I did do Daily M voting for a long time as well. So I can't do it. That's my excuse.
Completely fair, mate.
And like, to be honest, really couldn't give two hoots about it. But well done, Dan. Well done for being the reigning.
Thank you. That's what I was fishing for, mate. And on that tremendous note, thank you again. It is always fun. Terry's missed you twice now. He just messaged me before and said he's still going. I said, you just missed him. So we've got to do this again and think of a reason to ditch him again.
Terry,
yeah, he's the one that was sick last time. Exactly right. So, mate,
Terry's hair out. That's what I'd do.
Yeah, I'm going to text him. That's his new nickname in the chat. Mate, thank you so much.
Call him hairs out. Yeah.
Change room real quick. Where can you find you?
Just changeroom.info. And if you've got any inquiries or anything like that, we do a lot of stuff with corporates, a lot of big government organisations, but even just helping people out at a recovery level, which is normally workers' comp, but any way possible.
Thanks so much again, mate.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
See you, gents. Thanks for the chat.
The king, mate. Fantasy football king. That was a lot of fun, Sex.
Mate, I have chatted with people over the years. Not only was that one of the most enjoyable chats, but Matt's level of insight and thought and the way he can communicate that, it was incredible. I had so much fun listening to him and learned a whole lot. And it was also really encouraging just to hear about how the Dragons' pathways are going. So I just had a bit of a squiz before. SG Ball, Dragons and Steelers are both second and third, both 4 wins, 1 loss so far. So they are looking pretty good. So there's some good signs there.
Yeah, definitely. It really is interesting. He's been in so many positions. So the amount of insight. And I mean, I threw some questions at him there looking for shut up, Dan. he answered and sort of gave a really thought out answer. And I got to admit, I could honestly have spoken to him for 2 hours on the night. I had more questions, but got to save something for when Terry's around. But
we could have done 6 hours of the stream with Matt.
We could, and we got an interview coming up later with Nate Ryan that goes a little bit shorter than Matt, but there's some stories there that have to be heard to be believed. A couple of cult heroes, perhaps. Maybe.
Yeah. So let me do a bit of an introduction to this, because Dan and I were having a bit of a chat about, well, we've got some time to fill. What are we going to do? And I mentioned, if you haven't listened to the Rad Footy podcast, Brendan Anakin from Triple M and Ed Cavalier talking rugby league in the 90s and 2000s. And one of the things they've done is they've had a couple of special teams that they've named. They've named a Headgear 17, they've named a Redheads 17, and they've named a Baldies 17. And it was great fun listening to. And, you know, some of the names that came up, people that you hadn't thought about in ages and all that sort of stuff. It was really good. And so Dan and I were talking. We thought, at first, let's do like a top 10 cult heroes of like the players that we've seen, sort of thing. And then we thought, well, no, let's go one step better. Let's make a team. So Dan and I have both put together a 17 of cult heroes with the condition that we've gone one player from each club. So 17 players, 17 clubs. Some are easier than others, sort of thing. But Dan, I don't know whether you want to kind of go one team then the other, or do a few positions and then flick it back and forward. But how about you kick us off and you can tell us how we're going to go through?
Well, I reckon we go position to position. There may be a little bit of overlap, probably towards the forwards, because there's some very obvious players. But I tried to keep it semi. I say that there's a few players regular. It's kind of modern-ish is what I'm trying to say, in that most players the younger fans will probably know of if they didn't see. Your history of rugby league is a fair bit stronger than mine. I tend to in one ear, out the other, and what's new works. So you're going to see a lot of names that are around now or have just retired. But I'm going to start with the fullback, and I'm going to cash in my shark chip very early, and I'm going to call David Peachey. He's the cult hero of all cult heroes at Cronulla. He's 99% of fans' favourite player growing up. And if he's ever bought a beer in the Shire, we owe him a huge apology.
Well, I'm fairly similar. The furthest I go back is probably to the mid to late 90s. And if I say to you fullback, mid to late 90s with the moment in rugby league, who comes to mind?
Oh, the 90s. See, this is before my research. I don't know. I remember you telling me it's a night. Is it Robbie Wright or what's his face?
No, he wasn't playing fullback on this day. He had a winger's jersey on and scored a very famous try.
Darren Albert?
Darren Albert. I've tried to go with the cult figures. Like, there's a couple who had quite a lot of success, but I'm trying to go for the ones that were really the fan favourite without necessarily having that kind of upper echelon sort of thing. And I think just on the back of that try in 97, Darren Albert has got cult legend status in Newcastle, forever and a day.
Undoubtedly, what a moment it was. Yeah, there's a few players I've got that have played certain positions, but I've moved them just because it's hard to fit everyone in, because there's some clubs I actually had to think quite hard about, say the Titans, for instance. And I've just realised I've got 2 Tigers now, so someone's not going to get one. But we'll deal with that when it happens. Whoever it is, I make no apologies. On one wing, I'm cashing in Manly, Wolfman Williams.
I also have him at number 2.
There you go. He is George Rose was very close, made my initial draft 17. But I mean, Wolfman, everyone loved him. He was a good player. Had a couple of origins, a premiership from memory, or very close to. It's all fuzzy now, but probably not the top echelon of wingers, to use a word you used earlier, but definitely a cult hero.
Oh, absolutely. And the long hair with the beard and everything else. I was having a bit of a look around for some pictures before, and must have been a women in league round, and he had gone the pink beard. It was quite a look.
It is a look. I figured out who I missed, And I'm sorry, Storm fans, I've just shoehorned one in. Who is you to winger? So I'll name both my centres, mate, and then I'll throw to you. I've got Valence Tawari for the Dolphins because they've been around a year and he's probably their only cult hero. And I've got Taniela Tuiaki, who I know is known as a winger, but in his day, I reckon he could have played centres. Tigers legend, really unfortunate with injury. Career ended way, way, way too soon, but he's still a player that we look back at very fondly and definitely a cult hero.
Yeah. Well, I also had Valence Tafari in the centres. I was thinking, like, the Dolphins, there's a few. I was thinking kind of like your Ray Stones and others that have kind of been those bench sort of players. Maybe even like, some of the front rowers that played last year. But when you kind of get called the next big Mal, it kind of puts you in there sort of thing. So he's one centre, and my other centre is Jared Croker. I don't know how he missed out on Origin through the height of his career. He's definitely been one of the best centres going around, and strength both in attack and defence. I think having headgear on definitely adds to cult hero status. But it was those two were fairly easy picks to put in there.
I like Croker. I've gone a different rater further down, but no arguments from me. Well, I'm going to throw to you. Who's your second winger?
I have gone for going with South Sydney. I've gone not for Alex Johnston. I've gone for Nathan Merritt. Now, I know that, fair bit of time at the Sharks as well sort of thing, but probably played some of his best football at Souths and definitely a crowd favourite. And I think one of the reasons why I picked him is that he was so good in attack, but then so terrible defensively. And then, and everyone's saying, I've got to pick him for Origin, They picked him for Origin and worked out why they shouldn't have picked him for Origin.
It's spot on. That's a good shout, mate. My wingers, I've gone the Cowboys. I've gone Kyle Felt. Similar to you earlier, scored the most important try in the club's history, got him to extra time and their first premiership. And you can't mention Kyle Felt without bringing a smile to your face unless you're a Brisbane fan. Who are your halves, mate?
Now, in the halves, I've had to do a little bit of massaging here. So two players who may not necessarily have played a lot of time in the halves, but did play some. At number 6, Mitch Orbison for the Roosters.
Good shout.
Now, again, look, he's probably not the sort of guy who was really pushing Origin, unless you were talking to Gus Warland, in which case every year he's saying, why is an Orbison in there? But just that kind of one club guy would always fill a spot. So in his time, he played second row, he played centres, he played a little bit of 5'8", he was off the bench. You could have said to him, we need you to play 60 minutes of front row, and he would have, put his hand up and done it sort of thing. So it was a pretty easy pick there. And then at halfback, from the Cowboys, Aaron Payne.
Oh, God. Yeah, all right. Last one to pass.
Now, again, another one-club guy, mostly as a hooker, but did play some halfback along the way. But seriously, that sort of, he fits my ultimate definition of what a cult hero is, in that he was just a solid player. Like, he'd always get picked. It was consistent, but he was never kind of, rising, into the rep ranks sort of thing. And, committed, wholehearted, the sort of guys that just, will play forever and a day. And at least for the next little while, I'm pretty sure he's going to be right in the mix in regards to, best Cowboy teams of all time sort of thing, because he is held in high regard. Although Reece Robson's probably pushing him out of that hooker spot now.
Yeah, Robson's a free. We got Junior Moores coming up in 12 minutes too for those hanging out for another interview. Number 6 for me is Craig Gower for the Panthers. I know he's, halfback. Won a Dally, or should have won a Dally M. Never won it because of obviously the strike. So I think that elevates his cult status. A character off field, we'll leave it to that.
Leave it at that.
Yeah, look, Craig Gower for me, and in the halves, mate, the easiest pick of them all, Andrew Johns, the cult hero of all cult heroes. I mean, you mentioned Newcastle, and you can't shut him up about the great Joey Johns, and rightly so. Mate, the big man, this is where it was both easy and difficult. I could name 15. I'm just going to put this comment right up there. Paul, no, I'm all sweet. No trains for me this weekend. Thank you, mate. Who are your props?
All righty. From the Warriors, Mark Tukey. Sometimes a cult hero just needs a good name, as well as just to kind of add the extra touch. And I'm sure the Wars fans have enjoyed shouting out Tukey's name over the years as he's punched the ball up. And paired with him, again, another great name from Parramatta, Fui Fui Moi Moi.
Mate, I've got Tukey and Fui Fui Moi Moi. I think they were absolute locks. We don't need to discuss that. Who's your number 9?
Well, you tell me first, and I'll see if we've matched.
Mark Piggy Riddell.
It had to be.
Had to be, mate. They're the 3 cult heroes, right?
Look, I still have in my head him scoring the try at Wollongong, jumping the fence, sitting in the front row and applauding himself. It is one of the best moments in rugby league. I love it.
Absolutely right. That's such a good moment. I'm going to take the back rowers, mate. One out of position, but I don't care. Corey Horsburgh for the Raiders, Big Red. He's the new cult hero down there. And I got Willie Mason, and I'm going to say use the Dogs. He was the early cult hero, especially when he had the big hair. He just one of the most likable dudes of all time. You know, I got great memories of Big Willie, and Dogs fans loved him, then hated him, which further shows how much they loved him originally.
Yep. And who's your lock?
My lock is Petro Civoniceva for the Broncos. I don't think he ever lined up at lock, but I had to get him in the starting lineup somewhere. Big Petro, love the big.
And look, these days, 13 pretty much plays as another front rower anyway. My back row, I got a Cronulla boy at number 11, Nathan Long.
Oh yeah,
the blonde hair, the head tape, the kind of sprinting at 100 miles an hour into a hit up sort of thing. But again, not necessarily Origin standard or anything like that, but beloved around the club sort of thing. Pairing with him in the second row, I wanted to go one of the Hair Bears from Penrith, and I had to kind of toss a coin, and it came down to who was the one that played just for Penrith. So that takes us to Tony Puletua. It could have been Joe Nullavow quite easily, sort of thing, but Puletua and the work he put in, especially when it came to that premiership in 2003, an essential part of the team there. And my dog at 13, I thought about Mason, but I've gone with Greg Eastwood.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Now, the big thing for me is that for a bloke his size, the way he was willing to pass and run and kick even sometimes, like he was that you didn't know what you were going to get from him during the game sort of thing. And he's definitely had a good reputation around the place just for that sort of status.
Do you remember the last thing he did as a professional footballer?
I believe he might have scored a try for Newtown, maybe.
Took the conversion for Newtown.
Oh, the conversion.
Yes. Jackson Ferris scored the try. I'll never forget. But yes, very, very good. Saw where I was going. Who's your number 14?
Let's go down the list. So I've gone Tigers. Now, surprisingly, as we said, it's very forward heavy. I've got one guy who might be able to do a bit of utility stuff across the back, but he's going to be a big boy out there. But at 14, I've got Keith Galloway representing the Tigers. I think, yes, played with the Sharks and all that, but I think his status only grew at the Tigers sort of thing and became a beloved player across the comp just for the way he went about things. And a couple of moments definitely solidify that in.
Very good shout. Full disclosure, had Alex Twal on the bench, so that was the second Tiger, which I took out. I got Mario Fenech for the Bunnies. I needed a bunny, and Sutton's the game record holder, but Mario Fenech is a cult hero in every single sense of the word. And play 9, play 13, whatever. It was all pretty similar back then. Big fan of his. Met him a couple of years ago now. Great dude. Definitely a cult hero.
Yeah,
who's up next?
And a sad example of the effects of CTE, but
big time.
That's by the side. My Brisbane cult hero, who could easily have been a Cowboys cult hero as well, is the sadly recently departed Carl Webb.
Oh, great shout! Love that.
And see the thing, like Petro, beloved character sort of thing, but Carl just had that different. vibe around him. Petro, you knew exactly what you were going to get. Carl, could step, could pass, could take a break and all that sort of thing. So that was where I went.
Love that shout, man. For the Roosters, I got Marco Mealy. Now I know he played for the Bulldogs more often than not, but I needed a Rooster. And I don't like the Roosters. And Marco Mealy is the only player I could think of and thought, yeah, I like him. I originally had Minicello in the side at number 1, but Peachy had to be there for me, obviously being a Shark fan. So Marco Mealy gets the Rooster spot on the bench.
Fair enough. You said you had George Rose in your original draft. I do have George Rose in my team representing Melbourne.
Oh, loophole.
Yeah. Look,
Nice.
I think George ended up with 5 clubs or something like that. He definitely got around. But look, as we talked about with Mark Riddell, you think of him, you think of cult heroes, you think of George Rose, and it's exactly the same.
He's a big dude, and he never shirked it, and I agree. I put Nelson Asaf Solomona for the Storm. I look as cult heroes as players that your team loves and other players can either love or hate. And as a non-Storm fan, I hate the big man. And that I don't mean that as a crack. I mean that as the ultimate show of respect. Because to hate, you've got to feel something for them. It's the players, you don't care about. Big nass for me.
Yeah. And a guy that you could just say one name and everyone knows who you're talking about.
Exactly right.
Big Nelson. Yeah. And my number 17 from the Gold Coast, it is the Coltrane himself. It is Dave Taylor.
Oh my God, I forgot Dave Taylor. Yeah, that's I put Brad Myers, but Dave Taylor, I want to swap my pick. Man, did you put him in early or did you have to think for a Titan?
No, when I start, so the way I kind of went through my team, I had to look for a few different things. And then once I got about halfway through, I was looking, okay, what clubs do I need to pick sort of thing? And then he came through and I originally had him starting in the second row, but then I had Pulatua and I'm like, no, Pulatua's got to start. The other part that we've talked about a whole range of things for cold heroes. One of the big things that can come up with it is the what could have been factor. And so Dave Taylor, Ash Taylor as well could probably fit in that category as well of what could have been. Man, if that bloke applied himself and kept himself at a good playing weight, he could have been anything.
Absolutely. It's a shame, and some people will jump on you for saying that, but it's a cold hard truth, And I think he would admit that more importantly. Now, we got Junior Moores coming up in about 4 to 6 minutes, mate. So we're going to go. Look, thank you so much for jumping on. This will be your swan song moment. So I'm going to throw to you. I'm going to give you 4 to 6 minutes for Steg's Corner.
All right. So you may notice I've kind of swapped sports. We've gone to cricket. We've been kind of keeping an eye on the test score as we've been going along. And I was thinking, test, cricket, rugby league, not necessarily a whole lot of crossover. But Dan, if I had to ask you for someone who was known for playing cricket and rugby league, who comes to mind?
Oh, look, without no thought at all, Fatty Vorton for that catch. What
I hadn't even thought of
Fatty Vorton.
And that the catch. But no, I'm glad you went that way. I was getting worried you were going to say Andrew Johns because that 2020 game that he played, which he should never have played. But I want to tell you about 2 people that came to mind. Well, one person definitely came to mind and one who came in research. So the person who came to mind for me was Ray Lindwall. Now, this is going right back. Ray Lindwall, Test cricketer through the 40s and 50s. He's part of the Invincibles tour in 1948 with Bradman's last tour doing. He also played about 35 first-grade games for St. George. I read mostly as a fullback. I thought he was a premiership player, but he didn't make the side in 1939 and 1941. But a very good fullback for them. A number of injuries kind of ruined his career sort of thing, and then he gave up after the war rugby league and just concentrated on cricket sort of thing. He is a gun cricketer, all-rounder. in the Australian Cricket Hall of Fame. If you need to know more about him, there's plenty of good stuff out there. But the one I learnt about, and this is some fascinating stuff, is a guy called Herbie Collins. Now, Herbie Collins was known mostly as a cricketer, again, but he has the distinction of both captaining Australia and winning a Sydney Rugby League premiership. Fascinating. So played most of his rugby league before World War I and then a little bit afterwards. Played Test cricket through the 20s. But I want to read very quickly this bit. His Test career finished in disappointment and in a cloud of suspicion when Australia lost the 5th Test and the Ashes against England in 1926. While some former players and cricket administrators suspected a case of match fixing, no material evidence supporting this has emerged. After his retirement from cricket, Collins used his gambling knowledge to start a career in horse racing, working as a bookmaker and a commission agent. He was so known for being on the gambling scene through Sydney and stuff that when Australia lost a test that people didn't think they should, their immediate thought was, he's worked out a way to throw the game. Now, if that doesn't scream rugby league to you, I don't know what does. But again, just a fascinating sort of guy. You can go and read, start at Wikipedia for both those guys for some very interesting things. But cricket, rugby league, there is some combination there. And I'll throw one last in. Graham Hughes, which most of us will probably know more as a commentator with like Channel 10 and Channel 7 in the 80s and 90s. Played for the Bulldogs. He's one of those Hugheses, but also played for New South Wales in the 70s, but was a very average cricketer. Yeah. But there you go. There's a very quick potted summary of cricket and rugby league together.
Nicely done, mate. Nice little wrap up there. We're almost halfway through this stream. I didn't think we'd make it, to be honest. Thanks to everyone who has watched thus far. Thanks to everyone that's donated. I think we're a couple of dollars short of 400. If we could push up to 500, even $2. If everyone watching now puts $2 in, we'll be there by dinner time. Mate, thanks so much for jumping on today. It's been real fun. It was a late call up. Dare I say an improvement, an upgrade perhaps. But mate, no, thank you very much. Have a lovely night tonight. We're going to go $409 donated. We've gone over 400. Thank you so much, guys. If we can get to 500 by the end of the stream, I'll be eternally grateful. Only if you've got the money, of course. I'm certainly not going to shake anyone down. But Stegs, we're off to Junior Moors, mate. You have a lovely night. And Rugby League starts tomorrow. Yay.
Rugby League, baby!
There it is. Off to Junior Moors.
Watch me, Dan.
We're going to with a good friend of the show. Ooh. Good friend of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Junior Moors.
Yeah, look, he was a Penrith junior, no pun intended, went to the Storm, won a New South Wales Cup title with the Cronulla Sharks, the Storks.
Double Tiger.
He
Samoan International too.
Samoan International. He went to Castleford, had a pretty distinguished UK career.
Big time.
Welcome to the show, Junior. Mate, you played with some fantastic players in your junior days, Justin Horrow being the most noticeable.
Keith Peters.
Yeah, then we've got Corey Vlachicki, who played New South Wales Cup.
Lawrence Anosi.
Junior, why was I your favourite teammate?
Yeah, man, Cambridge Park. Awesome time. As a junior starting at Cambridge Park was a bit daunting for me. I didn't really know anyone. Went over there and started playing rugby league, and still learning the game. Met some great guys along the way. Guys you mentioned, Keith Peters, who's one of my best mates, Corey Vlachicki, Justin Horrow. Guys that gone on and played some career rugby league, and man, it was a special time there at Cambridge Park. Especially when I look back at it. There was no pressure then. Just go out there and play rugby league and. Make mates, make friendships. It was a special time. Dear friend of mine, really close to my heart. Daniel King, who's now passed away, mate. He was there. We had a special team, man, and really fond memories, and memories I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. But yeah, man, it was an awesome time. The mateship and the camaraderie that comes with rugby league, man, is pretty special. So, that was great.
Mate, any truth to the Craig Bellamy sprays? We've heard big things. Are they for real?
Yeah, bellyache. It's hard. I feel like bellyache gets a bad rap because of what you see on TV. He's going a bit nuts in that in the box. But I think he's just a super passionate guy, man. And when it comes to his coaching every day to day, he's nothing really like that. He's quite a smart coach, man. One of the best coaches I've had in my career. Learned so much of him in the 2 years I was at Storm, and yeah, man, just the culture he was able to cultivate there at the Storm is pretty special, and that's come out in results. They've been a dynasty for the last 10, 15 years, and I think that all boils down to him. Just the way he keeps the players level and keeps the standards really high, and yeah, man. But yeah, when it comes to him and his blow-ups, yeah, he wouldn't blow up any more than any other coach that I've had in my career. But yeah, I think he just super passionate, man. Once the 80 minutes starts and finishes, he's well locked into it. So great coach, mate, great coach.
Having played in England, a bit of experience with promotion and relegation, is it something that could work in Australia?
It would work if we had enough teams that were capable to play in the NRL. I think there isn't. I think the teams below don't have the capabilities to be in the NRL when it comes to venues and stuff like that, stadiums and that. But if that was the case, I think it would be good, man. I think it really works in England because over here at the moment, if you get to a top 8 and you get the last couple of rounds of the season, there's a few dead rubber games. You get some teams playing that aren't in the 8. And it's there's no real reason to watch it because these guys both aren't going to make it, and so it solves that problem. Because in England, if teams are at the bottom, they're fighting to stay out of relegation. They don't want to be a team that's going down. So there ends up being 2 competitions at the end, and every game's exciting to watch. And I think that's the big draw for it. But logistically, I don't think it could work. I don't think there's enough teams capable to be up into the Super League, into the NRL. Sorry. Yeah, that's my thoughts anyway.
Junior, in 2013, you were part of the Sharks Storm New South Wales Cup side that merged, combined, became the Storks, and won the competition. What were the biggest challenges of that joint venture? And with those challenges, what made it so successful?
Yeah, man, 2013. Obviously, I would have loved to have played more NRL, but Sharks, and we'd get there for a captain's run. If we weren't playing NRL, we'd leave on a Thursday night, I think, and then we train on a Friday, play on the weekend. So we get one session with the boys, but majority of us from Storm would be on one edge, and the Sharks would make up the rest and the bench or whatever. And man, it worked really well. I think, we won majority of games. We had a pretty special team, man. We had, the guys like Tyrone Peachy, who's had an awesome career, he's still going. Guys like Chad Townsend. We were pretty stacked. So Youngton Mapea and Somi Alvata, Panani, Manumali Ali, we had a great team, and we went on to win the competition. But you'd think there would have been more challenges, but I think we gelled really well. Boys just got on with it. We stuck, got into our edges real quick, and then got in together as a team. And to be fair, it was good, man. It was a good win. Good to win the comp, and it was the first one for Sharks for a long time, up until they won the grand final. So they were, it was a pretty special one for them.
Mate, what has the emergence of Samoa in international football meant to the fan base and, more importantly, to yourself?
Yeah, man, the emergence of Samoa as a superpower has been long overdue, to be honest. I think, a lot of, myself and other Samoan players in the NRL have thought this should have come around a lot sooner. Samoan players make up a fair chunk of the NRL and the guys coming through. So I can only imagine that it's only going to get stronger, and the results will only get better. I think seeing them make this the grand final in the World Cup was awesome, man. Unlucky that we didn't get a chance to lift the trophy, but I think we will have those opportunities again. And I think if the management and that stays where it's at the moment, I think it's headed in the right direction. I think Samoa's only on the up, and I think it's only great for the international game if there's a strong Samoa, a strong Tonga, strong Fiji, and as long as these nations keep building and get bigger and stronger, it makes for a more exciting international window.
Mate, overall, distinguished career, what was the career highlight?
Man, there's a few. The ones that stick out in my mind, playing World Club Challenge with Melbourne Storm, my first game for them. We played Leeds and we won that. That was pretty special, man. First time to play with, the calibre of players they had there at the time. The big three, obviously. A few pinch myself moments, man, in that season, playing with those guys and just the group in general was pretty special, man. And it was good, man. First game for the club, lifting a trophy and getting to experience going over there to England and with that team. And yeah, man, that was definitely one that sticks in the memory. Winning league leaders with Castleford Tigers. It was first time, their first one in a long time. First one ever, and that was special. It was really special for the town. We had a pretty spectacular season that year, and unfortunately we weren't able to lift the trophy in the final, but it was a special year, man. Really fond memories about that. Putting on the jersey for Samoa, 2013 World Cup was pretty special. To represent my family and my parents and my culture. Experiencing that 2013 World Cup was mad, man. Can't explain it. It was an awesome vibe in the camp. We were there for like 7-8 weeks together, and man, some awesome memories of that and being able to put that jersey on. Definitely one that sticks out, but probably the number one would be just my debut for Penrith. Growing up, I never thought it was possible, but my older cousins Tony and Frank Paulatua, who went on to have some pretty impressive careers in the NRL. I always looked up to them, and we grew up in the same area, same household for a few years, and I thought, well, if they can achieve it, then why can't I? So, my first goal was to be able to play with them, try and get there before they were moving on or whatever. So I was luckily enough to be able to do that in my debut in 2007. So yeah, to debut and achieve my goal, playing NRL, playing with my two older cousins, all in the one game was definitely one for the memory bank. Unfortunately we got pumped 18-0, but yeah, definitely one that sticks in there as a career highlight, definitely. But yeah, man, when it comes to rugby league, I can't say a bad word about it, man. There's been obviously some ups and downs, and but all in all, it's given me so many great memories and so many chances to do things that I'd never thought possible, or I never thought I could do, and about being able to experience the traveling around the world and stuff like that with my family, and I've had 3 kids that were born in England, 2 in Australia, so I've got 5 kids now. So yeah, man, it's been an awesome ride, and really grateful for what the game has given me. So Cheers.
Mate, what can you say? Thanks very much for your time, Junior.
Fantastic. We are back. We are halfway through Super Duper Saturday, or about 20 seconds short. Where have I heard that before? But I just want to welcome my co-host. He and I will be taking you home for the rest of the night. It's the great AJ, mate. Thanks so much for coming on. Same thing I asked Stegs earlier. How's your off-season?
Been pretty busy, to be honest. I've had a lot of stuff with my own brand with the league scene over summer. It's been a bit quiet at the same time, not having to do any of the theory stuff and the stat stuff I'll be talking about a little bit later. So it's been a bit quiet on that front, but I've had a lot of other projects to keep me occupied.
That's good, mate. Now, the league scene, you did a podcast, very deep. Players that, look, I'm a rugby league nerd. I'm happy to cop that, happy to admit that proudly. You mentioned players and had stats and info on players that I couldn't name if you put, a hose in my head and said, I'm going to spray you with water. Who's this bloke? Couldn't pick him out of the lineup. Your passion for rugby league, mate. Tell us a little bit about it, please.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit bizarre, really, but like growing up in a predominantly Roosters supporting family, my uncle played for the Roosters in the 70s. His name was Bunny Riley, was in the Roosters team of the century. He's a centurion at the club, but yeah, it's kind of been ingrained in me. I was kind of born in this Roosters cold, if you want to say it, but like it's been a lot of fun really supporting the club through the times where Nate Miles was bent over at the Holiday Inn to getting back to the grand final the next year. It's been a really fun journey. And then obviously the last decade or so with Robbo at the helm, it's been really quite fun and amazing to watch the club over the last decade or so. But as far as the league scene's concerned, Reece and I started that best part of 2 years ago now as far as the weekly format of the show. And we've just been going tit for tat ever since.
It's incredible. Now, we have an interview with Nate Ryan coming up at 6:45. I may have a guest popping in. We're just waiting to confirm real quick. But after we have a bit of a chat, AJ's going to show us how we work some stats out because we've had a few, not arguments, but a few like, you sure that was a tackle? You sure that was an offload? My super coach needs it. What can you do for me? So I'm really looking forward to that. This has gone so well over 3 hours. So I'm going to hand the reins over to you. So if it goes over bad in about 10 minutes' time, you know who to blame, this guy right here. Speaking of the Roosters grand finals, I'm going to put you on the spot. That 6 again call or the Phantom 6 again call, what should have happened?
Very good question. Very good question. Like, I'm happy with the way it obviously turned out. We scored off the next set. We win the game. But look, if Raiders get 6 again there, given the way they attacked the rest of the second half preceding that, they had so many sets when we were down to 12 men, so many sets before and after that period. I think the set before Cronk came back on the field, Leilua had the bombed draw and pass with Rapiner in the corner for the forward pass. So I think even if Canberra do play, I think we defend that, but I think because of what happened afterwards and the fact that Teddy scores off the preceding set, that gets talked about more than the Roosters' defence, which I think should have been talked about more than Kiri's excellence down the short side with Trell and onto Tupou, then back inside to Teddy.
Yeah, look, you're right. It took away from what was otherwise a really good grand final. And I went in and look, I don't, outside of Cronulla, I don't care in the majority of games of who wins. You always go for the underdog, of course. It's the Aussie way. And you want to see the Dragons lose and Manly lose and stuff, but you don't really care. And that night, look, I couldn't tell you who I was going for, who I wanted to win, because I just flat chat didn't care. I don't particularly like either teams. I've got good mates that support both teams, so I want them to be happy, but I also want them to be sad. So on the night when he gave it, because the camera level was real good, I thought they're going to go back and play that ball again and just have the 5th again because he took the tackle. Now, they could have had 3 more sets on. They might not have scored. Who knows? He might have chipped and chased if he didn't see the 6 again. You just don't know. But the fact is, it didn't happen in the last set. Canberra had enough time to win the game. So I'm happy to put that behind us. But what I'm not willing to put behind us, AJ, is you guys stole one of our players. A Morris boy, say. Let's call him Jay Morris. No, that's too obvious. Let's call him Josh M. He was a shark through and through. We saved his career because he was going to England, and we said, oh, yeah, this and that. And you guys just poached him. and, we've still not gotten over this. How do you sleep at night as a Roosters fan?
Look, we're in an outside back situation where we were playing Angus Crichton at centre because Billy Smith, not for the first time, did his knee because he was meant to be the self-anointed centre after Troll. And then I think the week before the World Club Challenge, bang, does his ACL. At the moment, the Destroyer could have been a classic. But I think, we needed it. You were willing to take Pawasa Farmasili off us at the time, but then I think COVID stopped that around, if my memory doesn't serve.
It was bad time. But no, I'm just taking the mick, mate. Let's put some quick predictions while we wait on our next guest, because I'm very good at predictions as long as no one checks the history. Hey, your boys going to go this year?
Look, I said on the league scene that a top 4 prediction for us is good, and I think we can get to 3 and 4. I don't think we'll win the comp. I think there are just a couple of teams that are ahead of us at this point. I'm perfectly honest and willing to admit that. But I think as long as we can see signs of development in Sam Walker this year, because what you saw out of the back end of last season, moving into this season, even in the trial game that we did see, was signs of that game manager that Trent Robinson dropped him down to reserve grade 4. And I think if he and Kiri sort out their little combinational problems, Trent Robinson's been open about that. I think he was on 360 the other night, and he said that the last couple of years have been a bit abysmal by our standards. And I think that if we can just continue to build and build and build this season, and the top 4 is not within the realm of possibility. I think you look at the way that Robbo's setting examples of accountability at the club nice and early, like Nuffy White's jumped Egan Butcher, Angus Crichton already. So competition for spots is going to be hot. I think it's going to be an interesting season for the Chooks. I mean, the injury problems have started already. Billy Smith out of the game in Vegas. But, yeah, perfect timing. But I just think that if the Roosters can put everything together, get the round 1 loss out of the way nice and early, come back to Australia, play good footy, get back into grind to grind, week to week, and I think we should be fine and dandy for a top 4 spot.
Yeah, I think on paper you guys are definitely a top 4 team. I think last year was a huge underperformance. Thought you guys were pretty terrible at stretches, and you were 1 try away, like 1 tackle away from making a prelim. So that really shows, how strong this side is. Let's call a spade a spade. Cornell should have wiped the floor with you guys at Shark Park.
Yep.
We had all the ball. You were down a player. We had a huge overlap. We blew it. We couldn't convert 6 or 7 opportunities. You guys just managed to hold on. And then you kick the field goal that counted. That's the Roosters for me, and I think you'll have a better year this year. I think you will make top 4. It wouldn't shock me if you get to the grand final. I can't see the big 2 from last year, unfortunately. I hate to be boring. I can't see them coming back too much, but ultimately 3 or 4 teams with the Warriors and stuff around. To put you on the spot, after we do the stat stuff and we go to the Nate Ryan interview, I need a 1 to 17 for you. If you
from the ladder?
Yep, that's fine.
Perfect.
What we're going to do is we're going to argue, and it'll go on about 7:30, I'd say.
Yeah.
We're not going to move on until we agree. So if you put someone 17 and I argue, well, we got to agree, or we stay on 17 for the rest of the night.
Oh, wow.
So it should be really fun. But, how do you think the Sharks will go? And excuse, someone upstairs is having a shower. If you can hear that, I apologise. They won't be too long. How do you think the Sharks will go?
Look, Cronulla, I think we saw in the trial game, the last one against Canterbury, how much their attack stinks without Nico and Will Kennedy and a couple other players. As long as Blake Brayley is anywhere within the 17, no jokes aside. Blake Brayley is a average to mediocre first grader. I think it's safe to say at this point. But I think that as long as Billy Burns starts on the left edge,
there it is. There is no chance in the world that Billy Burns starts on left edge. Thank you for bringing that up. A good mate of the shows, the Guru, was on saying that he doesn't believe in Tig Wilton because of the deficiencies in his defence, which he did show last year because he was defending inside one Matt Moylan, who couldn't tackle if you gave him $1 million per tackle.
Fair enough.
I'm fairly confident Teague will have a better season, but yeah, he put Billy Burns there, which I think is perhaps the worst take of the preseason. I've had plenty. Sorry, but please go on.
100%. I had to get that Jag in there while I could. But look, I think the Sharks will be a top 8 side. I don't think you'll miss the 8, but I do worry about a lack of recruitment. Like it's a relatively stable 17 from last year to this year, and there's not a lot of change there. I think I read there's only 7 or 8 players that have a future beyond this season or beyond the next 2 seasons. So there's going to be a lot of players looking to prove themselves at Cronulla, and I think that can be one or two things. That can either be a really good thing and you have everyone shine and, you get in the top 4 and you have another home final at that stupid construction site of a stadium.
Here it is. Alan Katz is happy with you now.
No. He's just he flew first class to Vegas. I'm surprised that he managed to get that after his whinging about Shark Park.
A lot of in-jokes no one's going to get, but they make me feel good.
Yeah, but I think, the Sharks should be in the top 4, but it'd be interesting to see how a couple of these young guys you've got coming through go this year, particularly at Newtown, which will be interesting to watch. You got young Ison from Penrith, the young fullback. He's got a lot of potential there. And I also want to see how Kade Dykes comes along. I think we've all self-anointed him on NRL Twitter and Cronulla land as the next 6 of the club. So it'd be interesting to see how that one fares out. And then also the great mystery of Kale Liddell.
Exactly right. If he and Stone Street, who we had on earlier, and he said he's next man up, which I sat on that quote for a few weeks hearing other players over the top. Yeah, look, there's some real talent there, but they gotta go. I've been talking up Jaden Verrill for the best part of 2 years. He played half an hour the other night, had an absolute stinker. I've been saying, Ero was going to tear Newcastle apart, and he touched the ball twice. So it's different to having that and then producing the talent from that. That undoubted potential. I think Cronulla are a top 8 side by virtue of there's probably 6 or 7, not terrible, but there's probably 3 or 4 terrible teams and a couple that aren't so good. And then you got the top few. If we land anywhere in between, I'll be happy. But if we don't make the 8 this year, considering the dross that sits behind us, I will be very, very upset with that. Penrith, are they going to do it again?
I've got to make it the grand final, and it's just based off vibe, feel, and if we don't predict anything else, we're going to look bloody stupid, aren't we? But
who's going?
It's hard to ignore, isn't it? There's so much talent there, but I think Wigan put out a really good blueprint of how to frustrate Penrith. We saw that in the World Club Challenge. We saw St Helens replicate that last year. Brisbane gave us a perfect blueprint for an hour on how to beat them, and then that last 20 minutes, people out here that don't support the Panthers refuse to acknowledge happened.
Yeah, that's it. Look, they're hard. They've been playing the same brand of football 3 years and no one can work it out, which says to me it's a great brand of football. But ultimately, I don't get bored because I appreciate the dynasties in that they're built, and I always like LeBron and those sorts of players. You always want them to be on top. You never want them to fall back. But I'm so sick and tired of Penrith. I really am. As I was sick of the Storm, Haley, early on in the days, you get sick of the Roosters. You don't want teams to win back-to-back premierships. I think if they go 4, it's going to kill a lot of interest because they've proven that they've lost players and they just keep replacing them. But, mate, I am so good at these tips. Everything you put in, I'm willing to put in writing, and no one will cross-check me because I'm never wrong. We have a mate at Top Sport, and he's just paying out week after week on my bets. And if people listened, they would be millionaires. But Tristan from Top Sport, mate, how are you?
Very good, boys. How are you?
Mate, doing well, thank you. You probably heard a little bit of that. I went off a little bit early. My tips, undefeated, correct?
I don't really want to burst your bubble, but I did have a quick look at the results, and probably not quite at that level as what you're talking about.
Look, here's what I think happened, boys. Is he still there, AJ?
He's still there.
Look, I'm just going to cop it on the chin. Last year, I had an absolute stinker in the tips, and Terry wasn't much better. What we're doing this year is we're putting every tip we get wrong, we're going to put $1 in the jar. if we get a Sharks tip wrong, we're going to put $2 in the jar, and at the end of the year, we're going to donate it to the Autism Spectrum Australia, who we're here for today. So they can expect a pretty hefty donation from the end of the year because we're not very bad at this. But speaking of which, mate, Tristan,
we'll match that as well. So whatever goes in the jar at the end of the year, we'll make sure we put the same amount in. So try to improve a little bit, I think.
Mate, thank you so much. I don't want to send you and ourselves broke. Want to bring you on and say thank you. Terry and I donated $50 each. Well, I did. He's in Bali. He can't get Wi-Fi, which is why he didn't come on in this spot to join us. But Tristan matched that with $100 straight up. We're actually almost at $500 now, which is incredible. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, mate. What do you guys got going on in the next few weeks? I know you were busy today on the races.
Yeah, Saturday's always a big day. We had Group 1 racing. There was some good horses going around. Fangirl went under, which was surprising. But we've got the big NRL season kicking off tomorrow, obviously, over there in Vegas, which I'm sure has been a very big topic of conversation today. But we've got our new same-game multi-product that we've unleashed, which is ready to go for all the games tomorrow. So we're still fine-tuning a few of the things. So maybe there might be a little bit of value out there for a few of the punters if you want to get stuck in. But I think this is going to be as good as what else is there, any other product that's out there in the marketplace. So check it out, and we've got a good little special running on it tomorrow too.
Beautiful. I'll be getting on, mate. Are you a big league fan, or you just watch what we say and parrot it?
I'm a very big wrong side of the chest, but big Titans fan. We're their wagering partner out there. I've always been a big fan, and I know people talk about bandwagon jumpers. I think I've got to put myself on the opposite of a bandwagon jumper because I was a big Penrith fan for probably 20 years. And when we took on the partnership with the Titans 3 years ago, I jumped off and put full support into the Titans. And as a result, the Panthers have won 3 comps, and I don't think the Titans have gotten to the final since. So I've cursed them.
I got a great mate, Brett, who was a Sharks fan until 2015 and moved up to the Gold Coast and jumped across. So he missed 2016. Then he sent me a message, how good are we? I said, how good am I, mate? Not you. But no, that was good fun. Vegas, mate, of course, that's going to be fun. Penrith, have you ever gone into a season this short favourites? Because they're ridiculous. Probably last year, you're going to say. But they are ridiculously good. And we're just saying we hate it.
Yeah, it's been a funny one. They're $4 to win the comp as we speak. And there's probably been a little bit of support for a few of the other teams away from them in the market. So Penrith's $4, the Broncos $4.20. But the teams like the Roosters and the Storm have been well backed. The team that was best backed was the Rabbitohs at the start of pre-season. They've obviously copped a couple of injuries, so they've drifted back out. And then the Warriors have been good specking at 21 into 15. So Penrith have just been dominant the last few years. I suppose everyone's just expecting their bubble to burst at some point with all the players they've lost, but they just keep finding a way. They've got such a good system there, and that's why we still respect them at the top of that order. But yeah, I just think we're going to have, like, in my opinion, as a bookmaker, obviously you're always looking for a way to get the favourites beaten, and we're quietly confident it's going to be the most even season that we've seen for a long time. I just get the feeling that whilst Penrith and Brisbane are going to be very hard to beat and up there when the whips are cracking, I think they've probably regressed a little bit. There's no doubt they've lost a couple of key players, and I think a few of the other teams down the bottom of the 8 and just missed the 8 all look a lot better than what they did last year. So if that's the case, then we should get a really good competitive season of footy, I think.
Definitely look forward to it, mate. Now, you're going to see a massive bet of $5 come in for the Cronulla-Sutherland Sharks in about 3 hours' time. So make sure you ping that and get on, everyone, because they're going to come in from, $1,000 to $998. Good value, them Sharkies. Are you worried they're going to take it out and, make us all look silly?
Well, one of our rugby league trader who does the majority of the rugby league work, he's got in big, bold print next to the Sharks in the premiership that they've got the best draw in the NRL. So in our opinion, the Sharks have the best draw, which if they can improve on last year, obviously they've lost a couple of key troops, but I think they're going to improve. I think Fitzgibbon's second year in the job, I think, is going to be a plus as well. So I certainly think they're a big chance of pushing. And if we do get that really even season, then there's going to be a lot of teams in it. So 20-1. If I'm suggesting anything for the listeners out there, if you're going to have a bet on the premiership now, look for a bit of value. Look for your teams like your Sharks. Look for your Manleys that are in that sort of 15 to 30-1 range, because if they get off to a good start, then they're going to firm up considerably into the sort of $10, $12 mark. Whereas Penrith, even if they go well, they're probably going to go 4 into $3.50 to start. So you're not going to miss out too much. So look for a little bit of value early, and I think your Sharks are going to run a decent race.
I love it, mate. Now, last year, I won't keep it too long, sorry. I put $5 on 5 different NFL multis. You're welcome for the $25 donation. Dan Campbell, Coach of the Year, I thought he was ripped off, although I'm happy with the Titans, the way it's going. I had all the winners, and then Joe Burrow did his whatever and missed the rest of the season. And I actually picked the Eagles to win it all, thinking they go one better. And when they were 11-0 or 10-0, whatever, I was flexing. I was like, I'm going to double down, forgot about it. And then they lost like the next 20 games in a row. So you can keep the 25, mate, but I'm coming back on the Sharks.
Well, I'm looking forward. I'm going to go and buy a pizza with that money on the way home and get stuck in, have a couple of beers tonight. So I'll send you a picture.
Please do, mate. Thanks so much, obviously, for your support ongoing. We really, really appreciate it. Make sure, guys, look, Top Sport. I don't just say it. I bet with them. Tristan's obviously a great bloke. Always happy to get on here and stitch us up, which I appreciate. But, mate, enjoy that pizza.
I will. And enjoy the rest of the night, guys. You're doing it for a great cause, and hope the rest of the night goes well. See you guys.
Thanks so much, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks, man. Now, AJ, I got a Tristan. You didn't mention your boys in the premiership betting, which I thought was very, very funny.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, but I'm used to having people doubt my boys. I had Reece predict them outside the top 8 this year on the podcast, and I was putting auditions out for new co-hosts as we spoke. I mean, I was looking through the list of the people that we had contribute to that season preview and sending out a couple furious emails. But yeah, I mean, I already joked to have him replaced with Yvonne and Darcy McDonald over the summer.
Yeah, look, fair call. It'll improve the looks on the thing too. Because hey, Joe Reece, I love you, mate. Hey, look, we got 25 minutes. We're going to be joined by Nate Ryan, who tells some stories that, look, Nate and I are good mates, full disclosure, so I felt comfortable asking things that probably people otherwise wouldn't. So make sure you stick around for that. Newcastle fans are going to love it, and there's some real good stuff on the NRL media, some journo stuff, and some stuff that I quoted and put in articles that you might see something in the papers tomorrow, mate. But for the next 25 minutes, AJ, we're going to talk your NRL nerddom. And I say that with complete respect. I don't mean that as a jab by any stretch. You do the stats for NRL.com. I'm going to give you the run of the mill, and I'll jump in when needed. I just got a few questions. One, how do you watch games and do it? Because I can't. I can't keep stats. I've got zero attention span in that regard. And two, how do you do it and still be on Twitter? That's impossible.
There's a couple of different things. I'll answer the first one. We divide ourselves into 4 specific roles, and they depend obviously on 5 specific roles. So we have one person that does all the match center, that puts in the tries, the line breaks, all the penalty actions, all the scrums, everything like that. So that's one role for one person. Then we have our 2 masters. So I'll talk about that in a little bit, but that's essentially your passes, your tackles, your runs. Let me just make sure I get all this right. Your tackle complete, your play the balls, your offloads, your kicks, missed tackles, all that sort of stuff. And then we have our location, which is our running meters. I'll go into a little bit more detail about that later. And then we have our specific off the ball. So that's your support runs, your decoy runners, your markers, all of that. So there's a lot to take in. I think I showed you the document at the time. We had about 120 odd pages of definitions at the beginning of the year, which is rather fun.
It's frightening, mate. I can't. I am the biggest rugby league fan here. I will put my rugby league watch time up against anybody's in the world, paid or unpaid. And some of the things like play the ball speed. Are you kidding me? Support plays. Okay, I know what an offload is, but you look and NRL.com have 5 and Supercoach is saying there's 7 or 3. And there's such little things like Terry and I, a couple of years ago, copped a lot of flack because Toby Rudolph, good friend of the show, he was leading the missed tackles by a mile. And I think he slipped out on the last round or something. Kiri missed like 15 or something and got there in the end. But he was running out and hitting blokes. And because he was falling off and other blokes putting him down, Toby's running back. It's a missed tackle. Mm-hmm. And you look and you got 5 and he stopped momentum 5 times. And because he's dropped out and peeled off, I think they call it, he loses the tackle because he didn't go to ground with him. Drives me crazy as a fan. I don't think I could do what you do, mate. I'm just going to throw it out.
Yeah, and also with the play the ball speed, I'll talk you through it. So we have a tackle complete button and then a play the ball. So the time between us pressing the tackle complete and us coding a play the ball, that's how we calculate our play the ball speed. So that's just another little tidbit at home, sorry. And then it is a really challenging one. Sometimes the referee doesn't give a specific cue to the ruck because that's normally our sign of when a tackle is complete. They either yell held or another command. They say like release or something. That's our cue for us to press our little hint key of S, which is tackle complete, and then play the ball is D. And to answer your second question about why am I on Twitter at the same time, it's because I'm pretty good at my job.
Mate, I like to live tweet games, mainly to get reactions, especially when Cronulla are going bad. Because not only do I vent, and it gets it out of the system, like, so-and-so sucks so much. Get on the tools, find another job, etc. Most of it I don't mean. It's all for lols, as the kids say these days. But if I'm recounting a game, like I do some work, obviously a lot of work with Zero Tackle. They're great mates of mine. I've been with them 2015, League Unlimited, NRL News. I like to help out my mates, and I'm live tweeting and stuff. And the grand final, I famously said that Ezra Mann ended Nathan Cleary's career about 2 minutes before he went on and won the game single-handedly for the Panthers. You're welcome, Penrith fans. I can do one or the other. I can't do both.
It is hard. And, I have two setups. So I have one side, I have the match center just in case, like, if they code a line break that I've missed, because we have to on our defense keys, as I'll touch on a little bit later, we have break causes we have to code for players. And I just have that open just in case there's something I've missed where I have to go have either I go back or our backups go back and check in review. So I have that open, and I also have Twitter open on my feed just in case we miss something, or say, for example, because when I'm watching a game, I have one headphone in just in case to hear cues coming across from the office, and then one listening in the audio. So I have Twitter open just in case NRL physios put out a tweet or something that says, hey, X blokes have an injury. Really helpful when there's video of the tackle because I can go back on the clock and put the injury into our system as well. So I try and have a very balanced setup because otherwise you're too focused on one thing and you're not focused on your actual job. So that's what I found effective. And then with my main setup, I split my screen into almost 3 parts. So in the first half quarter of the screen, essentially, I have my game feed. And then the other half, I have my stat cues. And then for the other half of the screen, I have my feed, which essentially says what I have done. So if I accidentally press pass instead of run, I can go back in and edit it on the fly.
Gotcha. It's crazy, mate. Now, you brought some videos because I'm a visual learner and I want to see what you are looking for.
Exactly right. So hopefully...
This may not work, guys, so you're going to experience live with us.
Hopefully. I brought along some vision of the 2023 Queensland Cup Grand Final. I hope everyone can see at home.
Yep, good game.
Very good game. It was a nail biter. I'm not going to play commentary because as much as we love Vossi, we're not going to do it. So we're going to do it from the perspective of Burleigh, who are in the maroon colours. So we're going to look for defence first of all, Dan. So straight away, we have 9, this bloke for normal tackle, and then I'll go back.
So 18, does he gets a tackle for that as well, right?
Yes, he'll get a flop in that instance. So when their first try of the game comes, so 10 will get the ball. We give missed tackle there. And an interesting one is, even though he's tackled him as such, he would still get a missed tackle.
Yep.
And as we go back and we look at this again, each one of these guys, so 1, 2, and Keeney, the fullback, they'd each get a break cause and a try cause, as well as a missed tackle. So you might hear... Pardon?
That's tough.
It is very tough. And sometimes, especially when, they've held them up over the line and then they fight for 20 seconds to get the ball down, it almost feels criminal because it's the difference between a try-saver tackle and a missed tackle, break cause, try cause. It is really brutal stuff, mate.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, mate.
Exactly right. So we'll go forward and we'll go to when Burleigh's on the attack. So I'm going to go from the start of this set. So dummy half. So when a player runs, we have to estimate around 4 to 5 steps and goes into the line. They get a special type of run which is what we call a line engage. So you might see sometimes when you go on NRL.com, the line engaged line is pretty much always empty.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that we ignore it. We have to put in line engages. So you look at Nathan Cleary's 36 runs in the World Club Challenge, for example, that he had. I would estimate, Dan, about half of them, maybe if not more, were line engages.
Yeah, he runs the line a lot more than most halfbacks.
Yeah, so let's just continue watching this vision. So we go a pass here from the 13. Roberts, I gave him a line engage on this because I know this. I did Burley in this grand final.
Yep,
And then
easy.
Guy Hamilton will get, because he's gone into contact, he would get a missed tackle, but also the run type changes from a line engage to an evasion run. Because this is technically what we call a tackle break from Guy Hamilton.
Yep.
So he goes into the line, passes out the back to Keeney, he breaks through. He would get an offload there, pretty obvious so far, to Francis, and he gets it down in the corner. So it seems pretty straightforward at home, as we just see a replay of Keanu Keeney's amazing flick pass, but you have to watch a lot of it in real time. So we go to this kick here from Guy Hamilton. This was an attempted 40-20, and these are so harsh. So he kicks this 40-20. I'm going to take you through this from Brisbane Tigers' point of view because this is another particular quirk. So he kicks this 40-20. Corey Thompson's going back. He's going back. Throws it straight to Tony Francis. He would get an error. And then we also have a funny type of start set, which is what we call a fail to launch.
Yeah.
Sounds like an Elon Musk-esque failure of SpaceX, which is pretty common. But essentially what this is it's a set that should have started correctly, essentially. So an example I'll use is the Roosters are playing the Broncos, regulation kick, and James Tedesco drops the ball off the kick. No pressure on him, nothing. It's not a contest or anything. Failed to launch and an error. Same can come off restarts of play. So you look at a short kickoff and a player is underneath it and he should take it. He drops it. It'll also be a fail to launch as well. So it's the part of our job which gets really technical.
Big time technical, mate. I hadn't heard that before, failure to launch, but that's great vision because poor Corey Thompson. Oh.
Poor Corey Thompson. And we wouldn't, because they score off this one run here, we wouldn't give Burley another set of 6 here. He would just get a straight run because there's no one around him. And Tony Francis gets the run and the try. And then we look at this one here, this try from Kane Bradley. Because it's off a kick, there's no line break and no attempt to tackle. Keanu Keeney would just get a sole try cause for not failing to take a kick. And that's a special type of try cause, one we call kick defense. Because it's a failure to defuse the kick.
Beautiful, poor Kenny.
So
we don't need to rag on anyone here.
Yeah, we're not. I could have chosen a game that was Ipswich versus South Logan, but I decided to do the grand final because we've already got Ben Cross coming on a little bit later.
We certainly do.
So we'll fast forward a little bit to the second half. So this is another one of these line engage runs I was talking about. So we've got Guy Hamilton right up to the line, rainbow pass, it gets intercepted. So he would get an error and a try cause here because I'm pretty sure Lehman runs the length. And Keanu Keeney, because he misses the tackle and almost gets him, he'd also get a try cause, but there'd be no line break because it's just a broken play. There's no line. He's essentially broken.
Yep, fair.
Yeah, very fair, very fun. But let's just go forward. So Burley on the attack here. Polatoni, that's just a normal pass. So with dummy halves, it gets a little bit different. So when a dummy half goes about 2 to 3 steps forward, and say, for example, if Pat Polatoni here engages the markers, that's where we'd go a line engage dummy half run. So again, there's all these little things when you're in the specific roles you have to think about, and it really does stuff around with your mind a little bit. It's fun, but at the same time, you're constantly having to preempt and predict every scenario, and it's a bit chaotic at times, mate.
It looks it because people use stats to justify positive and negative all the time. If you say, "Oh, Kenny missed 4 tackles," yeah, but one of them he was trying to save a try and he probably shouldn't have got anywhere near him. It was more he made a tackle possible when it shouldn't have been. So stats can be really, really deceiving. Again, I go back to Toby Rudolph, who'd run out of line, put a hit on, peel off and get a missed tackle, and everyone's like, "Oh, he missed 6 tackles." Okay, but he smacked 5 blokes. So thanks for making my job more difficult, mate.
Yeah, you look at a lot of the fullbacks in the game, and you might notice that their tackle efficiency rates are quite low to the outside back guys, and this is exactly why. Right here, this scenario of the last man a lot of the time, and they just have the unfortunacy of getting carried over the line. Look at Bailey Hodgson in that Manly Brisbane trial, in the reserve grade trial a couple of weeks ago. Poor bloke was the last man every time. He missed like 5 or 6 tackles.
Yeah, getting plowed over.
He did get some revenge poking poor old Ethan O'Neill's eye out.
Hey, it's all part of the game.
It is Paul Party. So back to some more analysis here. So we've got Politoni out of dummy half. Guy Hamilton here would get a line engage because he has drawn in this defender here. And also, I think that's Jonah Pizzette there, to a former Shark you know quite well, Dan, Sammy Saluma.
We do.
So he would get a secondary contact here because he's broken this tackler, Jonah Pizzette, and before this guy's gotten to him again. So he'd get what we call a secondary contact. And then he gets across the line. We do a set complete. He'll get a line break and a couple other things. So we go to the next try. Again, for a different role purpose, back to the off-ball stuff I was speaking about earlier. 13 would get a lead decoy run. 8 would not get a line engage because he's just run 2 steps forward and passed the football. So that's why there's no line engage there. But Guy Hamilton, because he digs a little bit deeper into the line, 100% a line engage. So it's all about looking at particular movements in players. Like if you know 9 times out of 10 Cleary's going to dig in the line, you can preempt the line engage coming. So it's quite easy just to think on the fly as well when you're doing this job. And again, we do a lot of Queensland Cup games. We do a lot of New South Wales Cup games. So we become familiar with a lot of the players as well. So we have that to worry about. So Keeney goes through. Keeney would also get a line engage because he passes before we get into contact. Even though it's an attempted intercept, we wouldn't have an error against Keeney. But in the background, the pass would be long, ineffective because it's touched the Brisbane player first.
Gotcha.
And then Francis gets the receipt. He gets a secondary contact and goes over for the try. So just look at this last play again, just to kind of explain a little bit more on this. And then I'll get into any more questions the nerd Asaurus has for me. So we have a tap, and then we have different types of kicks. So obviously, Dan, I'll let you have a guess about what type of kick we categorize this as.
Would a chip or a short kick?
Yeah, it would be a crossfield kick, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good job, Dan. You can almost have my job already.
There you go, mate. That's what I'm here for. So anyone watching?
So I'm going to stop sharing there. So that's a little insight into my job. And it is a lot of fun. And you're getting to work with a lot of like-minded people as well. And you get to chat shit about players like Fletcher Baker, chat shit about players like Nafu White. You get to talk about, hype up your own players. You get to talk about Tommy Talau, Jackson Paulo. It's a lot of fun, and I really, really love it.
Good to hear, mate. You got to love your job, especially in the football. My greatest fear is that rugby league becomes a job, and I don't mean that. I mean it like a job I go to and I think, God, I got to go to work tomorrow. I've never once thought that when filming Outlaws or writing an article. Sometimes you feel a bit of pressure. I got to get this up. I've only got 10 ideas and I need 20, etc. But I'm lucky at the moment. Both my roles, my 9 to 5 and my outside, I don't really classify as work, and I get the feeling a lot of that resonates with you. Of course, you do the podcast, and you're very good on Twitter and stuff. If I got a question, you're always really, really eager to help out, which is great. Not a lot of people do. You don't have to talk about this now, but something potentially exciting happening. We've got 5 minutes before Nate Ryan comes on.
Yeah, I mean, I had the amazing opportunity of talking with Yvonne Sampson over summer, and she is exactly as she comes across on TV. Like, she is warm, humble. Like, it's hard to put into words because her story, her growth to get to where she is in the game is absolutely incredible. It's really sitting there. And, we got to have a bit of fun. We got to talk about North Sydney Oval on the Hill. It was a lot of fun. Like, she makes everything enjoyable because you just sit there and you go, and it's particularly for me starting out, you're just like, you feel really little compared to when you're interviewing and you're talking with guys like Bonnie. We had Darcy McDonald on over summer as well. And then they just make it so much fun and knowledgeable, and you play along with it as well. Like we talked a bit about footy, and we predicted Liam Knight to have a big season. He had a big season off the field. But, yeah, she's really good fun, and I'm really excited by some potential future challenges. I won't disclose here, but, for those that know, But, yeah, it's been a really fun summer. I'm really excited to watch the Roosters go around tomorrow, despite our injury curse kicking off earlier than normal. But we'll just have to wait and see, mate. Opportunities might come and knocking sooner rather than later.
Fingers crossed for you, mate. Obviously wish you the best. Wouldn't have you here if I didn't. But you're right about those certain people you have on in interviews. Like, we interviewed Sam Stone Street earlier, and he's got big raps. This kid is a giant. He's killed all the juniors. He's way too good for New South Wales Cup in his rookie year. He went back and he had a couple of bad games in the finals for the flag, unfortunately, but he was very humble. He ate that. He said here, they were the worst 2 games I've ever played. I learned lessons from it, etc. But it never felt like it was bothering him. And I messaged probably 20 or 30 players, and he was the only one that replied. And he replied within a couple of minutes, "Hey, Dan, keen as." And I'll never forget that. Toby Rudolph early on, same. We met him. We had a conference room booked, and something happened. I can't remember exactly. We had to go down to a bar, and we were just having a chat with Toby. And we got an hour on the podcast. We can't go over that, otherwise we have to pay. And I ain't going to do that just quietly. But he sat and chatted, and you never felt like you were taking time up. I've interviewed blokes, a couple of boxers, who gave 2 word answers, and obviously didn't want to be there. And you're like, brother, why did you agree? Why you thank you, and I get to put a link up. I interviewed so-and-so, but you're like, come on. We've got, in 3 minutes' time, Nate Ryan, who, look, again, is a mate of mine, but was super, super open. Matt Elliott, we could talk football. These people are just so giving with their time. Ben Cross later, he's going to wrap. There's a reason he's on at 8:30, pulling the end of the stream when everyone else is going to probably be in bed. It's very, very good. It's sort of a can't miss. So I just want to echo, the thanks to those people.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we are small. We got a stream of, 300 people watching at a time and stuff. And, you write an article, goes well, you get 1,000 views, etc. So it really means a lot. But, mate, when you and I are those big people and earning millions of dollars, I want to be there for the little people like myself.
Yeah, exactly right.
Of course.
Exactly right. I've done a couple of players, and I can't be more grateful for Mossy Masui. That was let me see if I can grab the photo real quick. Where did I put it? I put it in here. Here it is here. So this photo is about 12 years old. Sorry, 13 years old. So I don't know if the people at home can see it all that well.
Yep.
But we got Jared, Lamatasi, and Mossy. And I showed him that on the Zoom call when we had the interview. And he couldn't believe how long ago it was and the fact that I was doing this for him.
So cool. What a cutie you were too, mate. I won't ask what happened because obviously.
Oh! And Henson Park too. I loved going out to Henson as a kid. I mean, we were the affiliates for Newtown for a long time. And then we went to Wild, North Sydney. Now we're on our own. And you guys have kind of taken that Newtown tag from us. We still got a soft spot for you. Still remembers Jackson Ferris to this day watching that state challenge.
What a ripper that was. The second of 2 tries. I've got that photo. It's at my brother's house. It's in our background for Outlaws, but one of the greatest moments of my life, mate. Look, if you can get your 1 to 17 ready and get your arguments ready, Nate's interview with Terry and I goes for about 45 minutes, and it is an absolute ripper. I'll see you on the other side. I want arguments. I don't want, yeah, I agree. No one's here for that. But I also want you to let me get away with it because it is my stream. But
of course.
We're going to throw to Nate Ryan now. Anyone who's got any comments, please, I'll chuck them up. I'll try and reply, but please remember it is pre-recorded because he's at his brother's wedding today. So happy wedding day, Mini X. We're going to Nate Ryan. Here with a good friend of the show, a great mate of both of ours, Nate, the exclusive Ryan. He is a former rider, a wrestler, plays a bit of touch footy too, I hear. If there's something, he's done it, as you will see by the questions I'm about to ask. Nate, thank you so much for jumping on. How's your Friday so far?
Yeah, really good. Thanks for having us on. I'm a little bit nervous after that introduction. I don't know where we're heading, so we'll see how this all pans out.
Oh, look, Dan saved his best intro for you, so all the other guests on the show will probably be looking at this and wondering what happened.
Little victories.
Yeah.
Mate, let's jump straight in. The Newcastle Knights. Can you honestly tell me at the halfway point last year that you guys were going to go on that run and be a couple of plays away from a prelim?
Yeah, it was a cracking run that the guys went on. I think if you were watching at the start of the year, the most passionate of Knights supporters probably wouldn't have predicted that finish to the year. It was strange. Like there was a lot of noise around the coach and his future, and that noise was sort of growing louder as the season went on, and then all of a sudden everything just kicked into place, and they found a rhythm and started playing for the coach. And I think there's quite a bit of change as well, as you remember. There's quite a bit of roster turnover there with especially around the halves. Kalen being in and out of the team with his concussion issues. So once they started finding that stability, it was really nice to see them all gelling, and Jackson Hastings taking ownership of that team with Ponga obviously going to another level. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can pick up where they left off in 2024. Been a couple of changes to the roster, and you kind of wonder, after going on a bit of a run and playing a style of footy, teams tend to figure you out. So I'm optimistic about what 2024 holds, but also I think most supporters are realists as well. So yeah, it'd be interesting, mate. But it was certainly a great ride, and the town of Newcastle got on the back of that momentum and fully embraced the team, which was awesome to see.
Now, Nathan, I actually went to high school up in Newcastle, so I know what the area and the people are like, right? And don't take this the wrong way, but Dan and I said at the beginning of last year that there isn't a better fitting player to sign for the club of Newcastle than Tyson Gamble. And I actually said that he'd be the signing of the season for Newcastle, and he turned out to be great. What do you think it is about him that just fit into Newcastle so well? And then the second part to this question is, do you think that he can continue that to keep Jack Cogger, who just won a premiership, out of the team?
Yeah, really good question. Really interesting what the Knights will do with Cogger. I'm a massive Cogger fan. I think that if he doesn't come on, with 20 minutes to go, Penrith don't win that premiership, and I'm sure there's a lot of people with that same belief. To answer your first question, I think that Tyson is the type of bloke that is no nonsense. What you see is what you get. Bit of a larrikin, which is perfect for the town of Newcastle. It's the vibe, it's the flavour. Just get in, get your work done, and then have a good time once the work is done. So he's been embraced by the town. I was fortunate to catch up with him early on in the move to Newcastle and have a coffee with him, and he's an absolute champion bloke. The type of passion that you see on the field, that bit of fire. I think a lot of teams are probably missing that mongrel, that guy that can get under your skin but also back it up, and it's something that I think that the town and the team has just got around. So I'm a big fan of Tyson. I'm not sure, whether his long-term position is 6. I tend to think that, he could play that 14 role, and especially with Kurt Mann moving on to the Bulldogs, I think there's a real opportunity there for someone with that versatility. He's a big body as well, really tall, really broad. So, could play a ball-playing lock position similar to, Cam Murray, Victor Radley. Equally, you could slot him in the back row. Like he could run a hard line. Tends to be more of a ball runner than a ball player. So, yeah, it's a bit of a headache for Adam O'Brien, but it's nice to be in that position where we're having these conversations, because traditionally, I think a few years back, you look at the roster and you could probably pick your 1 to 17, whereas now we've got some genuine competition. So it's a good spot to be in.
Speaking of Newcastle, the place, what does a footy team mean to you guys up there? I mean, we've seen times where, with the greatest respect, Newcastle were terrible, and 20,000 people are still turning up every single week. I mean, you had to like sell your firstborn to get a seat to the finals last year. Is it just Newcastle mad up there? Night mad?
Yeah, it's a funny one. Like we in the face of adversity, we rally behind the underdog, and I think during those lean periods that you referenced, we were a team of young kids that were sort of thrown in the deep end, trying to do their best. You mentioned Jack Cogger earlier. His first stint was during that really difficult period under Nathan Brown, where Brownie said, look, we're going to blood some young kids, the Safidi boys, Danny Levi, Lachlan Fitzgibbon. And, they probably weren't quite ready for week in, week out first grade football. But we're seeing the benefit now of that early exposure. The Safidi boys are Origin players. Cogger obviously had a challenging period, went away. Now he's come back and looks like a bona fide first grade player. So I think the town understood what was happening with the team at that time, which is why they've stuck solid. And we're very close to the coal industry. Working class people just love their footy. So it's pretty easy to get around the team on a Sunday afternoon. There's no better place to be than sitting on the hill cheering on the boys. So yeah, we're very lucky.
And just going on to Dan's thing there, like being up in Newcastle, you've had a couple of basketball teams that have tried and failed. You've had the Newcastle Jets that have had some success. They've won a grand final. Of course, Dan's team, the Western Sydney Wanderers, haven't done that yet. But what is it about the Knights that just sticks? Like, when I was up there, when the Hunter Pirates, the first season they were in the competition, they won 2 games, and one of them was in Singapore. And then the second year that they were in the competition, they made the playoffs. But people bandwagon, and when you were at the ground, like when you were in the stadium watching a Pirates game, people were still there in their Knights jerseys. So what is it that just sticks about the Knights? Like, what is it that people will turn around and go, it doesn't matter, the Knights are ours?
I think it's deep rooted and goes back to the inception of the club. There was a period in the town where there was a lot of adversity with businesses shutting down, and it seemed like the one thing that the town rallied around and latched onto was the team. And I don't know whether it's a generational thing, but it seems like that's transferred through the decades, and probably doesn't hurt as well with the younger generation that Kalen Ponga is a very popular and marketable figure. So with that younger demographic, as someone with young kids, when you've got people that the kids gravitate to and relate to, it makes them easier to bring them along to the footy. So it's probably a combination of a few things, but you could also probably make that argument for a few teams as well. I'd say that there's pockets of fans around the Shire or around Brisbane that are rusted-ons and so attached to that football club that whether you're finishing 16th or finishing first, you're always going to get those diehards that are there. So I think that's it's probably more a rugby league thing that, as a code, we have the most passionate fans, and that's something that, basketball and the A-League doesn't quite have. So, yeah.
Now, you worked for the Knights for quite a while. Was it difficult working for the team you support? Because, I mean, there's got to be like, your team gets beaten on the weekend, you just want to nudge past someone and be like, oh, hey, nice pass, dickhead. Was there ever were you close?
Yeah, it was a weird one for me. As a journalist, by trade, that was my background. Always supported the Knights, but tried my best to remove that fan hat and try to be as subjective as I could be. So when I left Fox Sports, where I was working at the time, to join the Knights, I think that I had a pretty good grasp on keeping your head and not trying to get too emotionally attached to a result. Everyone around the club, would ride the highs and the lows, but I think when you're dealing with the media and football is a roller coaster, you really need to be conscious of trying to take a step back, removing yourself from the fan, and being very conscious of you've got a job to do, and don't let the result impact your day or your week. And I wasn't always successful at that, and after a run of losses, it can be hard, and it can be hard to switch off, and you just can't let it impact what you've got to do, because there's a job to be done regardless of the result. And that's the job of the coach, the job of the GM, media manager, ticket ladies, whoever it is. You need to try as best as you can, and it is hard when you're a supporter, to just try to have that level of detachment, because otherwise you carry things too close, and it can affect your moods too much. It's just not a good spot to be in. So I'm sure you guys know, I've listened to the show many a time, and even though you're a diehard Sharkies fan, Dan, you still try to be subjective and take that step back. And it's probably just on another level when you're in clubland, but it's really important to do.
Yeah, I mean, surely that part of you wanted to walk up to Nathan Brown and just be like, "You are useless." Surely,
not at all.
No, I'm only kidding. So, like, in turn, did you ever think of when you became a journalist that, because I'm just on your LinkedIn at the moment to make sure I got my dates right, but did you ever think that going from like working at a paper and then Fox Sports, was Newcastle the ultimate goal, or was that never on the radar? Or
it's a weird one for me, Terry, because as a young kid, mad Knights fan, and I remember learning that there was such a role as the media manager, and thought, geez, that'd be really cool. Obviously, was never going to make it as a footy player, and realized that early on. So, how do I get a career around something that I love? And I remember, I would have been 16. Brian Smith was coaching the Knights, and managed to establish a little bit of a relationship with him, and remember telling him, one day I'll be the media manager here. And then sort of forgotten about that, went on the journalism path, which was unreal. Great way to earn a living and be connected to the sport that you love. And when the opportunity to join the Knights popped up, I remember chatting to my old man, and he said, "Do you remember what you told Brian Smith?" And then it all sort of came full circle to me. So I think subconsciously, it was probably the job that I'd always wanted, but forgot about it for a 10-year period there, as I was chasing this other dream of just trying to break news and make a name for myself and just get amongst it. So very, very fortunate to have been able to sort of live out a couple of different lives, but while being in an industry that, who doesn't love talking about rugby league and getting paid for it?
I've got a second part to that question, because we always hear about the teams have banter amongst themselves, blah, blah. Who was the biggest pest and who was the player that just couldn't take a joke? Like if you went and put sand in his boots, would just have a bad day. Like,
it's a tough question. We had quite a few pests. So I was there 2018, 2019, 2020. Denny Levi was a pest amongst the boys. Great.
Yeah, he looks like a pest.
Definitely very, very chirpy, but great banter. Lovely fella. Had quite a few jokers. It just sort of depended on the mood, the environment that they were in, the level of joke or pestry. That is that a word? I'm making it up.
That'll do.
Denny Levi was probably one that jumps out at me as always up for a bit of a joke. Trying to run through the roster in my mind.
Don't, because it was pretty terrible. But
we Kalen Ponga, Mitchell Pearce, the Safidi boys, Dave Clemmer, Mitch Barnett, like some quality first graders there. Like it was when I came in 2018, it was starting to become a pretty stacked roster. There was guys that not so much like from a pest perspective or a kick rocks perspective. There's guys that jump out at me as just like guys that I really enjoyed chatting with, whether it was about footy or not. Josh King is someone that I really enjoyed getting to know and becoming mates with, and to see him kick on at the Melbourne Storm now makes me so happy, because he's just one of the loveliest blokes ever, and all he needed was someone to just fully back him and put their trust in him, and he's thriving now at Melbourne. So yeah, probably can't answer your question as well as I wanted to there, but there's genuinely like a really good group of lads, and if they weren't, I just probably would have no commented you. So yeah.
So, but who was the one that just couldn't take a joke?
I don't think there was anyone. I know, which is a really boring answer, and that's not the answer that you want. But everyone was pretty good with a bit of banter and taking it in their strides. There was no one that was sort of an outcast, or they were a pretty tight-knit team. I've obviously got nothing to relate it to because I only worked at the Knights, but from a few mates that have worked at other clubs, the feedback's all been that a pretty tight group of lads. So I know it's a really boring answer, Terry. I'm sorry. I'll try better for the next question.
The media manager role, other than ignoring people like me saying, "Oi, can we get so-and-so on for an interview?" What does it sort of entail? Because the general feeling is it's a pretty cruisy job. But look, this is an exclusive, if you'll excuse the pun. But Nath actually had a full head of hair before he joined the Knights. It must have been.
It was a perm too. Think Dallin Martinez-Lesniak. It was a proper perm.
Right. That's right.
Was it a stressful role? Obviously, working for the team you love would make it easier, though, right?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a full-on stressful role, and I was in the camp that thought that it'd be pretty cruisy. I was mapping out my move to Newcastle, that I'll get to the gym every day and be able to enjoy all these activities after work, and it wasn't like that at all. There's so much behind the scenes that you just wouldn't even think about. So to give you a bit of a snapshot. A week as a media manager, say you're playing on a Friday night, Monday you'll start working with the team on what game day looks like. So you'll be chatting to the broadcasters, Fox and Channel 9, about their run sheets, making sure what time you'd have interviews with different people, and then running that past the GM and the coach to make sure that they're comfortable with those times. If a player's got treatment with the physio at the time that they want to do an interview, then you need to work that with the broadcaster. So a lot of logistics around game day, part of me that needs to be figured out pretty early on. Then there'd be meetings with the coaching staff to, go through, what the team looks like for the week ahead and any injury concerns, what comms we want to put out publicly around any changes or injuries. There might be an injury that the players sort of managing that we don't want to be public, because then teams would potentially target that player. So Monday would be a lot of your meetings and working out logistics for the week ahead. Each team obviously has a social media team, so working with those guys to make sure that the content plan, any sponsorship commitments are met. There always seems to be some sort of request that'll roll in from a sponsorship side of things. So you'd sort of be the facilitator to helping sponsorship in football, manage any of those requests. Then any commitments that would need to be arranged per the NRL guidelines. So you've got a minimum of, I think it was 3 media sessions a week that you would need to do. 12 players, I think, was the guideline at the time that you would need to make available throughout the week. So, working around training times with time slots to schedule and communicate that with the media would be something that you try to lock in pretty early in the week. And then there'd be, requests outside of that. So journos ringing up, chasing information that they'd heard, or trying to organise long-range chats for double page spread in the paper, or Fox League has a number of shows, so NRL 360 might be looking to do a live cross to a player or a coach, so you try to facilitate that. So there's a lot of just sort of managing people's schedules and troubleshooting. And before you know it, that it's 5 o'clock and you're still at the office, and you finally get home, have some dinner, and you get a phone call about something because the time's changed, or another request had come in, or a player's been photographed doing something that they shouldn't have been doing, or there's just always a lot of different scenarios. So the way that I described it to people was, it was like I was a doctor on call without the doctor's salary, but it was a good time.
My next question to you is going to be, did you ever get any, did your heart ever sink when your phone went off at 11 o'clock at night and you're like, no, oh, cool, I can answer that tomorrow?
Yeah, mate, there was so many times where the phone would go off at hours of the night, and it'd be a journo, and you see their name pop up on your screen, you'd think, oh geez, what's going on here? And they were just calling to chat and didn't realise it was that late because they were working late, or a player. Few of the boys that I was pretty close with would just call at any time of the night to chat or check in, or a couple players that I'd chat to post games, and they would just dissect the game with me, which was awesome. Like, as a fan, chatting to someone like Mitch Pearce after a game, just to sort of unwind was awesome. Who wouldn't love to chat footy with a footy brain like Pearce is? So a lot of the time the phone would ring and you'd be like, what is this? But 9 times out of 10 it was fine. So pretty fortunate. There wasn't really too many scandals that I can think of during my time at the night. So I'm probably one of the.
I'll just do a quick Google check on that.
Yeah. There might be a yarn in there.
Moving on from the Knights, you did the Supercoach show with Tom Sangster. I have a theory, and please, this is why we got you on. Does he get paid? Is there something in his contract that says that you get paid 10 grand every time you say cheapie? How was the show? How serious were you at Supercoach at the time?
Not very serious at all. I actually take it really serious these days. I know that you've got a competition. I'm looking forward to knocking you off this year. I've been spending.
If you can just knock Dan off in real life, that'll be great.
Yeah, that's right. Let's sort him out. No, at the time, I think so heavily invested in the news cycle of rugby league, and trying to break signing news, and that was something that I really enjoyed and was really focused on sort of that transfer piece within rugby league. So when it came to Supercoach, I was very much a casual player, but I'd get late mail tip-offs and forget to update my team. So that probably gives you an idea of how seriously I took it. I wanted to branch out into a bit of television. I thought doing the Supercoach thing with Tommy Sangster was a great foot in the door for that. And Tom, to anyone that knows him, is just really great fella. So spending a bit of time with Tom chatting footy, is a bit of a no-brainer. So I really enjoyed that period. Definitely take Supercoach more serious these days. And he does love a cheapie. What was it? Buy, hold, sell. Who doesn't love a cheapie though, right? Like I don't know about you guys, like looking at it now, Burbo and Kyo Weeks, couple
Sam
cheapies
Hughes. Sam Hughes is a good one.
Sam Hughes, no brainer for all teams. So it's probably one of the few seasons where there's not a lot of cheapies that jump out, heaps of mid-ranges. So it's going to be an interesting season for Supercoach.
I don't look. I'm going to be completely ignorant here. I don't know what show you were on, but a guy I went to school with actually won the 2021 Supercoach overall, and Tim Moody.
Yeah.
And now he's on the show as well. So he's
that's awesome.
They have a Supercoach show. So I might have to start watching them because I'm Dan will attest this. I am absolutely gross at this game.
And so was I a few years back. Things like anything, the more time that you spend on it, the more obsessive you become. And now I'm listening to all the podcasts, and it's hard not to be influenced by others' thoughts. So just trying to take everything with a grain of salt, but really treating it seriously this year.
I like that. It's on, mate. Now, going back to the journo days, two-part question. I've heard a rumor that you get shot from the midsection up. Like, I could be wearing nothing underneath. I've heard rumors that you guys just wear shorts, gym shorts, and then the suit and tie on the way up, or you're the full deal.
Yeah, no, 100% right. That I would love, especially on a weekend, if there was ever a time I was doing a cross on Fox Sports News in the board shorts. Just throw on the shirt, throw on the jacket on top. Would love it. Nobody would know any different. And super comfortable, thongs on or bare feet. It is very much a regular occurrence. So that is true. Bang on.
I have no pants on at the moment.
Yeah,
and that's the best way to be.
How
relaxed are you?
Second part of that, mate. Terry and I, well, more I cop it a fair bit on the socials because I like to throw a little bait out there. I'm not above baiting people for a reaction. Some things you say you genuinely feel like, so-and-so, I don't think the Bulldogs will be good. And some of the filth you get isn't like, here's why I disagree. It's like, you're an idiot, you're fat, you don't know football, this and that. You showed me your ats one night after you wrote a story at the wrestling. Does that continue on? Does it affect you? Because honestly, I couldn't care less. But I have family members ringing me and saying, "Oi, did you see so and so?" There's a Reddit thing about how dumb I am, and I take that as a badge of honor. Is that something like? I'm like, I'll see you on Reddit, boys. I don't care. Is that something like that's easy to ignore? Because I can imagine you get it much worse than us.
Well, not anymore. Like I've been out of the rugby league loop for a few years now. So I as far as my time in rugby league, forgotten about and everyone's moved on, which is that's fine. During my time, bit of hate or disagreement, banter. That's fine. Like everyone's got an opinion. It probably depends on your personality. I know there's some journos that took some of the criticism to heart and would struggle to deal with the trolls more than others. Never really bothered me. I think that if you've written a story and you believe it's true and the areas that you've got that information from and you trust your sources, then anyone's opinion on what you've written is invalid. If it was an opinion piece that I'd written, I've given my opinion just as they're giving me an opinion. If I'm dumb, I'm bald, I'm fat, I'm whatever, then cool. Like I've given my opinion on how the Bulldogs are going to go this year, and they've given their opinion on me. I don't know them, so it doesn't matter. And I'm sure you take that same point of view. I think it'd be different if one of your mates was ripping into you and it was coming from a hurtful place. Then it'd probably sting a bit, but it's just a name on a page doesn't really mean much, and that was always sort of my attitude towards it.
No, completely. Terry's my worst critic, mate. So
yeah, that's it.
Well, we've all got one. Yeah, but it comes from a place of love, doesn't it, Terry? Secretly,
it does. Absolutely, it does. Dan was my Valentine, so that's where we're at. Look, this was all impromptu for me, so I'm out of questions, Dan. If you got any more, jump in.
Sure, I got a couple more, mate. Rugby League week. Everyone had a copy every single week. I used to buy it every Wednesday or Thursday whenever it came out on the train on the way into uni. A lot of good that did me. Will we ever see a return to print media, or is it done?
Look, I'm not close enough to say hand on heart that it's absolutely done. But if I was a betting man, I don't see a return. Digital subscriptions is where it's all at these days. The NRL, I believe, now owns the IP to Rugby League Week. So if it was to ever come back as Rugby League Week, it would need to be the NRL's doing. Disappointing. I think a lot of us, maybe we're showing our age, but enjoyed picking up a big league or a Rugby League Week, and especially going to the footy. Having the program on game day, and watching reserve grade beforehand, and seeing what names do I recognise. I enjoyed that. Youth of today, maybe not so much, where we do something, we see something, forget about it, move on with our lives. So it was a great point in time. I was like you, would love picking up the magazines, and you're very fortunate to write for both publications. But I think it's dead and gone. It's just a memory.
Unfortunately, I agree. Do you just with that what you said? The NRL took a lot of the stuff in house. There's positives and negatives, blah blah blah. Like people I write for Zero Tackle and I write what I want. Like if I go on a thing, they'll say, "Oh, can we pull back a little bit here?" But ultimately, I'm pretty much uncensored. As a journalist, did you ever feel like, I can't say this about, I wrote something pretty negative about Steve Noyce, and he called me an hour later and got up me, and then wrote an email to everyone saying everything I said was right, but not crediting me. I don't really care about that, but obviously you're a lot more in the game. Did you ever think, I'm just not going to write that? Maybe I'll pull back just to keep that friendship, or were you like, no, screw it, this is what it is?
There's probably times where you do a deal, and if it wasn't a big enough story, you'd probably have that conversation with yourself where you go, do I rock the boat, or do I secure a favour down the road? There's certainly times where I wrote things and copped a phone call, just like you did there. And funnily enough, there's a time where I wrote something about Brian Smith at the Roosters, and going back to what I said at the start of this conversation, a young me had a relationship with Brian Smith, and he sort of helped me out very early on in my journalism journey, and still wrote things about him that he probably wouldn't have wanted out there at the time, but it was newsworthy, it was factual, and received a phone call from Steve Noyce, who was at the Roosters at the time, and went in and had a chat to him, and it was all good. But I think if what you're writing is true and correct, then you go with what you believe, and you go with your gut. And if it's something that isn't groundbreaking news that could lead to a bigger story down the road, then that was always my approach. That, well, if I can bank a favour here, and if it's not groundbreaking, or something that I'd be angry if somebody else wrote and beat me to it, then I was always happy to sort of do a deal, so to speak.
What was the biggest story you ever broke?
I broke the story that Angus Crichton had his finger amputated. So that was one that jumps out at me because I was on holiday. I was on a fishing boat and got the phone call. It was patchy reception, so trying to bash out this yarn on my phone and email it while I'm in the middle of the ocean, just struggling to get bars of reception to send it off. I think I broke. Don't know if I can claim credit for breaking that Ben Hunt had signed with the Dragons because we were all sort of writing the yarn around the same time. But I think the level of detail with that deal, I would have been one of the first to get the figures and the term of that contract. So they're sort of ones that jump out at me. Mostly signing news. That was the main sort of story that I would chase. I do remember the Todd Carney bubbler. That I was working with the Telegraph at the time. Fox and News Corp had just done like this complete merger where we were all in the same office. So Tommy Sangster from Supercoach, and that was sort of the catalyst to the Supercoach hosting journey for a period. We were all working together, and this image of Todd came across the desk, and I remember sitting there going, oh man, this is not good. And having to help the team build the story for the online edition. And I've always, really liked Todd. I think most of us have a soft spot for Toddy. And that was probably one of the times where, pulling together that article for online, certainly didn't write the story. Can't remember whose byline was attached to it, but just having to build the web version of it just had this sort of pit in my stomach going, I wish I wasn't part of this right now. Yeah.
Hard to avoid. It was everywhere. I just got a few quick fire questions. First and foremost, journos seem to put out everything, and if something sticks, I got it first. Did you ever get people like us saying, I heard so-and-so's down Cronulla? Joey Manu, I saw him wearing another jersey for a photo shoot or something. Did you ever take those with much seriousness? Because I know for a fact there are certain people that go on forums and everyone knows someone within a club and they say something. I put things out there and had them come up by well-known journos an hour later. Did you ever take that risk to be first?
No, not me, and I think I know who you're referring to. There's a few journos that are good for a Facebook page troll. Not me. I tried to base all of my information around players, player managers, coaches, and even like support staff. So if you saw something pop up on social media that looked interesting, I'd certainly make phone calls and inquire about it. Or there's probably even times, Dan, where you message me, I've heard this, what have you heard? Not sure, I'll follow it up. And then I would follow it up. Sometimes it'd be a dead end, sometimes there's an element of truth to it. So any tip off is potentially a legitimate tip off. But if you're the type of person that you're seeing something posted in a supporter forum page and then you're just running with it, you're probably not going to last long. And if you do, your reputation's not going to be much. So that was just me. Yeah.
No, I love it, mate. And it's good fun. All right, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but Dean Ritchie, does he steal stories from, say, I don't know, me? Because I've seen 3 or 4 I've written the next day. It's an exclusive. I'm like, mate, that's very much tongue-in-cheek, but also kind of.
Well, you've probably answered your own question there, Dan.
Exactly right. We'll move on quickly, mate. You got a fearless prediction for 2024 for me?
Yeah, I just put a sneaky bet on South Sydney to claim the premiership. So that's my fearless prediction. It's a bold one, and I think that if South win the comp, you've got to go Latrell for Clive Churchill. So who have you guys got? Who are you tipping?
We tip Penrith for a 4-peat.
Wow. I could get around that. Yeah.
Mate, in all honesty, right? So I grew up in Penrith, went to high school in Newcastle, and I've still got a lot of mates around the Penrith area now, and who are involved in footy in some way or another. Mark Horrow was one of my coaches, so Justin still doing good things out there as well after his career. Just speaking to people, they turn around and say, for every Stephen Crichton that leaves the club, there's 3 more playing for St Clair. For every Spencer Linu who leaves the club, there's 2 more playing for St Mary's. They have got a production line at the moment that is just disgusting. So, they're talking about winning 4 and 5 premierships in a row, and at the moment, like Nathan Cleary's 26 years old. It's gonna be
scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very, very scary. Hopefully we pinch something, mate. I just want to finish the top 8 full disclosure this year. But Newcastle, Cronulla, mate, who's going to finish higher on the competition ladder? Put it all on the line.
Well, I think Cronulla. I can see Knights having a similar year to last year, where realistically, probably a 7th or 8th place team. I think Sharkies 5th, 6th sort of finish.
I've got one last question for you now, because I fully believe that he deserved it. Callum Ponga or the what's his name, Reece Walsh? Who's the better fullback?
Oh, mate, I'm Ponga fan till I die. Yeah,
I'm with you on that one.
Reece Walsh, unreal player. I just think that Ponga can do things that we haven't even seen yet. Like I've had the fortunate benefit of watching him at training for years, and some of the things that he can do and the way that he can move, he hasn't even brought that out in a game yet. And I really look forward to, as his body matures and he's filling out more and more, I think his ceiling is so far above anything that we've seen yet. It's going to be scary. It's really exciting.
That is scary, mate. Last question from me. What's your favourite piece in the man cave behind you? That's a pretty awesome setup.
Yeah.
Ooh, tough one. Miami Dolphins fan, so Tua signed jersey. Pretty happy with that. But right next to it is a Dan Marino signed helmet. So it's probably the most expensive piece in the man cave.
We'll send you a Rugby League Outlaw shirt to hang up as well.
Rival it. Yeah. And then right behind my head is a Kalen Ponga signed match worn from the 2020 season. So it's one of my last days at the Knights, I grabbed that jersey and couldn't frame it up quick enough. So
there's a lot of sixes there. We got some Jared Mullen. Who else we got there?
Jack Cogger, some Blake Green, Connor Watson, Kurt Mann, Brock Lamb. 6 is my favourite number. So a bit of a 6 jersey collector. So if you've got a Knights number 6 jersey that you're looking to offload, give me a yell and let's have a conversation.
Easy does it.
You've got my egg cartons beaten, mate. This is my man cave. So
it could be worse.
Mate, thank you so much for jumping on. That was absolutely incredible. I could literally talk all day, but I know Terry's got work to do. I certainly don't. But anything you want to plug on the way out? Jump on the socials. I don't know what you're doing now, companies, etc.
Not really, mate. To be honest, just happy to fly under the radar and be a rugby league fan like everyone else, and watch as many games as I can on the weekend. And who knows what the future holds? Maybe I'll pop up back in the rugby league space one day. But for now, just enjoying going to the games as a fan, sitting on the hill with the kids.
Nice one. Thanks so much, Nate. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas. Good to chat.
We go, Nate Ryan. Lots of insights there. A few, he answered some questions that I expected to get. The dreaded X, which is a cutout for our producer, Dids. But, mate, what'd you take out of that, mate? You feeling good about the Knights?
Yeah, it's an interesting one for the Knights. Like, they've got a really good side this season, and there's a lot of moving parts there, and who knows who their best answer is at 6 with Gamble, with Cogger. I'll talk a little bit about that when we go through this ladder of ours in a moment. But yeah, really good insight for a future journo like myself, just trying to see what's coming and what's available.
That's it. It was good fun because one night we were at the wrestling. I was actually watching Nate, who of course is a good mate, I feel like I must say. And he wrote something, and he gave me his phone. I went through his Twitter ads, and it was pretty vile. I cop a little bit of grief, but nothing like this. So I got to say, he can take care of himself, put it that way. But the way he brushes it off, you got to have a thick skin. And huge thanks to Nate, who put in a lot of time. He actually messaged. He's got a heap more stories, so we'll get him on the podcast in a couple of weeks' time once the game kicks off, mate. But you and I may come to blows here. Some verbal blows, of course. I too far to be thrown with maybe a bit of the Broncos action on the drink. But we're going to play our 1 to 17. Now the rules of this are we can't move on until we agree. So if we argue about who's going to come 17th for half an hour, well, sorry, Lockie, but you might have to wait another 10 minutes till we sort it out. So we'll do reverse order.
So go for 17th.
So 17th. You tell me who you got. We'll go vice versa. So we're playing off each other. If you don't know who I am, see if you can convince me because I'm pretty steadfast about this one. Who you got finishing 17th?
Dragons.
Okay, no arguments from me because I also have the St. George Illawarra Dragons. I was hoping to tee off a little bit there. Look, Matt Elliott was on early and had some great insight into the Dragons, and he was pretty honest and forthcoming that it is going to happen, but it won't happen straight away. It's impossible. New coach, new structures. They do have some talented kids coming through, but they're a year or two off. I wouldn't be shocked if the Dragons don't finish last, but I would be way more shocked if they finish higher than 10th.
Yeah, I tend to agree. We had Vonnie on over summer, and her husband is a massive Dragons supporter. And again, she said the same thing. Flano said that they're going to be up for a scrap this season. They looked really fit in that last trial game. That's the main takeaway I had out of that game against the Tigers. But a couple injuries in that side, the depth is a massive, massive problem for me.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Depth is a huge issue across the Tom Uglies. Mate, I will go next, and 16th, I've got the Canterbury Bulldogs.
Interesting. I've got, do you want to go through my 16th next?
Yeah, please. Oh, tell me who you got 16, yeah, mate.
I've got Canberra.
Canberra? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit different, I know, but I've made this prediction a lot in mind of how much of an influence Jack Wyden is going to be on this side. And you take him away, it's going to be an incredibly young spine. Ethan Strange coming in there, or KO Weeks, whoever you fancy. And then you've got a lot of guys that are going to be leaving this squad within the next couple of years. Whitehead, Rapana. So there's going to be a lot of youth in this side. Morgan Smithies in at lock, I think, is a good addition, but I just doubt whether that they grinded out a lot last year to make the 8. I don't think they should have played the 8 last year. I thought they were quite disappointing. For the large part, they had I think they're in the top 4 at one stage of the season, then completely faded out. But I think if one injury happens in that side, that forward pack in particular, like if you take a Tarpanay, a Horsburgh, a Whitehead, or even a Papa out of that side, that makes such a big impact on an already weakened backline on last season. So that's why I think that they're going to finish in 16th.
Yeah, I don't have it much higher, to be totally honest. My only pushback is, on paper, they're far better than the two teams, which are the Dogs and the Tigers, full disclosure. I agree. You can't let a Dally M Player of the Year, your 5'8", your best player, undisputedly leave and replace him with a rookie. It's just not how football's done. Now, I'm not a particularly big fan of Ricky Stewart now. I was during his Cronulla days. He turned the club around. We should have made a grand final. We capitulated, playing touch football and blew out Brett Seymour's knee, but that's another rant for another day. Only the fact that he has mates in the media is keeping him from being targeted down there, because I think there's coaches under way less pressure that cop way more grief than him. I'm not. I think there are some worse teams there, and I'll put the Dogs up. You want to talk about injuries? They're a Matt Burton injury away from probably finishing below the Dragons.
Yeah, I've got the Dogs only one higher in 15th. But we just jump. We've got to stay on 16th, don't we?
Until we agree. Look, I have Canberra at 14. I think you've been a bit unfair here, mate, against your 6 again, mates from years ago.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm playing a little bit more into Jack Whiten's departure than maybe could be said. But I just think that, and also Jordan Rapiner at fullback. We've got to talk about that. That is absolutely ridiculous when they have a prodigy talent that is waiting to go. Your mate from Cronulla and Chevy Stewart.
Yeah, I don't get it, mate. I get that he's young and he's small. I get it. But these are players you can't sit in New South Wales Cup because if he goes ballistic, there's plenty of teams looking for a fullback that'll go in and say, to his manager, we got 600K in a fullback spot. And Chevy's going to go, see ya, and duck up the whatever. Mm-hmm. I also put Xavier Savage ahead. I know he didn't have the greatest season last year, but I think that was more down to Stewart than anything. I think Rappin is a fantastic winger, but in terms of fullbacks, he's probably in the bottom 3 in the competition.
Yeah. When what are we putting on him getting suspended for a trip? What round?
100%. That or the knees in or doing something. And I'm actually a pretty big fan of Rappin as I drafted him, so to keep an eye on him. But, mate, he will give you 110%, but ball playing skills, I don't believe it. Look, I'm going to give you Canberra at 16th, and I'm going to call in a favour later because you've talked me into it. Sorry, any Raiders fans.
Solzy.
But, yeah, Solzy, he just dropped off. He's got to go look after the kids, which is a real shame in this part. But let's move to 15th, mate. You got the Dogs, yeah. I got the Tigers. Sell me on why the Dogs are better than the Tigers.
I just think when you look at their side and you look at their half situation, might not be as stable as Bud and Caesar. Drew Hutchison is a much better complementer of Matt Burton than Aiden Caesar is of Jaden Sullivan, because you saw last year when the Roosters were firing towards the back end of the year, I think it was rounds 23, 24, 25, the 3 games before Sam Walker came back. Hutch was arguably man of the match in each of those couple of games, particularly the Manly game, particularly the Dolphins game. I think game management-wise, he allows Burton to play a little bit more open, although I was a little bit concerned with how left-side-oriented Birdo was in the trial against Cronulla. That is a massive worry. Good production line of young kids in this Canterbury system at the moment. Like, I think I read somewhere, I think they had 7 or 8 flag players from that grand final winning side last year in that trial game against Melbourne. All of them looked like they could take it. They could handle it. Really keen to see how Sam Hughes goes this season. He's everyone's lock super coach, cheapie at front row forward. And also Reid Marnie, I think having the captaincy taken off his shoulders, allowing him just to play footy again is a massive boost there. Outside backs are a little bit of a jigsaw puzzle, and I only say this because I don't know about Jacob Kiraz's fitness. There is something going around that he's not going to be, that he has a fitness test before this game against Parramatta. But I think he's a better centre, and you play Blake Wilson on the wing, because from what we saw at the back end of last year, Blake Wilson was one of their better players to finish 2023.
Absolutely agree. He was good.
Just fullback worries me.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, Stephen Crichton's going to improve him wherever he plays. I don't know where that is. I put the best centre in the game centre. I just don't complicate things. And I'd have Zeri on the other side. And then when Kiraz comes back, then you can have that discussion. He did look very good. And, I mean, as much as the Sharks fan in me wants to razz on Zeri, he made a mistake. He copped his time. He's come back. And he looks good. Look, I don't care about the Tigers and Dogs. I'll concede this one because I don't see a big difference in either. I just put the Tigers. I think the Tigers have got to be better than they were last year. They cannot be as bad. And I'm overdoing it. And then looking at that second trial, though, the way they got played off the park by the Dragons, I know it was a trial. I get it. I don't want to overreact to it. But it was a full-strength Tigers team going out there, knowing they had 2 weeks off, bashing themselves when the Dragons are like, we'll just kick back. We'll just play some football. And they got blown off the park early. That worries me. So, mate, I'll concede this. Keep that in mind later on. But Tigers and Dogs, there's nothing between them. I don't care. I've got in 14th.
I had the Tigers in 14th.
That's cool. So we Tigers, we've got 16. No, we don't. We got the Raiders and then the Tigers.
No, Dogs and Tigers. So we've got Dragons, Raiders, Dogs, Tigers.
All right, well, let's go there. Let's go with that. Let's lock that in.
Yeah.
That is our bottom four. They are not very good.
Yeah, so 13th, I've got the Titans.
Ooh, okay. I got the Cowboys. I got the Titans 12th.
I just think when you look at this Titans side, it's very young still. Des Hasler going up there, and the defense has got to be better than last year. Like, defensively, they were so bad. Like, they were blowing leads left and right. I think there was a 5-game period where they scored 26 points. They only won two of those games. And there's big pressure on Brett White this year as an assistant coach up there. When you look at his defensive resume, I have put this in my preseason production notes. I think they conceded something like, just bear with me, Dan. They conceded 25.5 points per game over the last 4 seasons.
That's pretty dire.
So at least Des is going to fix that. But my problem is, you look at Des Hasler's history, take 2021 to the side, because that was PVL ball. Attackingly, the Canterbury, like, do you remember some of those last years of Canterbury with Des Hasler?
Yeah, I do. You had the forwards playing fullback, halfback.
Yeah, it was freaking horseshit. Excuse the language.
Look, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't think Des is the saviour up there. I had a soft spot for the Titans. I look at their stars, their Fafitas, their Tinos, their Brimsons, and I think they're better than anything the Cowboys have. And I mean, Toby Sexton and Chad Townsend are not an inspiring halves.
You mean Dearden?
Well, Dearden's great. Townsend.
You said Sexton.
Oh, sorry. What's his face for Tanner Boyd rather? At the Titans. See, that's how little I hold these guys in regard. And I don't mean to bag. They're first grade footballers. I get it, but if you're going in with Tanner Boyd as a halfback, you can't be excited by that. I just think the Cowboys. Tom Malolo's on $1 million and he's not worth half that. Chad's on 800. He's not worth that. They're going on about Helam Lukey like he's some David Fafita clone. He's had about 2 good games. And I'm not bagging him. I'm just saying this is what I see as factual. Val was great, but he got burnt something crazy in the trials.
Yeah, Timoko gave him a bath.
He did. I still think he's the best winger in the game. I just see where their points come from. Whereas the Titans, I reckon, will score 30, 40. Now, they will concede 50 or 60 because that's just in the Titans' DNA. The Cowboys are so boring.
I disagree because I think Scott Drinkwater, you know what he was able to do last year. You look at his ability to create second phase. Like, they looked night and day a different team in with Drinkwater. Cotter's going to be 100% fit. Throw in Tamalolo with a season away from the captaincy. I think that's going to do him some good because he can still lead, but not with the C next to his name. And then you've got these young production line of forwards, Griffin Neame, who had a great year last year, scored a great try in the test match for the Kiwis. Fine Fuiaki, I think if I pronounced that right, the second row. He has a lot of potential. But again, I agree with any side that has Jake Granville in it. Still at 35 years of age. But look, I think that the Titans just will have more inconsistent moments than the Cowboys. The Cowboys are a much more mature team.
A lot of people pushing the Cowboys in the A. I really got to push back on that. I don't see anything in that side other than perhaps Val. I'm a huge fan of Dearden, and I do love Scott Drinkwater. He is one of my favourite non-Sharks. I mean, there's much of a muchness between these two teams. I think the Dolphins have cleared as the second best Queensland team, which we'll get to in a minute. But Cowboys, Titans, who we put in 13, mate?
You've agreed with me on a lot, so I'm going to agree with you on this one, I reckon.
There we go. We're calling in favours already, which means the Titans are 12 for reasons we just discussed. That's an easy one. 11, we're going to argue with. Who you got?
I had the Dolphins in 12, but I'll push them up to 11th now, based on what we agreed on.
I put Manly here, but I'll switch that. I'm 100% okay with the Dolphins because I think Manly are better than I thought they were. The Dolphins struggled last year when their depth was called upon. We always knew that would be you can't get 30 NRL quality players in one off season. That's impossible. I thought they did particularly well. They started extremely well. Drawing the Roosters were like, oh, there's 50. And they went and beat them. Javane Zaka, the game of all games. And they just, the hammer was great. They just rolled. It was fantastic. My worry was that they were going to start 0-10 and no one will care about them. They went the opposite, and they're the talk of the town now. I think they'll be great this year.
Yeah, I think you throw in some good signings. You've got Flegler up front. I think he'll be a big boost to their forward pack. Farnworth to bring some striking on their edge. There's even talk Avarillo's not even going to make the 17.
Crazy.
That is absolutely friggin' ridiculous. I tagged NRL Physio in it, and he can't believe it. He's up there and just stunned at the moment. I mean, Tom Gilbert, though, massive blow in the middle. He is that is second year in a row he's missing with injuries. But it's interestingly, Ray Stone was still in rehab, and they were using Max Plaff at lock this week. Yeah,
as a super coach, I drafted Ray Stone. I might have to watch that. I'm quite big on Stone, and you're right. Flegler and Herbie are two tremendous signings. Averillo is great. I'm actually quite high on testing you. I don't know where. I think maybe Bostock's the one and he's got a huge upside. So he or Tessie move for mine, but I mean Averillo. If he misses one, he misses one. But I'm excited about the Dolphins this year. I think they'll be fun, if not great.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they could make the 8 if they have a good run, but I just don't know about through Origin period. Hammer, Korfusi, Flegler, all going to be gone during that slate of games. I'm not too sure what their run through Origin looks like, but it's probably going to be rough like everyone is. But yeah, I think as long as the depth's shored up and they don't get slammed with injuries, I think that, they should make a push for the 8.
No, love that. And, of course, we got Lockie on in 15 minutes, so please stay tuned. Then Ben Cross to round us out tonight. Really excited about that one. So it brings us to 10th. I put Manly forward. I've seen them everywhere from the top 4 down to about 15th. It's excuse my French, it's a shit show.
Yeah, I don't know with Manly. Manly can go from being in the top 8 to the bottom 4, but I have them in 11th, but with us moving a couple of teams around, they do go up to 10th on here. So, again, this is just largely dependent on 2 of their players in their salary cap. Turbo, and if they can get anything, and I mean anything positive, out of Josh Schuster's $800K.
Yeah, I'm still at a loss why they paid that money. I know he's a talented kid. I've just never seen it in him. And I know I'm not making friends with these calls, but it is what it is. The bloke's injured again. Last year he forewent the World Cup to get fit, came back and didn't look fit. And I say that as the way I'm built, you'd probably say the exact same, and you'd be right saying that. But I'm not a professional footballer. I think you need to come in and rip in, and I think Schuster really missed an opportunity. It's going to come down to how Luke Brooks plays. He's a talented kid. We've all said it for, 10 years now? But at what point does Gigi's going to be good becomes he was never good? 10 years.
Yeah, I think, and Vonnie and I talked about this, I think and this is where the labels on players at a young age get so misconstrued and so rubbish. He was given the tag of the next Joey Johns after his debut game. Or it might have even been before that. I think it might have been in Holden Cup back in the day. And then you look at him now, and the last couple of years he's been the shadow of the player which did win halfback of the year in 2018. He was within a bee's dick of winning the Dally M in 2018 as well. And he's always shown the glimpses of talent. Like that 2018 season, I think he's 20... Which year did they come close to making the 8? 16 and 19, sorry. That he was pretty decent in those runs as well. But I think he needed a change as much as anyone at that joint did.
Big time.
And, a partnership with DCE, it gives something that Manly haven't had in the halves since Kieran Foran left, and that is stability. And I know it's only been 1 year, but they had halves combinations last year, Cooper Johns, DCE, KO Weeks, DCE, Schuster, DCE. I think they finished with Jake Arthur in the halves last season. So I think as long as they can keep a stable side together and Turbo stays fit, we will be on Turbo watch tomorrow in Sin City with those shortened in goals and those shortened sidelines, which will get padded up with synthetic turf. So no need to worry, no need to panic. But yeah, Manly, I think they'll just miss it because I think during that origin period where Turbo won't play as many games, that's where they'll slip, I reckon.
Yep, I 100% agree. If Turbo stays fit, they could push for a top 4, but unfortunately, I just can't see it. Now, in ninth, this is going to cop some flack, and I'm happy to discuss this and give it up. I have Newcastle. I just cannot see a season like last season repeating itself.
I've got Parramatta in ninth, and this is just because of a lack of recruitment in the outside backs. Like all last season with Parramatta, lack of depth at centre, lack of depth on wing. Straight away this season, Sevo, brain snap in the trial, Simonson, hamstring. I know they brought in Morgan Harper to address that, but I don't know if you saw the trial game, the last trial game the Titans played against Parramatta out at Ipswich, but the first try the Titans scored was a try we saw so often Parramatta concede last year. Simonson and Sevo jam in, halfback throws the rainbow pass and the winger scores.
Mm-hmm.
That to me stinks of not learning from mistakes and a bit of staleness at the club. And as good as this pack is, Hopgood, Paulo, RCG, Maddo, Cardi Party, something has to give. And I think Brad Arthur is, if his hot seat's not on after this season, he might have already been hit the ejector seat.
Yep, completely agree. I had the Eels 8th. I can move them back to 9. I think I was a bit harsh on Newcastle.
I've got the Knights 8th.
Yeah, let's flip them. Let's flip them. So the Eels are going to finish 9th. Everything you said is 100%. I don't like their backline. Sevo's their one genuine threat, and he's suspended again. He's one tackle away from 5 weeks because of loading points. So I know you can't work off that, etc., etc. But I mean, Dylan Brown was a flip last year. Did something very, very stupid. If he hasn't learned his lesson, then I believe he has. I'm huge on Sean Lane. I think they're going to have one side. I do like Mitch Moses, but a couple of years ago we had him bang on for the Dally M. Both Terry and I, like he's going to take Parramatta. He's just never truly delivered. On their day, Parramatta are going to blow some sides away, but I'm with you. I can't see where the tries come from out wide if CEO's not scoring 30 in a season.
Yeah, I just don't know with the day, and then there's nothing in their backline in their production at the moment. I think 2 of their trainer trialists did ACL injuries in the summer, and that just goes to show my research again. Yeah, I think there's some problems there. Who knows? Your old Sharks mate Zach Senior might get a call.
Yeah, we said last year when he left Cronulla to go play first grade at Parramatta and never got in. So, look, that leaves us with the Knights at 8, which I agree. Kalen Ponga had a wow of a second half of the season last year. There was a time where they were sitting 14th or something, and people were talking about Ponga is washed up, and then something just clicked, and they went absolutely ballistic and flew into the finals. Now, they lost Dom Young, which is a monster out. I can't see Ponga doing that again. I don't think Jaden Brayley has done enough in his career to take over what Phoenix Crossland did last year. Outside of the one and I'm Jackson Hastings, he's a good player. Tyson Gamble, I'm a huge fan of, but none of these make 15 other sides. Bradman Best is one of my favourite players. He'll be humongous this year, but Newcastle just a little bit below the top 7 for me. I've got him 8th now. I had him 9th.
Yeah, I had them in 8th as well, but I think now that with the right edge losing Dom Young, there's going to be a heavy emphasis on that left edge attack where you got Best and Marju. I think they combined for something like 30-odd tries last season down that side of the park. And Marju is such a huge body.
He's a monster.
He's an absolute tank, and I can't believe we're talking about Parramatta a second ago. He was in their 20s at Parramatta. He didn't crack the side.
Oh, jeez.
He was in their New South Wales Cup side 2019 against Newtown. Didn't get in the side.
What a miss.
Goes back to the Gold Coast, makes his long-awaited debut, and look at him now.
He's a freak, mate. We got Lockie on in 7 to 10 minutes, depending on how this goes. I got the Sharks 7th, mate. I think they're going to be exactly the team they were last year.
I had them in 6th. I had the Warriors in 7th, and here's my reasoning. You had last season from 2022, Parramatta and North Queensland that flew under the radar. They both missed the 8 last year. I don't think last year's rises of the Wars and the Knights missed the 8, but there is certainly a regression there. And I think there's a lot of role players that have gone from the Warriors, like Josh Curran, such a big role player off the bench. A couple of depth pieces in the backs, even though Roger Tuivasa-Sheck is there, and I absolutely loved what we saw from RTS in the trials. Nickel Clockstar is gone for, I think, the first 3 weeks from when Andrew Webster was saying. So that's a big loss. Do they move him back to fullback? Do they play Tuapiki there? That's very debatable. Can SJ replicate what we saw last year? Like, that's the next question. Can Wade Egan string a couple of games together? Because that bloke's almost taken the mantle off Josh Dugan for the most injured player in the NRL.
Yeah, it sucks. I love
it. Does suck.
But he just finds a HIA. And I watched him because I got him in Supercoach last year, real late in the draft. I thought it was a steal. And he was tremendous, but he was always off with HIAs, which sucks. I'm going to push back a little bit here because the Sharks are exactly the team they were last year. Why should we expect anything different?
They finished 6th last year, and I think because you had the home final at the at Bob the Builder's construction firm.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't know with the Sharks. I just think they're going to be hungry to come back from last year. There was a lot of things said about the Sharks last year. I know you, Terry, Vossi, very, very vocal about it, some of which I agreed with, some of which I thought might have been a bit harsh. But I think that the Sharks are that bottom half of the top 8 side. I don't think they're anything above that, not at least until next year when Fanua Blake comes in that forward pack. But even then, that's one piece when the Telstra Premiership and the task of getting to a Premiership, the ebbs and flows, there's so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's my reasoning for Cronulla.
Fair enough. I've got the Warriors markedly higher than you do.
Okay, that's fair. I'll concede that.
Got that? All right, we'll go to Sharks 7th. Okay, the 6th, I will concede the Warriors because I'm only moving them back 1 spot. Who you got in 5th?
I'll get Souths.
Yep, I'll lock in Souths.
I just think... Sorry, you go first, mate.
They can't be as bad as they were last year. It's impossible.
Yeah, and I just think, too, you look at Jack Whiten coming in, that left edge, as scary as it was already, you add in Jack Whiten onto that edge now with Shrell flowing out the back, the combination that those two and Cody Walker combined with, that is something dangerous. The only question mark is, how will that right edge look without Campbell Graham? That's the major question mark. I know Isaiah Tass had a career year last season coming into that side, but he was, I think, the left centre last year, if I'm not mistaken. So, because Graham was normally on the right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, I think it's another challenge to play the right centre, and I'm getting Dan's lefts and rights a little bit mixed up or late on this Saturday night, but
thank you.
But yeah, that's why. But again, and I think also Sean Kepi coming into that middle, I think he and Hame Sele are very similar players as far as what you get as far as impact. So I don't really think that that's a loss there. I just question how long it'll take for guys like Tallis Duncan and the like to find themselves in this 17 a bit more regularly, because they're going with a bit of experience with Jacob Host and Tom Burgess in there, but I don't think it'll be too long before he, Ben Lovett, and a couple others start pushing him.
100% agreed. Yeah, I'll go South at 5th. Agreed with everything you said. I think Campbell Graham's a huge loss. I know he'll be back towards the back end of the season. They will be much, much better. They've got too many stars to not be. We got Lockie coming up in 5 minutes. Storm a 4th for me.
I've got it. We got it 100% right with the Storm.
Love that. They are what they are. It's the Storm.
Exactly. Just the question mark is with this fullback conundrum of theirs. Like, let's just play hypothetical here, and this is going to be a really bad hypothetical here. So just a warning. If Pappy gets one more big injury and Suafalongo shines and gets Melbourne to above or beyond what we thought they could be, what do you think the conversations will be?
I think Pappy has to hang him up if he gets injured again. And I hate saying that because he's one of my favourite players. But the bloke went through 2 hellacious injuries. Genuinely hellacious. And one of them could have ended his career. Let's call a spade a spade.
Mm-hmm.
I hope and pray that doesn't happen, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm sure you would too. But
I gave the disclosure.
It's very valid. And they've got this kid who's an absolute freak and could be as good as Pappenhausen, which is frightening. Got Lockie on in 3 minutes, mate. Roosters 3rd for me.
Agree again, and I think the only thing that will stop the Roosters this year themselves, because it's happened way too many times, one stupid play from one silly person, Radley Urcho, But again, I really want to see Robbo take advantage of this. Like, he's given Nuffy White an opportunity on the bench this week. The legend himself hung up on the wall behind me. I am really excited to see him go to work in Vegas tomorrow. And hopefully, please, for my agendas, he runs over Fletcher Baker.
I would love to see that, mate. Hopefully for you. Yeah, I agree. The Roosters will be so much better this year. There's way too much talent in that team. As much as I hate it, Dom Young's a huge get. And if they don't go well this year, they never will because they're losing 2 superstars at the end of the year. 1 and 2, mate. Lockie's on a couple minutes, so probably won't get time to argue. I got the Panthers second, the Broncos first. But if you want to switch them, that's okay with me.
I had them the other way on my preseason podcast. But I just think with Brisbane in second, you take Flegler out of that forward pack. You're trusting guys like Corey Jensen, guys like Fletcher Baker, guys like even Xavier Willison, who I find it absolutely astounding after the All-Stars game and after the trial performances that they're going to leave him out against a much more mobile Roosters pack. I find that laughable. And this is a Roosters fan. I'm trying to defend them. I'm trying to defend their dumb decision making.
Trying to help them, mate. Yeah, agreed. And of course, Penrith to Penrith. We don't need to discuss that. So our combined 17. Here we go. In our we'll go down the order. We got the Panthers, Broncos, Roosters, Storm, South, Warriors, Sharks, Knights, Eels, Manly, Dolphins, Titans, Cowboys, Tigers, Dogs, Raiders, Dragons. Get on it because that's going to happen. We're going to throw to my little mate Lockie. Dragons fans, this is the stitch up of all stitch ups. Lockie, let's go. With yet another mate of the show, it's my personal mate, little Lockie, who's agreed to come on and talk some West Tigers. Mate, it's a lovely Wednesday night. How's your week been so far? Did you enjoy your trials?
Yes. Very exciting. Adam Caesar looked good. Bud Sullivan looked good. Everyone looked good in the trials on the weekend.
It was a good win too. And I know people say trials don't matter, but only the teams that lose trials say trials don't matter. The big question this year, mate, how do you think the Tigers will go in 2024?
I reckon we'll go pretty well. We're definitely better than last year. I reckon we'll come between 6th and 10th.
6 and 10. I'm going to write that down because every time I predict something, people remind me of how badly I've missed. I think you might be right on there. Last year, bit of a difficult season, but one of the best games I've ever seen the Tigers play. How many times have you watched the 66-18 win over the Cowboys?
Yeah, that was a great night. I think I've watched that about 7 or 8 times on rollover.
Were you there that night?
Yes.
They scored like 10 or 11 tries, right? Did your arms get sore from waving the flag?
Yes, they did.
That was a ripper of a night. Like, how much are you going to celebrate when the Tigers make the finals again?
I'll be so happy. Haven't seen a finals game in my life.
Oh, that's true. It's I forget how old you were, but that's true. Look, I will message your mum and make sure you get a day off school when it happens. Yeah, to celebrate. Yeah. I don't know how she'll agree, but hey, it's said here and it's on camera, so it's all good. I'll do my best. Who's your favourite Tiger at the moment?
Adam Dewey still.
Adam Dewey. And do you expect him to come back this year and play in the halves, or will he go to the centres?
I reckon hopefully he stays in the halves.
I'm a big fan of Adam Dewey too, mate. Who's your favourite Tiger of all time?
Probably Benji.
Benji? How do you think he'll go as a coach?
I reckon he'll go really well.
I got to admit I'm excited about this Benji Marshall. I think you guys have had the best off-season. A lot of it probably won't make sense to you, mate, but please stay like that as long as you can. I think the Tigers are set to have their best year in a long, long time. My personal question to you, what's your favourite Tigers home ground?
Leichhardt.
Leichhardt? Any reason why, or just the best?
It's just everything there is just Tigers, everything, yeah.
I agree. I do love Leichhardt. What's your favourite away ground or away trip?
Ooh. Probably Newcastle.
Newcastle. Do you guys drive up or do you fly up?
We drive up.
I like Newcastle and I like Canberra because it's a good drive. You get to feel like you're going away, but it's not too far. Like Brisbane. Yeah. Brisbane's too far for me. Do you know how many away games you went to last year?
I went to 2 in a state. I'm pretty sure I went to all of the ones in New South Wales.
That's so cool. Are you able to watch the games at home, or do you miss being there?
I am able to watch the games at home, yes, but I do definitely miss being there.
That's cool. I got to admit, I never missed a game when I was a kid. Now, if it's a bit cold or a bit rainy, I stay at home. So you're a better fan than me this year. We see behind you, you got some amazing stuff. Do you have a favourite bit of memorabilia?
Probably that Dewey one up there.
I love it. I've seen some great photos with you and Adam Dewey. Is he as nice as he seems in person?
Yes, he is. He's very nice.
That's cool.
Can get him very shy though.
Oh, shy is he?
Yeah.
That's good, mate. I love to hear that stuff. Who was the other one? Jackson Hastings for Newcastle, yeah? He nice too?
Yeah, he's very good with me, yeah.
You were okay supporting him even though he's wearing the wrong colours?
Yes.
I like it, mate. That'll change. Trust me, that'll change. Hey, look, we got two YouTube superstars right here. Do you enjoy doing the blogs? I always watch them after games. I enjoy the ones where you guys win more, I have to say.
I do really enjoy them, yes.
Are you do you know the link to the blog? Otherwise I can put it in after.
Yes, I do know the link, yes.
Yep. Do you know what it's called so people can look out for you?
No, not off the top of my head.
That's right. I'll find it. That's all good. I'll send a link for those watching now. Just one more question from me, mate. The big one. How do you think the Dragons are going to go this year?
Wooden spoon.
Wooden spoon. You don't just last.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with that? I have to admit, I was married to a Manly fan. I know it's horrible. And I liked when Manly lost more when we were together. Do you have that, or do you feel a little bit bad because your mum supports them?
I stick it to a week.
That's fantastic, because I know she lives for Tigers victories, and I respect that. But, mate, that is good. I very much agree with that. Is there a game you're looking forward to this year, or they're all good?
I'm looking forward to all of them. Just being able to see them play again.
Who's your favourite Sharks player?
Nico Hines.
Nico. Everyone says Nico. It's all right to say Nico. And, mate, look, one final question. We've all heard the people talk about Shark Park. Do you like going there, or are you in that camp?
No.
I was trying, mate. We're friends. We're friends, and you're bagging the Sharks.
That's not that bad.
Thanks so much for jumping on, mate. Is there anything you want to say? Anyone you want to say hello to? Any of your friends at school?
No.
That's all good. I'll give him a shout out. Hello, Lockie's friends at school. He gets to go to more football games than you. Who's going to be the top try scorer for the Tigers this year, mate? I'm getting on right now.
Stafford.
So I love that. Do you play Supercoach?
Yes.
Yep. You any good?
No.
No, I was going to say, if you've got any tips, let me know, because I am very, very bad at it. But no, that's all good, mate. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. So we got the Tigers 6th to 10th, Dragons last. You know what? I'd be happy with both of those. Where are the Sharks going to finish?
7th.
Behind the Tigers or in front of them?
Behind.
There you go. You heard it there first, guys. Little Lockie, absolute legend. Big shout out to both his parents. Fantastic fan of the thing. As you can see, he's got all the Tigers gear head to toe. Look out for his YouTube channel this year. And, let's hope, mate, the Tigers make the finals, because I want to see that celebration vlog.
Yeah, hopefully.
Thanks so much, bud. Have a lovely night.
Thank you, you too.
Mate, that is honestly what rugby league is all about. And Lockie and I have had a few chats before, but it's very difficult to go on stream like that, especially in the way I was hammering him with the questions. But he could not be quick enough to stitch up the Dragons, and I loved it.
You gotta love it, mate.
It was so good. But huge thanks to Lockie and his mum Burjo, who is just fantastic. He goes to all the games. I'm supremely envious. He's a great kid. He's gonna be a huge star too. You mark my words, he'll be huge somewhere, mate. Speaking of huge and friendly, etc., we're going to show some love to each other after biffing a bit in the last segment. That was really fun, by the way. I'm going to put that up on Twitter later, see where we land. I'm going to give you my favourite Roosters 13, and I hope you've got a favourite Sharks team.
Yeah, I do. I've got one of all eras encompassing, some oldies, some newbies, and all the above.
That's fantastic. And because you are the rugby league nerd, I'm going to assign this one to you. I want the best Sharks Roosters team, not of best players, but players that have played for both clubs.
on top of my Sharks one?
Yes.
Perfect. So I'm going to kick off with my Sharks one, if you don't mind. So at fullback, I've gone the Peach.
Yeah.
David Peachy, an absolute class player for the Sharks. Do you remember him for that night? He had a duel with Shane Hayne. He got sent off for waving around with his hands.
You keep going. He's off. He's off.
And then you had Andy Raymond. Hands been sent.
What a rubbish night that was, but very good callback. Yeah, look, the Peaches. The Peaches are the best.
Yeah. On the wing, number 2, I have Ronaldo Mulatalo. Like, Mulatalo is an absolute lovable guy. He's just so nice with fans off the field. And friend of the show, Haley, knows it all too well. And really good guy. My centers, it's hard. When you talk about Cronulla and their history, hard to go past DT and McGaw. Like, there's nothing more Cronulla than those two. Both Kangaroo tourists in 1990, I think it was. Very classy players. And you had Mark McGaw be an excellent referee on Gladiators recently.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course, AT. Ronaldo's a great shout, mate. Some people hate him, and those people, I say to you, you're wrong.
Yeah, I don't know why people hate him, to be honest. It's just the way it is, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately. Who's your other winger, mate? It better be who I think it's going to be.
It's a hard one with Cronulla because there's a lot of good wingers out there that have played over the years, and you look at their premiership winning side, you got guys like Sasai Feki, absolute good player. Who was there? I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head here. They had Al Holmes as well. He was great. Ricky Latelli was worth a shout. I was watching him for Lee this morning against St Helens. But what did you do to him?
I've never seen anything negative about Ricky Latelli. I wouldn't dare after that tackle, but probably some blowback. But sorry, go on.
Just a bloke in a bar. But it's hard to go past Luke Cavell.
Luke Cavell. Wow, that's a shocker. I love Luke Cavell. I'm a big fan of his personally, and I thought he was pretty good in the team.
Who do you think I was going to say?
Matt Rogers, mate. How can you go past Matt Rogers?
I was a big part. For me, growing up as a footy fan, I remember more Matt Rogers as a Titan.
Look, fair enough. I don't think any player leaving the club will ever hurt me as much as Matt Rogers. So that one sticks. Who's in the halves?
Very interesting halves combination I have gone for in this one. Number 6, Brett Kamali.
Yeah, love Noddy.
I've gone for Noddy at 6. Great game manager, absolute Sharks legend. Also legend of the Northern Eagles, Hunter Mariners, Newcastle Knights. Bulldogs, yep. I'm probably missing one club. Who knows? Let me have a look quickly. Let's have a look. Newcastle, Hunter, Melbourne, Northern Eagles, Sharks, Dogs. I was close.
It was good shout.
And then at halfback, I'm not going to go for Chad. I was thinking about it for shits and gigs, but Savo Dan would have me booted off faster than I could say his name.
That was me. I had the thing on because I thought it was coming, but who's genuinely the halfback?
Genuinely the halfback. It was a hard one to think of. Like, you got some good ones over the years. Barry Russell won the first Rothmans medal for the Sharks, but Paul Green stands out for me.
Paul Green, very likely. He was my favourite growing up. Look, I'd be hard-pressed to go past Nico Hines. What he's done in 2 years is incredible, but mate,
Yeah.
Paul Green. I also like Stuart Topper, so maybe I just had a thing for Sharks number 7s because with the greatest respects, and I know he's watching in the comments, not a superstar.
I love Nico. He was pretty close to this side. I'm sure Haley's going to message you go, hey, Jay, you forgot Nico.
Paul Green's
But,
a good shout, mate.
Yeah, at prop, I'm going to go with Luke Douglas. Most consecutive games, and I was doing a bit of research. He's actually still playing rugby league up in the men's country championship with the Northern Rivers Titans.
Yes. Still looks 28 too. He defies age, that gentleman.
He does. At hooker, premiership winning hooker Michael Lennis. Just the impact he had in that limited time frame. He could get under people's skins with the old infamous Viking club. I got something against Canberra tonight, but I just love watching Michael Ennis play. And there was just something about it. There was a bit of X factor. You just knew what you were going to get. Other prop, I've gone for Andrew Fafita.
Fafita. Yep.
That grand final. But also, I think what's underrated is that 2013 season he had.
Yeah, mate. Andrew Fafita is the most underrated prop of all time because people remember his last year where he was broken and the silly stuff he did off the field. And, you know, you got to cop that. I get it. But Andrew Fafita is the best prop that's ever worn Cronulla colours, and we've had some really good props.
Yeah, I just think that 2013 season, he was scoring tries for fun. He was doing a lot of good things. And, yeah, that's why I had to have Andrew Fafita where I had him at that prop position. Back row, I've gone Britain Nicola.
Love the Brit.
Make sure our pronunciation is right. But, yeah, Britain, since he's come into grade, made his debut 2019, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, the Sean Johnson year.
The Sean Johnson year. But Britain is just a really good player. He runs a great line. And I think that's another good thing. Next back row is Billy Burns. No joking.
The Billy Burns slander. Left side. That won't mean anything to anyone, but it's fine. I'll allow it.
If you know, you know. But look, the other back rower for me, it's a bit of an old one, but Les Davidson.
Good shout. Great shout.
Very good back rower coming through. Nathan Long was close. But, yeah, big fan of him. And then at lock, you don't go past Gal.
Exactly right. I would have been trouble if you did, mate. That's a bloody good side. Now, remember, this is the most likable side, not a best players side. Because, you know, obviously there'll be a few changes. But I like it, man. It's a very good side. I think I might be able to top it, though, for the Roosters.
Let's have a listen.
Let's go number one. I got Anthony Minicello. I love the count. I wouldn't say we're mates by any stretch, but we used to work on the same floor, and he was one of the most lovely blokes of all time. Even if he hadn't been, he's still on this list for what he did for football. I love the guy. Pure and simple. Love Anthony Minicello. On the wings, Brett Mullins. Now, I know he's a Canberra legend, but he played for the Roosters, so it counts. Brett Mullins is one of my favourite players of all time. Growing up watching him for the Green Machine is a lot of the reason why I'm a big football fan.
1 year wonder. Beat Brett Mullins in 02.
That's it, and he counts. And on the other wing, I got Matt Singh, who, again, I know he played elsewhere, but just a lovable player, and it's my list.
It counts.
In the centres, I got Sean Kenny Dowell. Early on in his career, I wouldn't have put this, like, by any stretch. I would have put him in my most hated. I just love how he took being a shit stirrer and just ran with it. And I love it.
I've got a story here with SKD. 2015 preliminary final with that cutout pass that was intercepted by Darius Boyd. That has given me PTSD every single time I see some dickhead throw a cutout pass in his own end. I just get traumatized every single time.
But as a neutral, that adds to my argument about how much I love him. And the other centre is Shannon Hegarty. Again, a couple of years ago, I probably wouldn't have even touched him. I remember that big bald head, mate. What a man.
Yeah, he's I think, running a gym in the States at the moment.
Yeah, I believe so. I did a quick Google of him earlier to make sure I got the name right. It's been that long. Now, number 6 is going to be super, I'm going to get shouted down here, but it's Braithen Astor for the simple fact that he's a Chelsea fan.
Fair enough. Like, for the first little bit of Braithen Astor's time at the Roosters, I didn't mind him. But it was when, in 2012, he came out on Twitter and said he didn't sign a contract with anyone. Like, he put that on his Twitter in the day after we beat the Warriors. It was like 26-8. It was like a turning point in our season. And then the next day it comes down the Daily Telegraph, breaking, Braithen Astor signs with the Tigers. That just did it for me.
Hey, completely fair. And look, I think he copped a bit of grief with all those most overrated. Number 7 for me is Adrian Lamb. Just enjoyed him as a kid. That's pretty much it. Up front, and we got Ben Cross coming on in 12 minutes. Please stick around because there's a reason I saved it for last. I got Willie Mason and Adrian Morley, just two big, lovable, big dudes who would smash your face in and laugh at you while you lay there in pain. Number 9, Craig Wing, most handsome man alive. Number 11, Craig Fitzgibbon. I mean, duh. Number 12, Boyd Cordner. Again, I know he and Wade Graham had this feud, and by that I mean the fans had the feud because they didn't, over who was the best left back row. I don't care. Pick one. They're both fantastic. And number 13 for me is Luke Ricketson. Second most handsome man alive, just a likable dude. Man, I didn't think I could name 13 Roosters players that I like, but there we go.
I love it, Dan. But you presented me with a challenge to name the best combined Roosters Sharks team. Now, there's been 29 players that have crossed over, so you might not think there's not that many to go off, but I've managed to pick a list. So at fullback, we have Richie Barnett.
Good shout. Good player.
Really good. I think he came over to us after the Super League year. Got done in a really bad tackle in one of the test matches. I think he got a facial fracture and went over to England. On the wing, number 2.
Can I have a guess?
Pardon?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Leon Bott.
No, Leon Bott did not play for the Roosters.
Oh, I thought he did. Well, he sucks anyway, so it was a joke.
He played for Randwick. That's probably why he got confused.
Close enough. Sorry.
But we got another one that does suck. Matty Cavallo.
Oh, jeez. No.
Mate, 2021, that semi-final against the Titans when he dropped the ball straight into Jared Wallace's chest for that try. I was doing an Instagram live stream because it was in lockdown and I just wanted to watch the game. I had 150 people come on at that exact moment where I swore at Cavallo for 30 seconds straight.
Hey, look, completely fair. And obviously you've seen more of him than I have. I thought he did okay for the Sharks, so I'm happy enough. Good pick, though. Great pick.
The other wing, I've gone for Nene McDonald.
Hugely underrated player, and I think if things had gone better for him, with luck, I think he would have been not a superstar, but a very handy first grader.
Completely agree, especially at the Roosters. At centre, I've gone with Vince Mellors.
Yeah, good shout. I like Vince Mellors.
Vince Mellors, really good player. The other centre, we touched on him at the beginning of our stream today, Mr. Josh Morris.
Great shout. Had to be.
Had to be there. In the halves, number 6, Todd Carney, 2010 Dally M medalist, did some really good things at the Sharks, did some bubbly things as well.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, yes.
At halfback, we go with the Queensland product, Laurie Spina.
Oh, good shout. Good shout.
Now, I reckon this is one of like a hypothetical thing I wanted to do for a while. Like, I think that even if he gets the first game in 87 over Alan Langer, because you might remember they were the two main competitors for the jersey before, because they had a selection trial in Queensland the week before the teams were named. Laurie Spina completely wiped the floor with Alan Langer. And it was basically the consensus that Spina was going to get picked. Lo and behold, Alan Langer gets picked. The rest is history. But I still think if Laurie Spina plays 1 or 2 games in Origin and then, say, for example, Queensland blow it, Alan Langer comes in game 3 and the rest probably history still probably writes itself.
Yeah, Langer's too good a player not to find that.
Yeah, but Laurie Spina, very good player. Up front at prop, Andrew Lomu.
Yeah, oh yeah. Stretching now, mate.
The other hooker, a bit of an older one, but David Truella.
I remember that name. I'm glad I left this with you, mate, honestly.
Now, I'll explain for our listeners. David Truella played with East from about 1986 to 91. Then he had a 1-season stint with the Sharks because I think Artie Beetson was coaching at that time. But yeah, played for New South Wales and eventually, because there was a hooker crisis in Australia, because Mario Fennick broke his thumb, Ben Elias then broke his thumb. So David Truella was the reserve hooker for the Australia tour to go to New Zealand in 89. Yeah. The other prop, it's hard to do a list and not mention Danny Nutley.
Nah, good old Nuts. I love that bloke, man. I wish he had the size of some of our bigger players, or they had his heart, because he was a tremendous player.
Yeah. Now, Lockie's got a very big significance for me, so I'm going to leave that rightfully for last. The 2 back rowers, I've got the Sorensen brothers.
Yep, that makes sense.
Dane and Kurt. And at lock for me, I mentioned my family at the beginning of this, but hard to go past Bunny Riley for me as a significant point. But if you're looking for an overall team, you could probably have Bunny as a reserve and throw Gavin Miller at lock.
Yeah, you could go one of the greatest locks of all time.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of Gavin Miller, and I think one of the underrated parts of Gavin Miller's game was the fact that he won back-to-back Dally M medals in 88, 89. And I think when we talk about great players and great forwards in our game, he's criminally overlooked.
Hugely so, mate. I mean, it's so long ago. I mean, I know people have overlooked him for longer times, but I mean, back-to-back Dally M medals is ridiculous, especially when you're not wearing a number 7 or number 1. I know it's changed. I know the game's different, but you look through history and it's mainly the playmakers.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, you look at players that have won double Dally M's in that time. Peter Sterling, like Alan Lang only won it once. Joey, JT, Cameron Smith, Cooper Cronk, those are the likes. Even Michael Potter won the Dally M twice.
Yes. See, like, you look back at football, mate, and there's these weird little things everywhere.
Yeah, like that's the weirdest one I found, that Mick Potter managed to snag 2 Dally M's in his career, mate. But that is, I might do a bench actually. Well, I might as well do a bench when we're talking about this, because
6 minutes, mate. Do a bench.
So we got Bunny Riley on the bench, Chitterara Rona.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
Roosters legend, Chris Beattie.
The Beats, the most intelligent man in rugby league.
Now, I have a bone to pick with Chris Beattie and Danny Nutley, because they were brought over to the club in 07 because we sacked Ricky Stewart. We were all gung-ho, set on having Wayne Bennett come across. He did us dirty. We were left with Chris Anderson and the fecking one marker.
How good did that work? I was thinking at the time when he announced that, I'm like, I can see some cadence to this. And about 11 minutes in, I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And it took him so long to change it.
We made South Sydney Shannon Hegarty look passable. Do you know how hard that was? We gave him a Dally M vote.
It was good quality as a neutral, but yeah, I can't imagine that would have gone over well.
So 16. So yep, this will be my last spot. Matty McCulloch.
Yeah, good. Another good-looking dude.
Like, I was a big fan of Matt McCulloch at the Roosters, like, because Jake Friend was coming back from a serious injury. He did good service, and then we shipped him off to Cronulla. But also an underrated guy that we didn't mention in this list, and I do want to give a quick shout-out to Nathan Stapleton.
Yeah, great player for Cronulla, great servant, great dude when I met him too. I was looking back through some photos the other day on the memories, and he was holding my son, and obviously we wish him all the best.
Yeah, like
something very serious, but great shout, man.
I just wanted to mention that quickly.
He very, very underrated player. There was a time when Cronulla were, disgustingly bad. And, you look back and you think Nathan Gardner, Nathan Stapleton,
Scott Porter.
Scott Porter. Not so much Scott Porter, to be honest, but they all had some highlights that had to be seen to be believed. So it's a good shout. I'm glad to hear his name brought up, mate. Well, that's a good 17. I couldn't have named. I probably would have said Morris, and you did forget Anthony Tupou, though. Was that on purpose?
Yes, it was on purpose, because I was really dirty when he left. He was such a gun footy player. Like, that break he made in the 04 grand final, like that, he was always had something. There's always something, I don't want to say fluky, but there was something different about his game style where you saw him and he just went, oh, bang. That's an absolute gun play. And when he went to Cronulla, I was really dirty because we used that salary cap money to sign Jordan Tansey.
Yeah.
Who turned out to be the greatest flop in the history of the Roosters.
Yeah, that wasn't a good trade. Mate, I remember the day we signed him or the day after, because it was back in where you had to read the newspaper to get your news. You couldn't get 50 people tagging you at 11:30 at night. And we signed Tupou. And I remember I was working at Guymere, and when I heard on the radio, I went next door, bought the paper and read it. And I was so excited. And his first couple of games for Cronulla, I'm like, we're on here. It just never eventuated, unfortunately. He had good games, but he wasn't what he was at the Roosters. Because if he had been, we would have signed. We'd be talking about him as one of the best signings. He was an absolute freak.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he got his face absolutely caved in by Connie Hurrell, didn't he?
I believe so. I know he was injured for a long, long time. I can't remember. Hurrell's probably right. But
yeah. Because that was the game where SJ scored that friggin' gun-ass try after you guys managed to pull it out of the fire. nearly win it at the end. But
yeah, and then he broke about 96 tackles in everyone's hearts. Yeah, those were bad days as a Cronulla fan. Mate, thank you for that.
I will just tell another story quickly because I know we've got a bit of time to fill before Benny Cross.
Absolutely.
Jack Bird's first starting game at 5'8".
Yep.
I was there that day at Allianz. I never wanted to get out of the stadium quick enough because we were there for the 20s and we won 68-6 or something.
Sounds about right.
I was running very, very high on the Roosters that day and that year. And then I see Jack Bird score a try, set up a try, and we're down 10-0. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck plays the game of his life. I think he had like 320 meters or something. He broke the running meter record. We get back in the game, and then I see Jack Bird go over, and I literally broke the railing in front of me at the seated chairs at Allianz Stadium. But that one, I've told you the Trent Barrett story, haven't I?
No.
So Trent Barrett, you might remember, he got suspended in Origin in about 2009 for a cheap shot on Greg Inglis.
Mm-hmm.
Next game was against the Roosters. So he's suspended. We're there early to watch the Toyota Cup, and we see Trent Barrett there, and I'm like, you're the... And I was about 5 years old, by the way, so excuse the accent. But you were the one that punched Greg Inglis in the head, you dog. And he turns around getting ready to have a go at me and have a shot at me, and then he sees it's a kid, which is me. Everyone else has a go at him, and then he needs a bloody police escort back to the sheds because everyone's giving it to him.
Would have come to King at you. No, it was good. It was good of him to not belt up a kid when he could have taken you. I'm very certain, mate. Thank you so much for jumping on. It's been a lot of fun. Great insight. Huge rugby league nerd, but I love it as a fellow rugby league nerd. Mate, you want to give the podcast a quick shout out before we throw to Benny Cross?
Yeah, 100%, boys. Check out the League Scene podcast. It's available every Monday with myself and good friend Reece Sullivan. We talk all the footy, especially this week because my Roosters are taking on his Broncos. A big thanks to Savo Dan for having me on. Mate, I've really enjoyed tonight. It's been a lot of fun.
Mate, absolute pleasure, and thank you very much. We're going to go to Benny Cross, and I'll be back for a quick wrap-up, including a final donation. But Benny Cross, over to you, mate. I'm here right now with a very special guest, Stegs, and we're here today joined by Ipswich Jets coach, former New South Wales front rower, the great Ben Cross. Mate, thank you so much for jumping on, especially on such short notice. Really appreciate it.
No, thank you for having me. My pleasure.
So I'm going to start off, Stegs. I know it's rude, but it's the way it's going to go. I just want to ask straight off the bat, living and coaching in Queensland, come Origin time, does it make it a little bit more difficult to hate him, or you still got that passion inside?
No, that passion will never go. And I share the office with a fellow New South Welshman and one Queenslander, so it's not too bad in the office. It's all right. We just need to get a few more wins, would be nice. Yeah, so we're still the underdogs now. We're going to be playing the underdog tag now in New South Wales for a while, I think.
Yeah, as we should. Queensland always grab that, even when they go in favourites. It's where the underdogs. Does that annoy you, or does it just doesn't matter?
It just is what it is. I guess it's just a media beef up for them. Throwback in time when they used to have less players to choose from. Now it's, I guess, they've still got probably a little bit less, but their quality's coming through, and obviously our competition with the Queensland Cup's producing a lot of those good Queensland Origin players. So, yeah, give Queenslanders something to whinge about, and they'll whinge about it. Don't worry.
Steg?
Yeah, so think about that. You're a country boy at heart, born in the Riverina, grew up in the South Coast. For us city slickers, we don't necessarily grab just how important sport and particularly league can be in those country areas. Can you give us a bit of a feel of what it was like when you were a kid, how important those footy teams were for your towns?
Yeah, it was community engagement. Just those small country towns. Batemans Bay, a population of 7,000 when I was growing up, and you just become such a tight-knit community through your sport. That was all sport, league, union, soccer, cricket, but obviously I gravitated towards league. And look, your local butcher was your under-14s coach, your under-16 coach was a local school teacher. So we're all sort of interconnected in those small communities. And then everyone sort of invested in each other's lives through the sport as well. So myself and my brother went through and had an NRL career. There was Michael Wayman not too far down in Maria, and his brother Tim, and Chris Houston down at Narooma. So those small knit communities are the lifeblood of rugby league, and at the moment, I think they're suffering quite a bit. They're just not getting the funding and the resources, and I'm hearing a lot of clubs and competitions amalgamating just on the sheer weight of numbers and not having the enough resources just to keep some clubs afloat. So I'd like to challenge probably the NRL a little bit to look at that so they know where they're deriving their players from. NRL players just don't turn up and put a jersey on and run out there. They've actually got to come from somewhere. So a bit more time and effort into those grassroots. But yeah, it was a terrific way to come through the greys, mate, playing country footy, and yeah, loved it. And long trips, and you always find the best pie shop in every small country town. That's for sure after the game.
Yes. Well, you don't have to. I was going to say, you don't have to tell me too much. I lived down in Ulladulla for a few years and repping the Bulldogs today. So I know a lot about those amalgamated comps and stories of juniors having to come up to Helensburgh to be playing games from Ulladulla. So it's a lot of passion and commitment that goes into it.
Yeah, there's mate. And again, as I said, mum and dad, volunteers giving up their valuable time so the kids can play a sport they love and opportunities to get to the NRL through the grassroots football. So very appreciative of all those volunteers, mums and dads.
Just playing off that, do you miss city country? Because as a fan, it was always something I look forward to every year. As a city, I grew up in Cronulla, so you're like, oh, go city, but country seemed to care 10 times more at any given time.
Yeah, it was a great concept. I really loved it. Look, being pull on that country jersey, knowing that you're representing your old teammates, as I said, the volunteers from where you grew up, and you get to say where you were from as well. So Batemans Bay, Group 7 and Group 16, juniors and seniors, it was terrific to sort of represent where you're from. I thought the concept was great. It was a good little prelude into the state of origin for selection purposes as well. I know it sort of helped my causes in the couple of games I played country origin into state of origin. And it showcased a lot of players as well that, yes, we're playing in our NRL, but put them on a representative level to see how they can pit against themselves against some good quality players and sort of announce themselves a little bit. I know that really helped Todd Carney as well, announcing himself. Would have been Jared Mullen as well. Like he got found out through country origin and guys like myself. So it's a great concept. I know they have something similar up here in Queensland, but at the level below, not the NRL level of Queensland Cup. But I love that concept. Terrific representing your country towns.
And the opportunity to get.
Yeah, when you can bash the city slicker every now and then, it's always good too.
Yeah, and the opportunity to get high quality league out to the country towns. It was going everywhere towards the end of the time there. So you'd be playing in Wagga or Tamworth or any of those places, sort of thing. It's a great opportunity to keep the game strong or try and strengthen it out in those country areas.
Yeah, there's a terrific revenue raising for those country areas too. When they used to go out to Orange, Tamworth, Bathurst, where to play Coffs Harbour, even out of Wagga. Like the local clubs derive some revenue out of that as well, which is a good thing and help that local competition.
Just shifting gears a little bit, mate. The Craig Bellamy spray, it's become this legendary thing. Is it legit or is it just a look and you're like, whoop, sorry, sir?
Yeah, you probably know you've stuffed up more if you just get a look. Actually, the look can say 1,000 words. Whether it's his blow up in the coach's box, like some people sort of criticise him about it, but that's his working domain, that's his environment, and if that works for him, well then so be it. Like you do need to blow off your steam. You do get frustrated because you're living vicariously through your players. And we are playing for sheep stations, literally, at that level of football. So it is a cutthroat industry. And if that's his way of dealing with it and blowing off steam sort of thing, well, then so be it. And you never got a spray off Craig if you didn't deserve it. But you knew what was behind it was care and love for you as a player to make you better. He wouldn't probably do that to players that he didn't care about or were invested in. So, yeah, he didn't suffer fools for very long. So if you weren't towing the line, you weren't there for real long anyway.
Is there a Ben Cross spray?
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Probably very similar to Craig. I'm more around effort and your application towards your teammate. Not so much individual errors and those things type of come. You don't sort of chastise players about those, but when you're not adhering to standards of behaviours and expectations and doing what's required for your teammates, I get really frustrated about players not being a good teammate and doing what's required there. And a spray can come out, and when we're just not sort of concentrating at times.
Yeah. Kind of jumping onto that a little bit. Ipswich Queensland Cup. Now, if I've got my info right, Ipswich doesn't have a feeder club going up into the NRL pathways. Have I got that right?
We actually haven't had for quite some time, but now we do. We've gone for a period of time with having no NRL affiliation, being the first Queensland Cup club to have 2 NRL affiliates. So we've got a good relationship and affiliation with the Sydney Roosters, used as a pathway model for our juniors and their development, opening up a little bit of a backyard and player resources for the Roosters. And within that, we get train and trial opportunities to recruit players. And we've signed an agreement with the Gold Coast Titans as well, where we'll facilitate their non-NRL players on a weekly basis as well between us and Tweed Seagulls. So that's allowed us to sort of get on an even playing field with a lot of the other clubs in the Queensland Cup and the Host Plus Cup, because we haven't had that for a while. And you do need that level of quality players coming back, because that's what this competition is for. It's a different model to the New South Wales. We are an affiliate competition, and we need to be relevant and servicing these NRL clubs to use their players. And then with the Roosters, it's a terrific opportunity for them to get into a rugby league heartland where there's plenty of David Fafitas. There's a couple more Ezra Mams. There are some bloody good kids coming through that area that they'll be able to tap into.
Well, that answers part of the question I was thinking, because I could imagine that there would be some difficulties in trying to do some recruitment, not having that direct pathway sort of thing. But does it also kind of bring up a bit of difficulty of not necessarily knowing who you're going to have week to week, kind of in your 17 or your 20-man squad?
Yeah, well, you base it off just having your best 17 first and foremost that you've recruited. And this year I've got a real good 17, just taking outside any Titans players that's going to be allocated to us. So you start from there and work backwards, and that gives yourself a good springboard to go off. So I'm pretty confident with the quality of depth and people and players we've got this year that will go a lot better. And then you add in those Titan players coming to just complement it. We should have some good players, contracted good players, missing out on playing Host Plus Cup footy on every week. And you look at across the teams in the NRL that are quite successful, Brisbane, Penrith, Melbourne, Roosters, they've got good players not playing on a weekly basis, hence why it develops their strengths and their quality of their performances.
Yeah. It's a very good shout. I like that. We're obviously being a Cronulla fan, we have the Newtown Jets, and very much the same. There's some Newtown contracted players, a bit of a rough break last year, sent them back. But shifting gears again to the women's game, any thoughts on the Origin expanding to 3? I like the fact that it expanded. I thought 2 was sort of they didn't know which way to go. But now that it's 3, obviously you had a big hand in bringing it to the forefront. What are your thoughts on the 3-game series?
Yeah, it was a bit weird having 2, wasn't it? They probably should have just left it at 1 until they decided to jump to 3. I reckon now they're starting to get enough talent to go to 3 games. I was always concerned while I was coaching the women's team, they only ever had 1 game, and looking across the talent there, that if you scratch the surface, we get a few injuries or players suspended, that the quality would have dropped off quite dramatically. Now, probably not so much with having, 5 NRLW seasons, and the progression of both the Queensland BMD senior women's competition, the Harvey Norman Premiership down in New South Wales, that there's more and more quality players coming through. So you've got to have that quality of depth to keep the quality of the game, because then if the quality of the game starts to drop off, at that, especially at that pinnacle, the origin level, it loses a little bit of credibility. But now that they've gone to 3 and they do have that quality of depth, where if it is the second or third string halfback that needs to come in because of a couple of injuries, well, then the game's still going to be quality, which is good now.
Yeah, agreed.
Good stuff. Yeah. I guess it's kind of, I think we're going to shift gears every time we ask a question at the moment, but kind of how it rolls. You played for a few clubs yourself, a few here in Australia, a couple of clubs over in the UK. We often hear lots about culture and structure and even playing styles and all of that. As a player yourself, how much difference did you feel going from one club to another about learning new ways to do things, of how clubs ran themselves and their expectations for players?
Yeah, well, in Australia with the Canberra Raiders, Melbourne Storm, and Newcastle Knights, they're all quite different. Where Canberra, I would be classified as a local kid coming through, even though at 24 I was playing the local competition and went through from an open trial through the reserve grade system there, Batemans Bay, close enough that there was a lot of players from the region attached to the Canberra Raiders. So it was a terrific club in that essence that they recruited a lot of players locally from country New South Wales around there as well. So there's a good connection to the club. They also used a lot of young Queenslander kids as well. So they would integrate with us as well. So it was just felt like it is a big country town. That's what it feels like, but it felt that feel to it, to a big country footy club as well, playing on the NRL stage and the New South Wales Cup stage. So that was a good introduction to a good family club. And then Melbourne Storm was different altogether as well, because everyone was from somewhere else. Yeah. But we're all there for the same collective objective. So we virtually lived in each other's pockets. We all lived fairly close to each other. We did a lot of social interaction before and after training. So that really forged good bonds and connections that still live on today. Like I catch up with a lot of my old teammates now. Dallas Johnson yesterday for coffee because he just lives down the road, and it's like we were playing together yesterday. But that was a forged culture just through necessity of where we all were. And then to Newcastle. Newcastle's, again, very similar to Canberra, a big country town with a lot of local players derived from the area up to northern New South Wales and out west that were fairly local and prevalent in the Newcastle area. So that had that similar feeling to Canberra as well. So the Canberra and Raiders had the same sort of culture feel. I'd never played for a Sydney club, so that would probably be a little bit different, where guys could bounce around from club to club and still live in the same place, where that probably didn't catch up as much because they weren't as isolated from every other team. And then again, like very similar when I was over in the UK, Leeds, a standalone city, everyone sort of lived locally. Wigan, standalone town through and through, and Widnes Vikings were, again, very similar as well. They didn't have clubs within a bigger city just by suburbs. So still, with all those three clubs in the UK, very similar feeling to Canberra and Newcastle as one team town type of things.
Yeah.
It's crazy how different it is. Obviously, growing up in Sydney, we don't have that camaraderie. But no, it's good to see. Staying in England though, have you got any advice for players that are looking to go over there? Because at a time it was seen as, if your NRL career is coming to an end, you go to the Super League. Now we're seeing players go over there, prove themselves, and either become bona fide stars like Jai Field, Bevan French. You can tell I'm a Wigan fan. Or they're coming back, like Aiden Caesar coming back as genuine first graders.
Yeah.
Would you recommend players start looking over there for an opportunity?
Yeah, definitely. Like, imagine being a halfback stuck behind Nathan Cleary at Penrith. Or like back in the day, being a hooker stuck behind Cameron Smith. So it does give you the opportunity to still play as a professional rugby league player. And some of those guys just need that little bit more development before they're probably out and outright NRL players. And there's a new rule they've actually brought in too, that Super League clubs can recruit under 24-year-olds that are playing in New South Wales and Queensland Cup competitions. That'll help a lot of the lesser resource clubs over in Super League, but also expose these players to a professional environment with some good talented players that'll cut their teeth, that they may not have got that opportunity to play NRL before that age, and they show their worth over there. And then, as you know, a lot of Australian clubs are recruiting from the English clubs now. Newcastle have this year, Canberra notoriously have. So they're going the other way. Some of the good young English kids are coming to Australia. So that'll also be afforded for good young Aussie kids as well to get a few games of professional rugby league and then sort of come back to the NRL. So I reckon it's a great. And the other way it is too, sending over at the back end of your career, you do help quite a bit with creating a culture and mentoring the good young kids coming through. And I found that when I was at Widnes Vikings, we got promoted from the championship level the year before I got there. So I was their first year in Super League. Myself and John Clark, who's the performance coach at Manly, were there. So it was a good experience to help these young kids come through. Yeah, we got the wooden spoon, and then we slowly got better the next year and just missed out on the 8. So we had a rapid improvement from these good young kids learning from us older players.
Yeah, it's fascinating kind of seeing that, what we might call a soccer style, promotion relegation happening in league, and the way it can really make or break a club for a couple of years, sort of thing.
Yeah,
that opportunity to come back up. Yeah. I've only really got one question left, and then Dan's probably got a couple after that. But Ben, just tell us the truth. How much harder do those big boppers in the middle of the park work than anyone else on the game?
You know it, don't you? So we were just talking about the other day. You pack a scrum and they do some beautiful, fancy scrum move, and the winger drops it and play one, and you've got to go back in defence. So we know we're going to make another 4 or 5 tackles back to back, and the wingers just sit out and keep the touch judge happy. But yeah, mate, we're going up and back, doing shuttles all day long. But you know what? I even say to my middle forwards, you just got to blame your parents, unfortunately. You've been given the genes to be a middle forward or a dummy half. So, yeah, you haven't been blessed with speed and agility and good looks. You play out wide. No, but everyone's got their own value they bring to the team. And look, the game's changing a little bit too. Like, you've got some good wingers that start your set of 6 off really well, that are returning the ball like a front rower and getting your set starts off, and they're working with the chase backs and line breaks they use their speed. So it's all horses for courses, but yeah, we definitely work harder than it.
Yeah. And if I was to give you kind of the genie 3 wishes sort of thing, would you go back and make yourself a different position?
No, I like being in the middle. I really enjoyed it. Love the battle, love the collisions, love the physicality. Yeah, I don't reckon I could handle a game of rugby league where you only make 5 tackles.
Very good point. I've got a couple of questions. Serious one first. Any ambitions to be a first grade coach?
Yeah, definitely. That was always my path that I wanted to put myself on. I was coaching over in England while I was still playing, did all the qualifications and education. I'm just continually always reading as much as I can and breaking down video, just watching it now. And as I came back to Australia, I was assistant coach New South Wales Cup in Newcastle, then progressed to coach my own team in Newcastle, then had the opportunity to come to the Broncos as NRL assistant, spent a year with the PNG Hunters, and now head of football and head coach at Ipswich Jets. So it's a good long learning curve, actually. Like, you do the apprenticeship right. The role I'm in at the moment, I'm very much a holistic approach to a whole club, not just being just the head coach. So that's given me a good grounding understanding of running a whole football organisation as well. So recruitment, retention, planning of training sessions, hiring, firing staff. So it all sort of comes down on me a little bit, but it's a good background to promote into NRL head coaching or Super League head coaching. But yeah, that's definitely the pathway I want to take, and putting as much time and resources into my own development to get to there as well.
Absolutely. As a coach, it's probably hard to say, and you can pass on this if you like. Any players we should be looking out for this year as potential first graders, or just blokes who you think, geez, he's got some skills?
I'm not that focused in on the NRL at the moment, but I've had a bit of time with the Roosters and with the Titans with our affiliation there. But yeah, just just seeing down at Roosters, they've got a real good culture. Robbo set up something really special there. Obviously, the success they've had coming through. Mate, they got some. What's the young forward that picked up from Penrith? What's his name? Spencer Leno.
Yeah,
mate. More and more game time that kid gets, I think he's already a bit of a superstar anyway, but limited time out there at Penrith with the forward pack they've got. So I reckon he'll be some standout player for the Roosters this year. And from what I've seen down at the Tights as well, they've got some good young kids coming through that will play a little bit of Queensland Cup, but hopefully they'll get through into the NRL. Guys like Tom Weaver, the young halfback down there, and even just progressing. I've never really spent a lot of time or seen Tino Fasamawali up close and personal, but mate, he is a physical specimen, but just goes about his work. No nonsense, hard worker, really good influence on that club and their young players down there. And obviously he's got the Melbourne Storm background as well from his time down there that he's taken there. But yeah, he's a phenomenal athlete and a real good leader for that club.
Any Jets?
The Jets, yeah, we've got a good young halfback, Kyle Foxwell. He's done a couple of NRL pre-seasons at the moment, so hopefully having a big year of him. We acquired him from Wynnum Manly. He's been the Brisbane's best player of the year a couple of years ago, and just a cool, calm head on his shoulders and tough defensively. A couple other good young forwards. Brad Zampic, a second row we've got. I think he was with South a few years ago, but unfortunately he had a stroke, and that sort of knocked him around a bit as a young bloke. But yeah, he's just one of those out-and-out footy players. He grew up as a 5'8", and now he's morphed into a second row. And the kid's just got some skill. He just does things on footy fields that you think, no one else could do, type of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Last question for me, mate. Alex Twal became a cult hero for not scoring tries. When it happened, he didn't really celebrate. Like, it was sort of like, yay. I looked and I couldn't find any footage, mate. How did you celebrate when you broke the duck?
Yeah, I carried on a fair bit, actually. It was over in Widnes Vikings. It was bizarre too. My mum and dad and my grandmother actually flew over for a couple of weeks as well, so they got to see it. And honestly, it wasn't through a lack of trying to get a try in the NRL as well. Like, I was always bloody the carry before a try or something like that leading into it. So it was more of a team player than taking all the glory scoring tries. So yeah, I think there's a little bit of a carry on after I scored my first try. And then I went on a bit of a spree. I scored 2 tries in 3 weeks and thought, this isn't that hard. What was the big deal about it?
Oh, that's so cool. Mate, thanks so much for jumping on. Is there anywhere we can follow you on the socials or the Ipswich socials?
Yeah, probably just best bet is TAE Aerospace Ipswich Jets on Facebook and LinkedIn. We do quite a few pre-game and post-game review interviews on there. And not really active on social media other than LinkedIn. Obviously, a lot of the content in there is terrific for coaching. But yeah, probably just through our socials through the Ipswich Jets would be the best.
Done and done, mate. Final question from me. Any crazy predictions for the NRL or Queensland Cups? Completely up to you this year.
Yeah, it will be a lot better, the Ipswich Jets. NRL, mate, I can't see too many other clubs getting really that close to Penrith. They haven't. I know they've lost a couple of players, but having a look across their roster and the amount of players that are locked in for the next 2, 3, 4 years, a lot of the other clubs haven't really improved that much with their roster over. It's probably stayed fairly similar to this year. Roosters, with a couple of their acquisitions, will be stronger. I think Melbourne will still be strong again, but you know what? Penrith just look like they're going from strength to strength, and the more they're together for the longer they are, the more success they'll have. So you never know; they might become the first to crack 4 in a row.
I hate to admit it, mate, but you're exactly right. Thanks again so much for coming on. Make sure you guys check out the Ipswich Jets. You heard it here first. They're going to win the comp. I'm calling a Jets New South Wales Queensland Cup grand final. That's my hit. Mate, thanks so much for jumping on.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Big thanks to Ben Cross, as well as the rest of the guests today. Stegs and AJ, thank you so much, gents, for jumping on. Terry, I hope you enjoyed Bali. Just quickly before we sign out, we've hit $451 of our $500 target, which is funny because Terry's been trying to donate $50 all day. Can't get enough internet in Bali to get it done. He actually tried to jump on here a few times. You probably noticed me checking my phone on and off. We were just talking. He just couldn't get the Wi-Fi or internet enough across the ditch, which is pretty funny stuff. But big thank you to everyone that's been watching. We've seen the numbers go up and down all day. Anyone that stuck with us for the full time are just incredible. Thanks to everyone who's donated. Thank you to everyone who jumped on. The interviews were great. If you missed some, you can go back and rewatch them. I'm converting everything into audio in the next couple of days. We'll put it up on Fins Up. We'll chuck it on Outlaws. You can watch them all outright. Big thanks to my brother, producer Didge, who sat with me for the full 6 hours. He's been pushing buttons on and off. A little bit better than this than I am. Again, thanks to the boys. They were both absolutely incredible. During the interviews, I was throwing things at them saying, boys, we need to fill time. Get this, get this, get this. Thank you to everyone who jumped on, everyone who watched, everyone who donated. I've got 10 more seconds to say I've gone for 6 hours, so we're going to count it down together. But I cannot thank you all enough. We'll maybe do this again next year. Hopefully Terry won't be in Bali. But one more sleep. Rugby league, baby.